Part 2, Chapters 12, 13, and 14 of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. On Friday evening, the 5th of November, Kit called at the White Horse Inn after supper to conduct his father and Mr. Herrick to Mr. Cleveland's party at St. John's. "'Tis pity Jule can't go," Meg said, "since it's a party for poets. And 'tis pity I can't go, since it's a party for pleasure. But there the wrong persons is always bid to diversions, while the right ones have to go to bed. 'Tis fate. And we mayn't so much as walk abroad in the town since it's Guy Fawkes's day, and there's merriment and bonfires. What make you abroad, Kit? For Giles telled us the scholars might not stir out this night for fear of embroilment with the townsmen and their roystering and roiling. He said as it caused much discontent, not only for that they want to see the guys and the roystering, but for that it's Friday and fish day in college, and on that day all who can do so get their supper money from their tutors and eat in the town. Ay, they do, the hogs, most particular in Trinity. I am very glad they must stay in tonight and fast, and can't join in the guying. I got permission from Mr. Cleveland to come here and back, for he knew that I wished neither to eat flesh in a tavern, nor to shout and burn guys." Meg primmed up her mouth and folded her hands before her. Kit reddened, and thought what a tiresome girl she in some ways was. "We had best come now, sir," he said to his parent. The girls watched them go, and Julian sighed. "So many poets at once! How fortunate Kit is! Yet he don't care near so much for poets as I do." "Ne'er mind," Meg cheered her. "We'll play spillikins in the ladies' parlour with the door wide, and perhaps, who knows, Mr. Milton will pass by, and you'll see him. Why, perhaps if you speak him pretty, and tell him how you wept at Comus, he'll join our game. You know he won't. He never will say a word to us. He don't hold with females. I don't want to speak with him neither. I should never dare, knowing how he scorns us. Why do men scorn women? 'Tis great pity." "I don't notice as they do so much. Giles don't." "Oh, Giles." "Well, you needn't say his name so scornful. Giles is much better than all those poets of yours. You're going cocked up because Mr. Cooley talks to you." "I'm not cocked up." "Y'are. But no matter. Let's come and play at spillikins before we go to bed. Lud, how tedious 'tis to be females and to stay in, with all the fun without. Hark to 'em shouting down the streets." "I don't like it," said Julian, and frowned. "People is terrifying when they shout together. Come upstairs, Meg, and we'll shut the windows and keep 'em out. They'd shout out in the same way if they had catched a live man and was carting him about the streets instead of only mawkins. Rabbles are dreadful and horrid and cruel." The cries and laughter and torches swept up from the marketplace as Dr. Conybeare and his son and Mr. Herrick walked along Trumpington Street. Merry crowds jostled them, bound for the marketplace bonfires, carrying guys, faggots, and flaring links. Broad Cambridgeshire voices chanted happily, "Please to remember the 5th of November, gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. A stick and a stake for King Charles's sake, a stick and a stump for Guy Fawkes's rump. If thou won't give me one, I'll take 3, the better for me and the worse for thee. Holla, boys! Holo, boys! Holla!" "'Tis in the marketplace we should pass the evening, and not within a college room," Mr. Herrick said. "I like these merry bacchanalian frenzies and fires. Mr. Fawkes, God a mercy for thy gunpowder, that's made for the English people so much honest mirth. 'Tis a finer show here than in Devonshire, for there are more guys, though less wood for the bonfires." Cries arose behind them. "A Pope! A Pope! A Pope! Make way, for 'tis Mammoth Ship the Pope!" And bearing a chair in which sat a mitred figure with upraised arm and black face, 4 stalwart youths marched past. "Hellish, uncivil, vulgar hoydens," Kit commented, loud and scornful, "bringing the Pope into their hoiting too." A stout young apprentice, hearing what he had been meant to hear, turned about and struck the undergraduate in the face with his open hand. "That for a papist, and hell roast the Pope! Lads, here's a Pope's boy. Shall we chair him for a guy?" Kit had shot out his fist, but was jerked back by his father. Let be, and don't brawl. Must thou be mixing up with a lout's brabble, when given leave out, and put on thine honour to keep out of any such doings? Cock's life, I'll not stay and help thee, but will proceed to thy tutor's, and tell him I've left ye brawling i' the streets. And you there, ye uncivil brocks, take shame to ye, and be off with your mawkins and mammets to your bonfires, and say God a mercy to me that I don't haul ye up before the courts for assault. Why, pox, an't speech free? Mayn't a man say what he pleased in the open street without being struck i' the face? This rhetorical inquiry, to which the answer was plainly in the negative, was addressed to the backs of the Pope-carriers, who had by now forgot the trifling incident, since it was apparently not to lead to a fight, and were marching off. "Damn their eyes for blasphemous, foul-mouthed coistrels," Kit angrily observed. "You should not have let me from punishing 'em, sir. I hate such nasty sort of impudent rabble. What are they to be permit openly to insult his holiness thus?" "His holiness? The Pope of Rome an't in your keeping to defend, my lad, that you need wax so hot on him." "Why, sir, at the very least he's a renowned foreigner, and the head of a great church, and our Queen's church too, and we owe him civility. Then there's many of papists in Cambridge, and some even of priests, and are they to see us use such rude bawdry towards their holy father?" "If they use their eyes, boy," said Mr. Herrick, "they could see such rude bawdry used even toward our own holy father. For there goes his little grace, mitre, crozier, and all, and shears in his hand, ready to lop the ears off the Laytons and the Prynnes. Pox take the louts for their impudence. They have given the mock in Canterbury's very eyebrows and turned down mouth. I warrant there'd be trouble did that come to the notice of Cousin or Beale, or any of our other Canterburyans. What do they sing?" They appeared to be singing, "Canterbury too, let him now rue how with his shears he cropped English ears, bowed low to a cross, ducked down before dross. Tie 'em up with the Pope, swing 'em both to a rope. There's a new popish plot ere the last is forgot. A pox on Arminians, sing hoy for Calvinians, and tonnage and poundage and free will be damned, with a hoy, hoy, hoy." "Sad, beggarly doggerel stuff," said Mr. Herrick. "I could have wrote 'em something better than that." "'Tis as good as they want," the doctor said. "It says what they want said. But I admire if one of 'em knows the meaning of either tonnage and poundage or free will." "They all want whipping," Kit pronounced, and so disposed of the coistrel rabble as they reached St. John's Gate. Chapter 13. The room was full of the voices of poets, the smoke of their pipes, and the fumes of their drinks. They sat or lolled about in agreeable ease, most of them with manuscripts in their hands and expressions either expectant or already gratified, while they listened with varying degrees of inattention to Mr. Henry More, who, sitting, as his wont was, straight and upright in a hard chair, was reading aloud from a manuscript, his pale olive face illumined by an eager comprehension and sympathy with his own meaning, which was not shared by quite all his audience. "But yet, my muse, still take an higher flight. Sing of Platonic faith in the first God, that faith which doth our souls to God unite so strongly, tightly, that the rapid flood of this swift flux of things nor with foul mud can stain, nor strike us off from the unity wherein we steadfast stand, unshaked, unmoved, and grafted with a deep vitality. The prop and stay of things is God's benignity." At this point Mr. Herrick was conquered by the immense yawn that had been tormenting him for some minutes past, like a gagged giant, who now spewed the gag forth and freely and convulsively respired. Mr. Herrick uttered a hoarse cough of camouflage, and Mr. Moore's sweet and even voice read on. "It may be very good Platonics," Mr. Herrick whispered to the doctor, "but 'tis confounded sorry stuff as poetry." "He shouldn't write it," the doctor agreed. "His meaning, granted he have one, would appear more plainer in prose. But hark! Here's a piece on astronomy as might hold more of sense, or as likely less. Blessed souls, first authors of astronomy, who clomb the heavens with your high-reaching mind, scaled the high battlements of the lofty sky, to whom, compared, this earth a point you find. Ay, truly, Dr. Conybeare muttered, 'tis truly but a point, and so much for Ptolemy. Hark now, while he has at the Ptolemaists. O you stiff standers for aged Ptolemy! I heartily praise your humble reverence, if willingly given to antiquity. But when, of him in whom's your confidence, or your own reason and experience in those same arts, you find those things are true that utterly oppugn our outward sense, then are you forced to sense to bid adieu, not what your sense gainsays, to holden straight untrue. He thinks of Galileo, Dr. Conybeare whispered, Galileo's him in whom's your confidence. That's a good hit, a monstrous shrewd, sharp hit at the Ptolemaists. It ain't poetry, returned Mr. Herrick, uninterested, and plainly now perceiving that Platonism was not enough, though he did not get so far as to arrive at the dictum that good philosophy makes as a rule bad poetry. Using Spenser's noble stanza, too, for his pious, painful conceits, he muttered. Looking round at his fellow listeners, he saw young Mr. Cooley's fair, square-chinned, high-browed face turned on the reader in frowning attention, and inferred that Mr. Moore's poem on the soul would probably have on this brilliant young man's verse an unfortunate influence. For Julian had said that he was himself engaged in a long religious epic, which doubtless we shall suddenly hear in part, the clergyman sighed to himself. He considered long religious epics a mistake. It was so very few poets who wrote them well. Mr. Moore, he had by now decided, might almost as well be writing that kind of verse as any other. But this lad Cooley was an ingenious poet, and had written much good matter, and doubtless would again, when he had gotten his epic off his chest. From Mr. Cooley the vicar looked at his friend Mr. Crashaw sitting next to him. Mr. Crashaw's sensitive brows were drawn a little together. Probably this was not his notion of poetry either. Neither, for that matter, would the appreciation of Plato, of Galileo, or of the Copernican system be particularly pleasing to his Aristotelian and even Ptolemaic spirit. Kit, too, looked impatient at this wordy astronomical good sense. As to their host, his face was impassive, polite, and a trifle amused, as he leant back in his chair, puffing at his long pipe and listening to his colleague of Christ's. He was thinking, "At what point shall I stop him? We can't have the whole that he's wrote of his Psychozoia Platonica. Lord, I didn't know the dear fellow wrote so much. We shall have Robert Herrick raking in another minute. He's all in the hoity-toity to read his own verses, and he don't think much of these, and small blame to him. These Platonists are very amiable, learned, good creatures, but poor and heretical theologians, and monstrous dull poets." Mr. Moore, a modest and generous, but somewhat absent-minded poet, might have continued reading for some time longer, but Mr. Cleveland, when he paused at the end of a stanza, said quickly, "Thank you, sir. We're greatly obliged to you. You've given us much profound, curious matter to ponder and discuss." "There is more yet," said Mr. Moore simply, marking his place on the page with one slim white hand as he looked up. "I hope much more," Mr. Cleveland heartily and hastily rejoined, "so as we'll be entertained by it at some later date. But now, as the night wears on, I'll ask our friend and guest, Mr. Robert Herrick, as many of us have known by name, if not in person, since he was one of our late-loved masters, Ben Jonson's circle, and one of its merriest, blithe, lyrical poets. I say, I'll ask Mr. Herrick to read out to us some of his country verses." Mr. Herrick did so, in his rich, fine, resonant voice. He read them poems of flowers, of barefoot girls that gathered them, of country feasts, of fairies, elves, and weddings. Then, to please the loyal society of St. John's, he read his good wishes for the most hopeful and handsome prince, the Duke of York. "May his pretty dukeship grow like to rose of Jericho, sweeter far than ever yet showers or sunshines could beget. May the graces and the hours strew his hopes and him with flowers, and so dress him up with love as to be the chick of Jove." and this was so unlike anything that Mr. Moore ever wrote that he gazed at the loyal clergyman as from another planet. Mr. Herrick was well away now among antheas and corinnas, but of Julia he read nothing. Daffodils and primroses, meadows and music, gillyflowers and sack, hawk-carts, weddings, births and deaths. He was transported with the sound of what he read. Looking up as he pronounced the title, Divination by a Daffodil, he met the grave, attentive, politely appraising eyes of young Mr. Cooley, and for a second he paused, checked as it were by the impact of a cold wave. The first wave, was it, of the rising tide of a great approaching ineluctable sea, the sea of the next, of the younger, of the coming generation? What if the coming generation, who would decide a man's fate, did not admire that poetry which was his heart's blood, his life's vocation and employ? Slowly, and rather low, Mr. Herrick read his Divination by a Daffodil, and the words dropped on his soul strangely, like passing bells. When a daffodil I see, hanging down his head towards me, guess I may what I must be. First, I shall decline my head. Secondly, I shall be dead. Lastly, safely buried. Aye, that was it. That poem was an omen of his decline and death. His verse would be passed by, made naught of by these new young men, with their elaborate involved conceits, their scorn of forthrightness. He was too old to learn to Clevelandize, did he wish to, and God knew he did not wish to. He preferred his own style, and that of Ben, his master. These involved, these conceited young men would never write like that. Yet when one of them I see hanging down his head towards me, guess I may what I must be. First I shall decline my head. He jerked it back instead in petulant defiance, and challenged young Mr. Cooley directly. "Do my verses please you, sir?" "Why, yes, sir, greatly." But young Mr. Cooley's slight hesitation, his faint embarrassment, betrayed him. "But they're not in the newest mood, you're thinking," said the parson. "Indeed, sir, verses aren't obliged to be like clothes, all cut to the latest fashion. There's a dainty rustic simplicity in your country verses, as very well pleases me." "I've all agreed there," Mr. Cleveland said. "One wearies of elaborations, twists, and conceits. John Donne was a very fine poet, but his weren't the only way to write poetry, though 'tis now so much the mode. Yours, Mr. Herrick, if you'll let me so say, smacks of the English meadow and the Roman vineyard in very nice proportion, and falls extreme sweet and tunable on ears grown used to epigram and to knots and twists of thought and speech. Aye, d'ye find 'em sweet? But I can write epigram too. That's not so tunable nor sweet. How's this, gentleman?" Stung by the hint of a civil, indifferent patronage that he fancied in the polite faces round the room, he flung at them a rude and dirty quatrain that he had made on a Dean Prior cottage woman to avenge himself for ill-washed shirts. He would show them that he was not merely a sweet singer of bucolics, a hymner of flowers and maids. As he declaimed the uncivil lines, he saw the sensitive face of Mr. Moore wince, stiffen, and then grow blank, as if his spirit withdrew to some inner fastness where foulness could not touch him. Mr. Crashaw leant his forehead on his hand, as if abstracted in thought. Mr. Cooley listened in polite attention, Kit in cross discomfort, wishing that Mr. Herrick knew better how to conduct himself in modern Cambridge, which was doubtless better bred than the Cambridge of his own days. Coarse jests enough passed, and none but the precisians and the pious cared, but who wanted dirty doggerel about an old Devonshire washerwoman flung into an assembly of scholars and philosophical poets? Mr. Cleveland politely smiled. "You're right, Mr. Herrick. That's not near so sweet. If you have many more such, your flock in Devonshire must have you in a wholesome fear. And now, Mr. Cooley, perhaps you'll show us what the youngest poets is writing to-day." Mr. Cooley, blushing a little, began the epic Davidus on which he was engaged. I sing the man who Judah's sceptre bore in that right hand which held the crook before. Mr. Herrick sat and listened, but running beside the story of David like a thin, cold, singing brook, he heard, "First I shall decline my head, secondly I shall be dead, lastly safely bury it." He noticed that Mr. Crashaw, Mr. Cleveland, Mr. Moore, all of them, listened attentively to David as if it was something of importance, not with that polite, tolerant civility which they had shown, he saw now, towards himself. Let a poet be but a young ape of 22, and his fellows will hang on his words, seeing in him a portent and a sign of the times. Let him be 49, greying on the head, writing as he wrote in his youth, and the world will pass him by with a half-kindly, half-impatient nod. He is safely buried. But he would show them yet. Aye, he could write 'em all down, and he would. As to this Davidis, it was tedious, dull stuff. Fortunately, Mr. Cooley had not so far written a great deal of it, so could not continue reading it for very long. When he stopped, an interested discussion arose on it between him, Mr. Crashaw, Mr. John Austen, and Mr. Moore. Mr. Crashaw and Mr. Austen then each read, shyly, and not very well, a few brief and charming devotional verses, and Mr. Cleveland, not shyly, and very well indeed, some droll satires, a rather complicated poem on a hermaphrodite, and his new skit on the etc. in the Oath. Dr. Conybeare, meanwhile, had been stirring restively under this torrent of poesy. It was more than time, thought he, that they ceased to read aloud and fell to talking. When Mr. Cleveland seemed to have finished, the doctor quickly broke in with conversation, lest young Marvell, or Mr. Crashaw's friend Beaumont, or whatever his name was, or even Kit, might be asked to oblige. He addressed Mr. Moore, who, with great civility, bent forward to listen to him. "Now, what I would learn, sir, is what, to your thinking, most nicely discriminates this new Platonism of yours from the old beliefs. That is, how 'twould affect, did it spread, the common man's view of his standing in the universe." Mr. Moore's face lit up at such welcome inquest. "Sir, your question is most apt. I would answer by repeating your own last word. This new learning, we urge, lights for man the very universe itself. It gives infinity to his conceits, eternity to the smallest living being. It teaches him the infinity of worlds, the pre-existence of his soul, and its present nature of a deiform seed, an immaterial soul infinitely perfectible. It reveals God not as a rigid taskmaster, but as the absolute idea of goodness, busy ever in his world to perfect it. It shows man that he has but to open his soul for the everlasting and absolute light to flow in. Or, if you will, that he has but to dive deeply into his own spirit to find and cherish the springing fountain of everlasting life. And this light of life springing ever within him, as you will recollect Origen and Plotin speak, will burnish all the universe for him and brighten every star. His enlarged world, seen through the mystic eye of purity and faith, will shine again. The vast spaces of infinity, which he has newly apprehended, will awe but not alarm him. Rather, he'll see in them the measureless wisdom of the God who shines also in his own soul. Aye, and he'll know that God hath peopled this planet of ours with his ethereal beings, so that we have among us not only our ministering angels, and not only the 7 kinds of angels or spirits, which Gregorius Tholosanus reports, according to the number of the 7 planets, but angels and spirits everywhere about us, to be beholded of our very senses, if we so purify and master them as to bestow on them that vision. Angels? That was tedious, thought the doctor, if he was going to run after those flighty angels, as indeed he looked like he might well do, his eyes wide opened, yet not seeming to see aught in the room. Doubtless they were turned within, gazing at his deiform soul, or into infinity spying angels. Dr. Conybeare quickly called him off this chase, But I take it, sir, as a man needs not to see spirits because he reads Plato, Plotinus, Tully, and Origen. Indeed, sir, you are right. A man will see no spirits unless he fits himself for the sight, for they lie leaguer, not to be spied of the gross senses. Maybe. For my part, I don't credit 'em, and don't desire 'em. See here, sir, speaking as a man as don't greatly believe on angels, nor on gods neither, so setting these for the occasion aside— "An atheist, Dr. Conybeare?" Mr. Cleveland blandly inquired, while Kit hotly blushed. "Aye, if you like. The name's no bugaboo to scare me. There'll come a time when men will be able freely to profess their disbelief or their belief in any gods they choose." "That's as may be, doctor, but that time an't here yet, and I fear you implicate us in misprision of heresy by your frankness. Meanwhile, since you are my guest, I'll not recall to you the horrid deaths Providence in's wisdom hath meted out to atheists, that our good Dr. Fuller speaks on in his latest treatise I have here, how Diagoras was burnt, Pherecydes devoured of lice, and Lucian of dogs, and so forth, but will only hold out hope and cheer to you, as the reverend doctor also does, by reminding you that nullus in inferno est atheos, ante fuit. On earth were atheists many, in hell there is not any. So, though some may deem it a woeful thing to be hell's convert, you should rejoice, as there's yet religion in store for you." "Thank'ee. I'll wait patient for it, and not forestall Providence." "Since hell," Mr. Moore said, "is, like heaven, first a temper, then a place, as you may hear Dr. Whichcote preach in Trinity Church of any Sunday afternoon, and as Dr. Brown of Norwich also saith in his most eximious and curious, as yet unpublished treatise Religio Medici, I would suggest that we none of us need wait for it, but that we carry both tempers about in our breasts. I am very sure, however, that Dr. Conybeare hath in his more of the heavenly than of the infernal temper, whatsoever he may conceit that he do believe. Is there much of atheism in Devonshire?" "Not a scruple," Mr. Herrick answered for the country of his ministry, "now as this physician's took himself away to Cambridge. Devonshire'd be all with you, Mr. Moore, concerning your plurality of spirits. Scarce a soul took its leave of my parish these 10 years, but it went again. Not to speak of all the elves, fays, pigsies, pucks, goblins, and dools as walk o' the woods and moors. I don't know, though, as to angels. Angels is scarce a visitants, at least in the Dean neighbourhood. But look'ee, you'll ne'er convert this doctor, since he's lived among the restical apparitions these 4 years, and don't believe on 'em yet." "Ah," said Mr. Cleveland, "another characteristic of the atheist. He loveth to maintain paradox, and to shut his eyes against the beams of a known truth. Dr. Conybeare, we must see you hear sermons in Cambridge. You must sit with the latitude men beneath Dr. Whichcote, and hear of the Platonic soul, beneath Dr. Cousin, and hear of the ancient and Catholic order of the Church of England, and beneath some of our Calvinists, and hear predestination proclaimed. All these eximious learned preachers of an undivided church will mayhap convert you, where the ghosts of Devonshire failed. By all means let 'em do so if they can. In the meantime I would inquire more closely into this new Platonism. How, exempli gratia, do it fadge with the Copernican astronomy, and with M. Descartes' theories?" "Excellently well," Mr. Moore told him, "with the Pythagorean astronomy, as it is better called than Copernican, to my mind, since Pythagoras first discovered it. Platonism must lead men to the study of knowledge of truth in science as elsewhere, since it acknowledges the guidance of the inner light that leads men on towards truth. If your dogmatic Aristotelians lost their Ptolemaic universe, they would lose their God, since their creed is that God has anciently revealed to them all his truth, and if it prove to be error, what then? But Platonists, led by the light of wisdom, are ever ready to replace one order by another, should the former prove erroneous. Ay, and they'll treat the divine scriptures so too, granting 'em the human element of error. whereas the schoolmen and priests, Catholic, Protestant, and Calvinian alike, have so tied men to the literal word that they've lost God's sense that lit it. Look how the story of the creation, because insisted on as literal by the Catholic bibliolaters, has fostered atheism in the world and made profane men swear the whole business of religion a fable. Yet, to suggest latitude and allegory in scriptural interpretation vexes the dogmatists more considerably than atheism itself. But I stray from your point. You speak of M. Descartes, and I take it you will agree with some of us in Cambridge that he's an extraordinary great subtle philosopher, greater than Lord Bacon, and will come to affect our thought here beyond guessing as he grows more known. His doctrine of the incorporeal soul is very admirable, and strikes both at the Epicureans and the Peripatetics, though indeed he is of a somewhat mechanizing humour, and the hypothesis of the plastic medium, which begins here to be put forward, finds no favour with him, and squares not with his doctrine of occasional causes. But indeed, sir, you doubtless know M. Descartes' theories full as well as I do, the young man added with agreeable modesty. Why, yes, I have read the Discours, and do greatly esteem it. What I would know is what influence he has and will have on English thought. What you call his mechanizing humour I consider a mighty wholesome good antidote to the spiritualizing angelical humour of you Platonists. They are both in the wrong, Mr. Cleveland pronounced. For my part, I'll have none of 'em. Neither will Mr. Crashaw, Mr. Beaumont, Mr. Austin, nor, I trust, Mr. Herrick. Will you, sir? Don't Ecclesia Anglicana spew 'em out, both mechanizers and spiritizers? What does she want with them, having the prayer book, the Bible, and the sacraments? Ain't it enough that these men must go a-whoring after fantastical notions of deity, natural law, and plastic mediums? For look ye, I keep my church and my religion, as it were, here, and my scientific researches and notions there, so as neither need mell with or do hurt to t'other. But you Platonists, pox take ye, you let your religion spill over into your science, and your science into your religion, till both are a kind of mystical mixed brew, as like one another as two bowls of caudle, and like to naught else that I know on. 'Tis the Christian Church first mixed 'em, Mr. Moore said. If the Church will burn men of science for declaring opinions concerning the planets, you can't blame us for mixing science and religion, though for my part I follow Plotinus in regarding religion as no matter of science, but as God's life in the soul. Aye, God's life in the soul, fed by devotion, meditations, and sacraments, Mr. Crashaw amended, and Mr. Herrick, Mr. Austin, and Mr. Beaumont approved him. But Mr. Austin very naturally and properly believed, though he did not mention it, that no one present except himself had his soul fed by devotion or meditation to any good purpose, or by sacraments to any purpose at all, for he had discreetly and unostentatiously lately become a Roman Catholic. All this religious chatter rather fatigued Mr. Cleveland, and it was, after all, his party, so he changed the subject to politics, and they discussed the iniquitous doings of the new Parliament, which, early as it was, had already begun misbehaving, and how that vindictive, fanatical jackanapes Peter Smart, formerly Prebendary of Durham, and Dr. Cousins' old malicious foe, would next week present again his petition against the doctor for the supposed practice of popish ceremonial, and it might be a serious matter, for the Parliament was speaking spiteful things not only of ceremonial, but of the barest church order and seemliness. They were even accusing Dr. Cousin, that great, devout Protestant Anglican, of seducing to popery. Dr. Beale, too, would probably find himself arraigned again. "And my Lord Strafford has been sent for from Yorkshire," said Mr. Cleveland, "and 'twill go very ill with him, for they all hate him like the devil, and I do believe more for his seizing of tobacco than of the people's liberties. 'Tis the first, as they call hellish, and would like his neck for, more than all his misdoings in Ireland. A man few love, 'tis pity. They say 'twas the same with him when he was up at John's, a proud, high, haughty man, whom some few would die for, and the rest loathe. Pym and his merry men are out by all means for his blood, there's no doubt on't, though how they have the impudence to charge him with treason, when themselves are fondling the army of the rebel Scots as you'd cocker a savage dog, passes the wit of the sane man to conceive. 'Tis they are the traitors, treating brotherly with the king's foes. I hear they'll have a great debate on Monday, and discover to the House this marvellous popish plot of theirs. Now I wonder what's the truth of that. There's doubtless something to it, but how much? Not a word, said Mr. Austen. Questionless, the Catholics and the Queen would wish to see England reconverted, but not by treachery nor force. Con and Rossetti made no plot, nor the Queen, nor her mother neither. And as to Canterbury, as you well know, he's as stubborn bigoted a Protestant churchman as never breathed, as Anglican as our cousin, whom they charge with converting to popery. The Catholics have no hope there, but this damned Parliament will work it up against them, and use it for a stick to beat the Queen's party with, and to make the poor Papists' lot harder. Ecod, Jack, my poor Papist, you can't wave your plot away so easy as that. What of the Spanish negotiations? What of the appeals to the Pope for money? Well, what of 'em? The king had no money, and desperately required it to pay off the rebel Scots. He had to try all quarters before he was drove to summon and milk this savage-kicking cow of a Parliament. Can you blame him? I never blame his Majesty, save perhaps for a trifle of indiscretion here and there. And if there were a popish plot, 'tweren't his. For all the world knows he is a firm Canterbury Church of England man, and distastes her Majesty's religion and priests. But your legates and your Jesuits and your Windibanks, I don't trust 'em, nor do any man. Mr. Austen said, In that case you had best go out and shout with the street rabble in their guise. For my part, I'll leave you, gentlemen, and go to bed. Good night, sweet Jack. I love you for all your false superstitious religion. As these latitude men say, 'tis the life that counts, not the doctrine. He's gone, and can't be teased more. Cud, I love to droll on the dear solemn fellow, going about so pleased with his secret popery that all his friends know on, and that none will take cognizance on, officially, because they all love him so well. Mr. Crashaw said, gently, A man's religion's but a poor occasion for drollery, in my view. Nonsense, Dick. 'Tis the most savoury, curious, good occasion in the world, for the graver the theme, the fairer the jest, you know. Lord, if we mightn't jest and droll on the Puritans and Papists and t'other godlies, what in life could we do with them? What do you say, Dr. Atheist? Why, I say that religion, whether the Puritan superstition, the Papist, or the Protestant, is past a jest. To jest at it is to condone it, and I'll be no party to that in principle, whatever my weak human nature may entice me to in practice. And I say, said Mr. Moore, that to jest at the light in men's souls, whether it be the true light or the ignis fatuus, is a scurvy trick, and advances neither the cause of truth nor of charity. You droll overmuch, Cleveland. Lord, 'tis one's only comfort, these bad times. I'll warrant Mr. Herrick agrees to that, and has a store of comical facetious tales he could tell us, if we would hearken. Have you not, sir? Yes, well, a tale of two belike. Look, gentlemen, now our poetical readings and budge discourses is over. We'll all tell tales that we may go merry to bed, and I'll begin, if you'll give me leave, with one of John Milton, as I heard yesterday. The tale of John Milton bore an unveracious air, and Mr. Moore dismissed it with a smile. John Milton could invent likelier tales of thee than that, Jack Cleveland, and I dare say that he'd do, for he hath a very satirical malicious wit. I grant, rat the fellow, he's all the gifts, set aside the right politics, and a trifle of pleasant friendly levity. Now, Mr. Herrick, pray divert us. Mr. Herrick, a clergyman of florid and witty discourse, proved so competent to do so that they kept him at it for some time, and Mr. Cooley and Mr. Marvell had departed for Trinity, and Mr. Crashaw and Mr. Beaumont for Peterhouse before he was finished. Soft and fair, sir, Dr. Conybeare said at midnight. We must lin this parson, whose apt once started to continue all night long. 'Tis past time we relieved you of our company, and that this lad of mine went to his bed. Ay, boy, get you gone forthwith, having thanked your tutor first for admitting you here." Really, thought his son, he was a somewhat annoying father, and left the room in embarrassment. "I thank ye, sir," added the doctor, "for a very cordial, agreeable evening. Do you go our way, Mr. Moore, for I would have another word with you." "With all my heart, sir. Cleveland, did you hear his physician say that Dr. Chatterton can't last a week more?" "Ay, I heard. I fear he'll not touch 104. He'll stint of it by 10 days, unless God's good to him. I writ my elegy t'other day. 'Tis all yar for the funeral. Gad, to think as he was helping to translate the authorized version as a hoar old gentleman of 70 odd before either you or I was born. One of the few Puritans I ever esteemed, even though he begat a mischievous progeny. But Puritans were different, I take it, in his young days, if he ever had young days. He must have been zealous for he was thrown out of his father's estates for deserting the old religion. Ay, some of Queen Elizabeth's Puritans, not as Queen Bess had any gust for 'em, for she was ever a good ceremonious Protestant, were a fine upstanding sort, not like this generation of whining, snivelling hypocrites, though even they have a good man here and there, like my old schoolmaster Vines, as beat Latin verbs into me when I was an urchin, and he a young man. There was also one's parents, Mr. Moore said. Ay, true enough, one's parents was Puritans. 'Twas the mode in those days. Mine was very Calvinistic, and reared me to predestination, but I never could swallow it down. I mind as a young boy at Eton disputing earnestly against it with my eldest brother, and being threatened by my uncle with the rod for my frowardness in so doing. I had an aversion to the doctrine from the cradle. 'Tis strange the hold it hath on so many minds. "'Tis un-English," said Mr. Herrick. "Its mean injustice smacks of foreign parts. Unless we purge our land of these wild alien heresies, our English temper will be quite destroyed. Calvin was a fanatical, fierce Frenchman, and Luther a turbulent, fierce German, and the popes a bigoted, obstinate Italian, and, say I, none of the three's any good to England, as hath her own church, and doth very well without any of 'em. Hear, hear, parson, you and I are well met, and must talk further on the things of the spirit. Farewell, and give my resentments to Mistress Julian. Alas, that propriety forbade her attendance at my little gathering. Dr. Conybeare Moore hath a most exquisite lovely daughter, who is, further, a lover of poetry and learning, a maid after your own heart, who would have hung on you all attention while you read and expounded. Would she not, sir? Ay, no question she would. Indeed, Mr. Moore, it's of my daughter I would speak with you as we go, if you will be so obliging to walk with us. And believe me, Moore, 'tis a marvellous pretty theme, and should bring even your luciform soul down to earth, except that the young lady's doubtless a luciform soul herself, so should soar easily in the empyrean with yours. There, that's a pretty compliment to you both, and so good night. End of chapter 13. Part 2, chapters 14 through 17 of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 14. "Look'ee, Mr. Moore," Dr. Conybeare was saying as they strolled along through a still crowded and rejoicing Cambridge, which had not yet seen, nor would for some hours see, any reason for forgetting gunpowder treason. "Look'ee here, sir, I have a daughter, as Mr. Cleveland says. You're fortunate, sir, since I infer from his merry words that she has graces both of mind and body." "Ay, has she? She's a tolerable ingenious knowing maid, quick in her parts, and fawns on learning like a spaniel on bones, or a babe on dolls. Don't she so, Mr. Herrick?" "Ay, Jule loves her books. She's a studious little maid, and learns apace. I've taught her of late years, and ne'er had a more ingenious or diligent scholar." "It's an extreme pleasant thing," said Mr. Moore, "to find a young female thus. For I ever maintain it that women have parts such as men have, if not so robust and well formed, and should be well instructed young, as have many of our learned ladies been, both else and presently. but the generality of maidens is not. For the most of humankind today is so fast set in prejudice that it can believe on the good of learning to a woman, be she never so naturally ingenious a bibliophile and scholar. For my part, were my destiny other than it is, and should I choose to marry and rear children, I would give the boys and girls the same teaching. Indeed, there'd be fewer female fools abroad if all parents so used. 'Twas my theory, too, but I had a hard contest to rout my wife in the matter, who was determined her daughters' learning, after they had mastered their horn-book, should go little further than the still-room, kitchen, and embroidery frame. She almost got her way with the eldest, for the girl proved a dunce, and could neither swallow nor digest the least scruple of Latin, history, or algebra. So I married her off young, and gave my attention to the youngest, who showed some intellects from the time she could first diddle across the room. I had my way with her, though not without pudder and wrangling, before her mother died, and she's been well grounded and taught in the mathematics by me, and of late in the classical tongues and English literature by Mr. Herrick here. She's in a fair way to become a woman of sense and learning, if she don't get falling into love or marriage too soon, which is a disease brings destruction to a wench's intellects while it endures, though they sometimes recover from the fever later, if by that time they're not too fully occupied in breeding and rearing to give a thought to knowledge. I'd as lief my girl stayed a maid, or at most did so until past 20 years, or even 25, but she's 15 now. Well, sir, to come to the point, I'm told you have a philosophy class for females, and should greatly like my daughter to attend it, if it were possible. With all my heart, Dr. Conybeare. I hold the class in St. Clement's Church of a Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. 'Tis a kind of lecture, but if any of the pupils desire closer instruction, and to consult me concerning the difficulties they encounter in their reading, I see them in the church vestry after. Often I have 2 or 3 there for half an hour or thereabouts, when I run through with them the theses they have wrote, and expound difficulties in the books I set them to read. My mode to prove my pupils is to inquire of them, quis jubitas, and if they have no doubts or difficulties, I take it they have no benefit, nor comprehension neither of what they've read. What books do you read with them? In present we read Plato, Plotinus, Origen, Tully, and Clement, and that eximious little book Theologia Germanica. I hope suddenly to bring them to comprehend some of Descartes' Discours de la Méthode, but none are yet sufficiently forward for such difficulties. Well, I would you'd teach my girl the Frenchman. I'd liefer she had him than the Platonists. She'll be apt for him, and he'll give her what she needs, something to bite her teeth into. The luciform seed and the plastic medium and the inner light are very well, I dare say, but more airy, and the girl's enough of a dreamer already, and over-inclinable towards pious meditations. Indeed, she's of a something fantastical, enthusiastic complexion, and wants to be bedded more firmly into the earth. Bedded, said Mr. Herrick. Aye, that steadies a wench. The luciform seed, Dr. Conybeare, Mr. Moore went on rather quickly, fearing that Mr. Herrick intended, and might even utter, an unseemly jest. The luciform seed is not airy. 'Tis the germinal part of man's being, and joins the earthly with the heavenly, giving the soul exquisite and curious purgastations of what it will one day be. That is by no means to be called airy or enthusiastical fantasy. Still, I will gladly assist your daughter to study also, Monsieur Descartes. It will stand her in 10 shillings for a course of 10 classes, which I call tolerable reasonable. 'Tis well enough, for the inner light, the plurality of worlds, and the theory of motion all thrown in together, with a quarrel between you and the Frenchman on the impenetrability of matter. Julian should by the end on't have her intellects much greatened. But tell me this, do you go into the arguments concerning the existence of God with them, or do you let 'em take him for granted? Possibly, though you admit no argument or uncertainty in that matter yourself. If you mean, sir, do I feel uncertainty, I do not. The sense of the divine presence has always been too strong with me to admit that I should doubt it for long, even in my youthful days, when I sometimes believed myself to doubt. I would say to myself in a melancholy fit those verses of Claudian: Saepe mihi dubiam troxit sententia mentem, curarent superiteras, a nullus enesset rector, et incerto fluerent mortalia casu. But some innate sense which was mine from birth forbade doubt in me to become more than these poetical dubitations. As to my lectures, the only arguments I use in the matter are the reasonings from nature and the life of the soul. Well, well, so long as you don't batter and load 'em with disputations. But what sort are your other pupils? I have only 5. 2 are the daughters of Cambridge parsons, 2 the wife and daughter of one of the masters, and 1 the daughter of a delegate of the Cambridge press. And are they ingenious? Do they learn well? Only tolerably. They are somewhat easy fatigued, and don't show, in what they wrote for me, much comprehension of the thesis. Singularly is this so with the master's wife, who is firm set to attend the classes, but I think understands not either of what I speak or what she reads. She is greatly took up in the notion of the deiform seed, but what she conceits it to be I know not. She is a most diligent, enthusiastical gardener, and much inclinable towards seeds, and while I lecture to her on the soul, I take it her mind's roving away among her garden beds. Still she calls my lectures beautiful, and tells her husband I have shown her the earth and the fullness thereof, not to speak of the heavens, so I should not complain. Ah, I know those women, Mr. Herrick said, all tongue and eyes to chatter and gaze, but no intellects to receive and to jest. Poor pretty fools! Nam mulier inepta, res ineptior mula est, unless, indeed, 'tis a foolish man. But here we are at our inn. Good night to you, sir. Your philosophical poem greatly interested me. You are very obliging, sir. 'Tis in truth a very private and secret record, too intimate, perhaps, for such public reading, and I doubt I shall never publish it. But if you have a gust to it, I must show you the major part that I read not out tonight. I'm damned if you shall, said Mr. Herrick, to himself, and after waiting a moment to see if any favourable comment was to be made on his own verses, he bowed and turned into the White Horse with his friend. And yet mine was the best verses, he said. Wasn't mine the best melodious, sweet verses, doctor, for all the others conceited themselves so quaint? But I forget, you've no mind to poetry. Well, now for a tankard and a pipe before we go to bed. All this new modern verse, prickling with conceits and bloat with philosophy. It needs a tankard to wash away the taste. Chapter 15. The doctor and his party, since the poor cannot lodge for long at an inn, found rooms in Petty Cury above a bookseller's, and transferred themselves thereto very shortly. For the doctor, now that he had tasted Cambridge again, had no mind to leave it as yet, so congenial did he find it to be within reach of books and scholars. He felt that the history of human credulity would make much better progress here than in Deancombe, and medical research had also a better prospect. As to his practice, he wrote to the Ashburton doctor who was carrying it on that he would not be back at least until the spring. For himself, he found more than enough of occupation without practising, and could get along for a while without earning, or so he told himself with the determined optimism of the author. As to Mr. Herrick, it seemed to him that Parson Beans of Brent could very well continue until Christmas to take such services at Dean Prior as seemed necessary, in addition to any that he might elect to have in the intervals of hunting and shooting in his own parish. He heard from his sister-in-law that she and Prue were busy making apple jelly and damson, and I'm sending a pipkin on to the court. We have made 2 kegs of cider, but they has come up something over-sweet. The apples was riper than they should have been. The fish merchant at Dartmouth hath sent stinkin' cods. I'm sending 'em back by the boat with a mighty sharp message that I admire he should play you such a trick. There's been 2 bastards born this senate, to Peg Turvey and Joan Leake. 'Tis said one of the fathers is a soger, t'other Will Green, Sir Ralph Firs's carter. Sir Ralph had Will whipped, and swears if he had's way he'd do the same to the 2 wenches for strumpets, but Mr. Yar don't say yes to it. I hope, brother, as you is in health and Cambridge to your mind, and that you won't tarry long away. I have had the bone shave, but I thank God am better. Prue is well. She has a trifle of bone shave too, but less severe than mine, though saying more on't. Beans gave communion here on All Hallows, and old Andrew Vines, when he'd gotten the chalice in's hands, he being first at the rail, supped up all the wine. For it seems as he'd sworn as for once he'd drink well, you not being there to let him. Parson B gat it from him with a great pull, but there was scarce a drop remaining, and parson swears at him for a hog, and hath him run out of church by Joe Bell. You'd admire how an old fellow so near his grave would be such a hog in the house of God and before the neighbours, but truly rustical life is a sad shocking business. Doubtless in Cambridge people haves themselves more seemly, but I hear the ague thar is parlous bad, and I hope, brother, you keeps warm and dry. Here 'tis rained all the week, and the mists are shocking. A lad from Rattery was pigsied out on the moors and drowned in Green Hole. Well, brother, I'll say God we. Commend me to the doctor and the young maids. I hope they all keep well, and that the wenches ave themselves and enjoy Cambridge. Farewell. Your loving sister, Elizabeth Herrick. The ill news last I admire how I could have forgot. Kitkin hath ate up little Phil. She catch him on the window-sill while he picked his crumbs. We have buried the remains, feathers, in the corner by the lupin bed, where rests the last Phil as Tracy catched. Prue bait Kitkin soundly as she deserved. Howbeit she hath done shrewd work among the mice of late. Tracy misses his maester, but is well, I thank heaven. Piggy pines a scruple and says no to his drink. This budget of news from home Mr. Herrick read out over dinner. A woman's postscript, he said, embittered, all that matters tucked away in't as if 'twas of no account. I'd not have lost that sparrow for a whole keg of cider or 100 pipkins of jelly. Piggy pining, too. A man can't leave his home, it seems, without all goes wrong. Oh, I would like to have been in church on All Hallows, Meg said. Wouldn't you, Julie? No, I'd liefer be here. Cider kegs, stinking cods, bastards, old men misbehaving in church, pixie-led lads on the moors, sparrows and pigs. They were half the world away. Here was a magical, enchanted city of towers and courts, philosophers and poets, lectures and books. On Sundays, all the churches of Cambridge ringing their bells, summoning people to lovely, sweet-choired liturgies, to learned and pious sermons from great preachers. On Tuesdays, the wonderful, the most eximious, angelical and learned Mr. Moore, lecturing at St. Clement's on philosophy, and holding afterwards his little class in the vestry, expounding one's difficulties, criticizing and commending one's thesis, pouring light into one's brain as if he lit a dozen candles with a word. And on the other days of the week, always some interest and pleasure. Kit would come and talk, or she and he would go walking by the river, or riding over to Madingley, Trumpington, or the Gogamog Hills. Once or twice they met Mr. Cleveland out riding, and then he would ride with them and talk. But Julian was shy of Kit's tutor, who, she was persuaded, looked down on women. It was easier to converse with Mr. Moore, or even with Mr. Cooley, who had come with Giles 3 times to wait on them and pay his respects, and who, now that he was growing used to her, had left off some of his shyness, and talked with her of all manner of things, and particularly of his own poetry. She liked and admired Mr. Cooley greatly. He had even consented to see her verses, and had read them and written to her a most interesting letter of criticism. Yes, the popular, the admired, the adulated young, elegant Mr. Abraham Cooley, Cambridge's darling poet, had deigned to be her friend, even if a friend something reserved, shy and remote. Giles said he was afraid of women, and not at his ease. If Giles thought that this would lessen her pleasure in his company, he erred. On the contrary, it implied more of compliment that he should break his habit for her, talking with her as if she were a poet of his own sex, discussing some point of literature with her as he might with his friends, Mr. Harvey or Mr. Crashaw, forgetting at times, but not always, the stiff embarrassment that made him at other times ill at ease in her presence, though he did not wear the remote air that Mr. Crashaw wore on the rare occasions that he chanced to meet her with Kit. "Do Mr. Crashaw think women wrong?" she asked her brother. "In part that," he admitted, "but more that they're not there, except they be constantly at prayer, like his friends at Little Gidding. Mr. Crashaw lives so much in prayer and meditation himself that I think the world outside seems to him something shadowy. And as to women, he's partly in the right, for all Christians have held him as a temptation, not likely to be played with." "But, Kit, so are men a temptation, not likely to be played with. That is, they're so to women. Women might as truly say that men is wrong as men women." "I suppose so. Perhaps each is wrong to t'other. But Mr. Crashaw, you see, is a man, and a man at Cambridge, and in Cambridge men don't meet a great many of women as equals." "'Tis a very tedious way of regarding men and women," Julian said, vexed. "They're both human creatures, and God made 'em, and they should not shun and fly each other as if there was the smallpox as they feared to catch." "They don't in general," Kit dryly reminded her. "No, indeed they don't. In the world at large it's always love or playing at love as they're after together when they're young. And that's tedious too. Why can't young men and women talk together reasonable of life and philosophy and books and such, as if they was of the same gender?" "Because they're not," Kit with finality replied, "and when a man has a mind to talk of such matters, han't he a world of men to choose from, particularly if he be at Cambridge? He'd be a fool if he went to a woman for such talk." "He wouldn't be a fool. You're silly, Kit. You know that you talk to me." "That's different. We're brother and sister. But in Cambridge we lead a life that's something monastical, and we have the habit to talk only with men, and indeed 'tis true as men talk the best. We forget 'tis ever possible to talk with a woman, save of nonsense and compliment. Indeed, with most women it an't, for they have not in their heads. They've read not, and know not, and think not. So what's the use of talking? Now a man, unless he be a dunce or a fool, will know what you mean, and you can discuss and dispute over an idea. So will a woman, unless she is a dunce or a fool. Still, I allow she somewhat more often is so. Well, 'tis ill fortune to be a woman, and despised." "Nevertheless, there must be women," her brother explained, "for marrying and breeding, and minding a man's house and children. So, Jule, you don't ought to rail against the Lord for making you one of 'em." "I don't desire to marry and breed and mind a man's house and children, God a mercy, brother. I don't intend to wed at all." "What shall you do then when you're older? Enter a nunnery?" "Lord, no, I shall live in Cambridge, and read and write books, and be a learned lady. Poets and philosophers will come flock-meal to my house." "Why?" "To talk of poetry and philosophy, in course. I don't see why they should need to come to your house for that. They can do all they require of that in their own chambers, or in the town taverns. If the philosophers wait on you, 'twon't be for philosophy, but for dalliance." "Nonsense! I shall be old then. An old poetess, respected of all. Then they'll not wait on you for aught. Now enough of your philosophers and old poetesses, for I wish to speak sense. I saw Father Dell yesterday, and he counselled me to say no word to my father of being received, lest he hinder me, but to be all things secret on't until after reception. I've telled you, Kit, you would vex and hurt him thus greatly more than by reasonably and patiently speaking with him on't. He would endeavour to dissuade you, but he wouldn't hinder you, for he believes on liberty of conscience for all. I know he thinks he do, but he don't, for he would pester and pray me to stint from following mine, or at the least to wait for years. And how could I flout him to his face? I should want both the heart and the courage for it. Beside which, he would speak spiteful, bitter things of the Catholics, and that would anger me, and I should huff him back, and we should wrangle. I wish you would call them Roman Catholics, Kit, at least until you be one and can't. Mr. Moore says 'tis an extreme arrogant assumption they make, to be the only Catholics." "Oh, I know that. I hear it from Dr. Beale and Dr. Cousin and Mr. Crashaw, and all the devout Protestants. 'Tis old stale stuff, and Father Dell says 'tis they make the arrogant assumption, leaving the church and retaining its name. Well, you have the Puritans, the Brownists, the Ranters, and the Shakers on your side in the matter, if you'd liefer fedge with them, and with your Jesuits, than with the Protestants. For my part, I would liefer speak the tongue of Dr. Cousin, Dr. Beale, and Mr. Crashaw. There, you see, even you and I fall a-brangling when as we talk on't. How would it be with my father, then? Religion's a topic breeds more bitterness and wrath than any. Therefore I concede as each man should go his own road, obeying his conscience and desire, and take no notice on't to others, save where he can do good by discovering it to 'em. So we can live in peace and amity instead of in anger, spite, and dimification. And look, Julie, I'll not possess my father of my intention, for I cannot. I couldn't say out the words for very fright. 'Tis different with you. You are a girl, and his nestle-chick, and he fawns you. He'd never have run you so bitterly as he would me. He fawns on you too, Kit. You're his very he-darling, and his hope and pride. And after a brief while of wrangling and vexation, he'd accept and forgive you, whatever you became, if you could expound it to him reasonable, and cause him to see that you but followed that which Mr. Moore calls the light of reason in your soul. I wish you would talk with Mr. Moore on't. He don't like the Roman Church. I could never talk with a latitude man. 'Tis true he don't like it, for he thinks 'tis closed against new light and intolerant, but he talks very calm concerning it. Well, I do not. I can listen to Beale and Cousin and the high sacramentary Protestants, and not grow vexed, for till of late I was of their colour myself. But the Platonists and the latitude men do anger me, playing hocus-pocus with God's word itself, doubting on the truths of Scripture, and setting up their own judgments above those of the Church. 'Tis they, together with the Puritan destroyers, drive men to Rome. Father Dell says they build on shifting sand, and will be swept away with the first wind and sea. The very atheists and profane are less perilous to religion. Julian sighed. She was beginning to see that her brother was not to be stayed. He was destined for a true papist, and must go his way. Chapter 16. Giles was depressed. He experienced strange, unwanted feelings of inferiority, envy, and dislike. His work bored him even more deeply than usual. He sighed over his Seton, cursed his Keckerman, quailed from Aquinas, and started from his Aristotle in disgust. He would, had he been acquainted with them, most fervently have endorsed Mr. John Milton's diatribes against the scholastic grossness of barbarous ages. This dull and weak subject matter which creeps along the ground, this dry and dead style so punctually suited to its barren subject. Giles, too, could have cried with even more of pathos, "When I go through these vain quibbles, it seems to me that I force my way through stony arid wastes, desolate wildernesses, and steep mountain gorges. These barren bickerings please none but those of a rude and churlish temper, loving quarrels and disputes, praters that hate sound wisdom. Let us then exile such a one with all his quibbles to the Caucasus, or wheresoever blind barbarity reigns. There let him torment himself to his heart's content with questions of no importance." And yet good and honest young men, such as Giles Yard, were forced to keep company with these barbarians, forced so to master their horrid, their contemptible quibbles and questionings, as to be able to dispute one with another on them in their college chapels or in the public schools, making a show of themselves before their teachers and companions. Never had any youth performed this office more execrably than did Giles Yard, who had hitherto failed with a most admirable and cheerful indifference. But it so happened that he was due for another of these horrid exercises shortly, and Julian had expressed a desire to come and look on. He had told her that this would not be permitted, but her father had undertaken to get leave to bring her, and come they probably would, unless Julian should forget, or something more entertaining should arise to distract her attention and employ her afternoon. She had already been to Great St. Mary's, and watched Mr. Cooley commonplace with another young master of arts. What a display of nimble wit, eloquent Latin, and shrewd thrusting dialectic had been there! What a contrast to the lame, stumbling performance that Giles put up on these occasions! Giles felt, as he thought of it, a keen desire to alter the field of contest, to challenge Mr. Cooley to a duel at tennis or bowls, and to invite Julian to watch it. When this notion entered his mind, he pushed back his chair from the table and flung his Keckerman on the floor. "Fair and softly. What's afoot?" inquired his chamber-fellow, a cheerful young man who was reading for holy orders. "Why, naught. I was but thinking how bowls is better than books. That's not so new a thought as you need leap up like a startled hare and all but knock the table over. You've all to split my pack of cards and spoilt my game. Get you off to your bowls, then, and leave me in peace." Giles took no notice of these remarks. He was pacing up and down the room in thought. Bowls, tennis, skittles, fencing, boxing. Aye, boxing and fencing. Those were the sports. To overthrow publicly the smart and courted poet at these masculine feats of skill and strength would be in some measure to redress the balance that now stood so high in his favour. For Julian, even though she had the perverse twist of mind that induced in her a preference for feats of the intellect, could not be so apart from the rest of humanity as not to admire also bodily ability and skill. The girl was human. He would challenge Cooley to a contest in any of these sports he chose, and then, when the time and place were fixed, he would get Kit to bring Julian to watch. He looked happier when he had thought of this, and sat down again to his disgusting books. "Oh, I had hoped you was gone," his companion said. "You took air and exercise enough by your walk round the room, perhaps?" "Aye, for the moment, and it wants but 20 minutes of the dinner bell. What do you do after commonplace this afternoon? There's to be a cockfight at Saunders's ordinary at 3 o'clock. We could steal there secretly after commonplace, and be back within 2 hours. They say they're extraordinary good mettlesome birds, and Jack Joyce possessed me which to back. Art for it?" "No." "You're useless at all in these days, and ever traipsing off on your own devices. What's come to you? You aren't sickening of a melancholy fit by reason of the wicked doings of our Merivale of knaves at Westminster, as the Dons are so glum over?" "Not I. The Dons is afeard for their posts and their livings, and that the impudent fellows will stick their noses into Cambridge and make havoc on 'em. They've hauled up cousin already for popery, and all Peterhouse and John's is affrighted. But what do I care? Politics is all moonshine to me. I've better matters to think on." "You should care. My father writes as 'tis the beginning of ruin and devastation for the Church, and that the Brownists and Separatists will come to reign over us, now the cry against the bishops is so loud. Not as he likes the bishops, for he says they're chosen wrong, and only the Laudians have in present a chance of preferment, but 'tis Episcopacy itself as the more clamorous now cry down. And what right have they, a pack of Puritan separatists, yapping against our Church? Well, let 'em. They're forced to attend it, after all. They used to sail to America to escape it, but they aren't permitted to do so no more, so in a manner it is their Church, and they should have a voice in it. My grandfather says they should, and that the Puritans in the Church should be extreme useful in purging it of the ceremonies and abuses have growed in it of late. But then he's of the old school, and likes both Church and State at all, as they was in his young days. He conceits the clergy have all thing too much power presently, and he don't like that, and nor do I. What, am I to be ruled over by you? I'll see you poxed first. 'Tis for me to rule over you, obviously, since you're paid out of my lands and pockets. You forget that I'm your spiritual pastor and master, and that the soul's above the body. You and your grandfather's in error, and most likely heretical. The Church can excommunicate you, remember, and that's more than you can do to the Church. Now, pray don't lurch on the table, you'll spill the cards again. Excommunicate! I should dearly like to see Mr. Herrick try to excommunicate my grandparents. But 'tis like you clergy to think of naught but Church affairs, when what's afoot is the liberty of the subject and of the subject's pocket, and the subversion, so says my granddad, of the English Constitution and laws. The old gentleman's wrote me 3 pages on't. I had to run through it, seeking what he might, or so I hoped, have to say in reply to my letter to him concerning money. He hath a scurvy trick of squeezing such important matters in betwixt pronouncements on affairs of state, by which he thinks to benefit my understandings. Look, I shall row to Chesterton this afternoon. With your sister? I suppose she'll come, she and her friend, if they're not else occupied. Wilt come with us and take an oar? What, and miss the cocks? Well, since your sister will be of the party, I'll oblige you, for she's as pleasant jolly a romp as ever I met, and I've took to her mightily. She stands higher with me than do your dark-haired miss, for, though less handsome, she's merrier, and a man can talk with her at his ease. T'other's too learned, grave, and Puritan a maid for a common dunce like myself. 'Tis well enough for you, as are long acquainted with her, but me she frights, as 'twere some sprite or changeling from another world come to warn me of my sins, with her white nun's face and the great eyes of her. Give me Mistress Meg, for she's warm flesh and blood like ourselves, and besides ever up to a good jest or prank. Tell me, do I please her? How should I know? You'd best ask her yourself. If you come with us today, you can put to her any queries you please. Well, I'll with you, though mind you, I shall be something out of pocket, missing what I thought to make on the cocks. You'd as like to been catched going there by the proctors and mulcted. We'll have a game at bowls at Chesterton. That's a more savoury, innocent, good diversion for us both than wagering on a cock. We neither on us set eyes on afore. There goes the dinner bell. I thank God. I'm damnable hungry. This cursed logic ever makes me so. Chapter 17. November crept on. Julian felt herself wrong to be so happy. On the 17th, which was proclaimed by Parliament a public fast, she prayed and fasted, and heard 2 sermons. Dr. Holdsworth preached in the morning in the University Church, bewailing the evil plight into which the Church, harried by maligners and scandalizers, was like to fall, the persecution to which their loved master of Peterhouse and late Vice-Chancellor was even now subject, and which was being prepared for the master of St. John's, and doubtless for others of the University, and the rebellious treachery of those who sought to coerce their sovereign by parleying with a rebel army in the north. In the afternoon, Dr. Whichcote preached at Trinity Church, deploring the ill conduct of those counsellors of the king's who had brought into jeopardy the ancient liberties of church and state, and exhorting his hearers to a firm and manful following of the light of conscience and reason in their souls, wheresoever it might lead them. Obviously, whichever way you looked at it, to fast was an appropriate gesture, to pray no less. Mr. Richard Crashaw spent the whole night, as he was wont to spend a considerable part of each night, on his knees in Peterhouse Chapel, beneath the glorious flock of angels and cherubim, praying before the altar with its lit tapers and its great crucifix, offering prayers for the Master who had helped to make this beauty and was now in peril. For the Church, which, if the efforts of such as Dr. Cousin were brought to nothing, would walk bare and unadorned, stripped of loveliness, mutilated in liturgy and life. Julian, kneeling with Mr. Herrick at the early Eucharist in Little St. Mary's, where Mr. Crashaw also knelt in the chancel, haggard and white after his vigil, thought, if prayers such as his fail, if the Church be seized and spoiled by rude and barbarous hands, if all this beauty should be let and hindered, what would happen to the daily sacrifice and the eternal fire of devotion that went not out by day nor night? Could they subsist that had had their being in beauty, dignity, and grace? And if they should fail and perish, who could blame such as Kit, who would go and seek them in Rome? Mr. Moore would blame them, Julian knew, seeing, as he did in the Roman communion, such monstrous fetters of blind and cramping error that no ritual beauty, no fire of piety compensated. Dr. Whichcote would blame them for not trusting better God's light and seed of reason in the soul. Yes, all the Anglican party in the universities, and his Grace of Canterbury himself would blame them, for deserting the ancient ship of the English Church for that of an arrogant rival, whatever stormy seas might for a time beat on, even submerge their own vessel, whatever strange unlawful pirate crews might for a time board her and set the course. Julian spoke of this to Mr. Herrick as they walked back to their lodging after church. If the Puritans get their way with the church and prayer-book, what then? They don't get their way at Dean Court, said Mr. Herrick grandly. Whilst I am vicar, no Parliament mells with my church or my services. But they say these committees of inquiry, as they're setting up, mean to put down all superstitious ornament, and make our services bare and Genevan at all, as the Puritans desire. That will be hateful. God will mind his own, said Mr. Herrick, a little too easily, thought Julian, considering that he spoke, as it seemed to her, in the teeth of all experience and all history, unless indeed by minding he meant merely that detached and inactive observation which God was reported by Scripture to accord to such sparrows as fell to the ground, and which did not in the least prevent their being devoured by cats. Howbeit, the vicar went on, if they do put down some of these duckings and doppings and bowings, as now go on in some places, and a scruple of the dainty wardrobe, as some priests affect in church, no great damage is thus done to religion. 'Tis all very pretty, and like to a fairies' mass. As good Dick Corbett sang, the fairies were of the old profession, their songs were Ave Marys, their dances were procession. Indeed, I like to watch it well enough, but 'tis not necessary to the church's order. 'Tis not a wicked wardrobe, as busy Mr. Prynne and his crop-eared friends, now unhappily let out of the jail they belong in, and roaming at large again, term it, but 'tis a wardrobe something childish and extravagant to my mind, and more gratifying and cordial to women than to the most of mankind. Trifles, child, pretty trifles. If the Puritan rabble, having lopped 'em off, then stinted, 'twould be no great harm done. But the trouble is they'll not stint there. They'll proceed in their cursed barbarous insolence to more and worse, assaulting our prayer-book, and endeavouring to force on honest, moderate English churchmen the excesses practised in Scotland, Geneva, and Amsterdam. But Englishmen will be too strong for him, mark my words. We shall ne'er set Calvin and John Knox on thrones this side of the Tees. We must pray and keep fast to-day, that we may not. Fast? Oh, aye. Well, I suppose we must fast. And for my Lord Strafford, for they say he's in the most sorrowful peril as never was, now he's before the Commons, and they're crying for his blood. Now, they can have his blood for me. He's a plaguey tyrant, and has gone far to ruin the country with his monopolies, and his debasing of the coinage, and his tricks in Ireland, and then threatening us with foreign levies to subdue us. He's done the king and country great disservice, and they're in the right to down him. But he's a great, brave, noble gentleman, even if he has made mistakes. Mr. Cleveland says he is like a stag at bay, with the hounds barking and leaping at him. Oh, they should send him into exile, perhaps, or at least deprive him of his offices, but they shouldn't try him for his life, for he's far greater than they. Aye, and they know it. Too great to be safely let live, think they, and too close to the king's ear. He's their foe, is Black Tom, and they hate and dread him like the devil. For my part, if I must be ruled, I'd near as lief be so by such as he as by our Westminster rabble of budge lawyers and country gentry. But the country thinks other. 'Tis a strange thing in the English. They reverence this assembly of theirs so greatly, as tyranny from it don't seem to them tyranny at all. Whereas if the king or his advisers do so much as lay a tax of 4pence on 'em, they're all on the hoity-toity forthwith. And here's Parliament cockering the Scots rebel army, for all the world as 'twere a pack of pampered hounds, flinging 'em meat and patting 'em on the head, saying, good dogs, hold yourselves ye are to spring when we give the word, and meanwhile here's your dinner, good hounds, and no word may be spoke in the house again 'em. His Majesty himself being let from calling 'em rebels, and half England yammering and clamouring to have a church and service book such as theirs. Bless the mark. Whereas, if the king, who'd have the greater right, was to treat a rebel army so, the whole country'd be up about it. Why, our very army's faint-hearted and sullen, and loath to be used against such an excellent, worthy, covenanting foe. More particular, I'll allow, since no man pays 'em their wage. But, in any case, wage or no, they'd liefer, it seems, fight with their country's foes than again 'em. They're plaguey bad times we're fallen on to, and 'twill take up plenty of prayer and fasting to set 'em right. Yes, they were plaguey bad times. Julian knew it, for all Cambridge so said. She herself could weep for my Lord Strafford, that noble gentleman at bay, and be troubled for her mother Church's plight, and for her brother's desertion of it. Nevertheless, she was happy. She trod the Cambridge streets light-footed, with soaring heart and singing soul. She sat beneath Mr. Moore of a Tuesday afternoon, and grappled with the philosophic system of M. Descartes, and absorbed the inner light that, filtering through Plato, Plotinus, Tully, and Mr. Henry Moore, seemed to flood her own soul with radiance, making of it a veritable luciform seed. She was reading in her private classes with Mr. Moore Plato's Republic and the Enneads of Plotinus in Greek, a language in which Mr. Herrick was less strong than Latin, and had imparted to her much less instruction. For Mr. Moore she entertained that kind of reverence which one feels for a philosopher at once mystical and rational, and that kind of affectionate gratitude which a female pupil must feel towards a master who at once imparts the knowledge she would have, and bends an attentive intelligence to her own inquiries, difficulties, and endeavours. Mr. Moore believed that women should be scholars, as men should. He was one with Dr. Conybeare in that, only, neither having been married, nor having had to minister to female invalids, he had more faith in the female understanding. It was indubitably gratifying to be taught by a learned master who believed in the female understanding, as it was also gratifying to converse occasionally with a famous young poet, and find that he was not unwilling to discuss with a woman his verse, nor even to read and criticize hers. In fact, Cambridge University proved itself in the main not unkind to young females, whether or no it thought much about their intellectual accomplishments. Part of it definitely thought little of these, Mr. John Cleveland, for instance. If I were Kit, Julian would think, if I were Kit, he would teach me. Lucky Kit. Why lucky Kit? Because Mr. John Cleveland was witty, was handsome, was brilliant, wore an air of easy, careless grace, could rise to his feet at any moment, and deliver an oration in graceful, pointed Latin, in which accomplishment his only superior, they said, was Mr. John Milton. For Mr. Cleveland's English verse, Julian did not greatly care. To her mind it was too elaborate, too often also political and satirical, with overmuch cumber of notions and conceits. It lacked the sublime, noble cadences of Mr. Milton's, the fresh charm of Mr. Herrick's, the serious beauty of much of Mr. Cooley's, and his poetry on women was at times somewhat coarse. No, she did not care greatly for his verse, and he cared nothing at all for hers. The compliments he paid her were not addressed to her mind. He even mocked at her philosophy lessons, calling her Mademoiselle Descartes, or Mistress Platonic, which she found tedious in him. If she had been Kit, he would not have found it droll that she studied philosophy. He would have taken it for granted, and helped in her instruction. He was a strange, derisive, pleasant gentleman, and looked extremely well in his violet gown and cap, and white bands, when he waited on Dr. Conybeare or Mr. Herrick in their lodgings, as he not infrequently did, having taken a liking, it seemed, both to the doctor and the poet. He would sit for a while and drink a glass with them, and entertain them with his talk, and perhaps speak of Kit's studies, or give them some invitation to a college function. Then he would take his leave, and sometimes either Dr. Conybeare or Mr. Herrick would walk out with him, talking still on politics, for everyone talked on politics now. With the two young ladies, Mr. Cleveland exchanged pleasant railleries. That is, the exchange was only with Meg, for Julian was little use at that pastime. He jested with both of them, was answered by one, and looked at the other. "He's a pleasant droll and a tolerable handsome man, but proud," Meg said one day. "He's mighty ingenious, but no more ingenious than he conceits he is." Ay, he's something self-conceited, Julian agreed. Still, God made him, so let him pass for a man, Meg kindly dismissed him as she set up her skittles again. End of chapter 17. Part 2, chapters 18 through 23 of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 18. The day of fasting and prayer had, it seemed, been better observed by the friends of this great and happy Parliament than by its foes, for nothing fell out as these last had desired. The master of Peterhouse was put into the custody of Black Rod, to be charged later on with his crimes. My Lord Strafford was committed to the Tower, there to await impeachment for his. And the great and portentous popish plot swelled to terrifying proportions in the minds of its believers. Kit Conybeare, on the day that the news of the regalvanizing of the recusancy laws reached Cambridge, went to see his Jesuit friends in St. Edward's Passage. He found them, as usual, calm and unperturbed. There lived in the passage, above the barbers, a group of 4 priests, 2 English, 1 French, and 1 Perthshire Highlander. When Kit went up to their rooms, he found Father Dell and Father Mackay sitting together smoking, with the cat purring on Father Mackay's knee. They were dressed, as usual, as laymen. "Here comes our catechumen," Father Dell, the elder, said. "Well, young man, you come in a good hour for the church, for we may all be apt to suffer for our profession presently, now they're becoming so sharp on the laws again. You'd best give us a wide berth, or you may find yourself in a sad praemunire." "Father, my mind's made. I desire to be received suddenly, so soon as may be." "God bless thee then, my son, and grant thee perseverance in't. Ay, thou shalt be received, and that suddenly, for thou'rt already well instructed. Come to the oratory and make thy general confession next Friday afternoon, and on Saturday thou shalt be baptized, and on Sunday morning, which is Advent Sunday, make thy communion. What of thy father? Hast possessed him of any hint on't?" "No, I can't. I must be received first. Then, maybe, I shall take courage to discover it to him." "Or maybe ye'll no need to do any such thing," observed Father Mackay, stroking the cat behind the ears. "Maybe 'tis a case of least said, soonest mended, and that wished and the rose is the way. For look, ye'll maybe make our position here awful difficult and undo all our work, can ye go rinning around telling of Jesuit priests in St. Edward's Passage as have baptized ye. There might be complaints from your good father to the Vice-Chancellor, and we might be sent packing, and there'd be an end to our work in Cambridge. So hold thy wisht, man, and go thy ways, mum." "The father's right," said Father Dell. "We don't need to wear our religion on our sleeves before the hour's ripe to witness for it. Don't trouble your father, but set this step secretly." "Am I not to tell my college aunt?" Kit was disappointed at this secrecy. "Best not in present. You don't desire to be sent from Cambridge, do you? Mr. Austen says he's to depart forthwith, for Dr. Beale hath now been openly informed of his conversion, and can't wink at it more. You must remember that the colleges have been captured by the Protestant heretics, and those whom their founders meant 'em for is cast out. So the wise and rightful plan's for Catholics to stay in the foundations created for 'em, but in such manner as not to draw the enemy's fire, always save it become necessary to witness." "I wish's the word," Father Mackay agreed. "Very well, Father. But may I tell my sister? For she knows it all, and how I've been on't for months past. We talk on't often, and she's vowed to keep it secret from my father until I tell him myself." Father Mackay lifted sceptical blue eyes to heaven. "Ye'd trust a lassie? The Lord help you, lad." "Indeed, Father, she's as mum as if she had it sub sigillo. Julian would ne'er break a promise, though she is a girl." "If ye ask my opinion, there was ne'er a woman yet, and forby I've seen your sister walking with thee, and she's too sonsy a lass not to have gallants around her, and if she's secret with her father, she'll no be secret with her suitors. There's a long red-polled lad as I've seen often in her company." Oh, yes, Giles Yard. She'd never say not to him, or to any other. Can you win her to the faith, my son? Father Dell asked. Kit looked doubtful. I don't think it, Father. She's firm Protestant, and hangs on Mr. Moore's lectures, and loves the English Church very greatly. If your Puritans get their way, there'll be little left of the English Protestant Church to love. I hear they'll aim sharply at the service book, when they've done with the bishops. What can good Protestants do then but come to us? We may get our Canterburyan foes, Dr. Cousin and Dr. Beale, yet. Even, who knows, Canterbury himself. But I don't think it. Your high Protestant churchmen are as bitter against us as soldiers that fight in a beaten cause. The more Catholic they incline in ceremony and doctrine, and the more painful they are to prove as they can do it as well as we, and have never ceased in't, the more they discover themselves as impostors. The poor blind gulls, they cling firm to the shadow, and mind not as they have long since let the substance go. They ignore that we, saying Mass in a garret, with naught but a stole to mark our office, do offer the holy sacrifice, and feed our people with Christ's body, and that they, saying their communion service in a rich church or chapel, caparisoned with ornaments and sweet with incense, an abominous horrid smell, Father Mackay interpolated, do offer naught save their own vain emptiness, for they have no power for other. What do they call Dr. Cousin? The 7-sacramentary man, but he should be called the no-sacramentary man, for he hath never administered or received a sacrament since his baptism, and most like not then, so careless are Protestants in that. And 'tis your cousins and your Beales, your Canterburyans and your Sacramentarians, has set themselves up to be of a purer church, bless the mark, than true Catholics. If your Canterburyans did but know how all thing we scorn 'em, they're deceived at times, in that we speak soft and fair to 'em, to entice or persuade 'em. They dream we prefer 'em to the Puritans, as howl against us and them together. But God's life, we'd as lief have a Brownist as a Canterburyan. They'll both lie in hell, but the one will burn for a fool as well as for a heretic. When will Mr. Crashaw join us, think you? Kit shook his head. I don't know, Father. He kneels in chapel all through each night presently, I'm telled, and prays for Dr. Cousin of the church. But there's those think he an't far off conversion, and that if this Parliament goes farther in its ill work against the church, he'll be so distasted shortly as to turn papist. A rare soul. He's of the stuff mystics is made on. I have more hope of him since Nicholas Farrar died. Little Gidding had him, heart and soul. That's a Protestant community extreme dangerous to us, for it offers such mystic and prayerful souls fair as they couldn't get elsewhere outside the Catholic Church. And yet some say it helps us, by leading men and women part way along the road. Now, my son, you must go. Christ and his Holy Mother and the blessed angels attend thee, and bless thee in thy ways. Return tomorrow at this hour. Kit knelt for a blessing, and departed. Chapter 19. He walked on air, the bells that rang were the very chimes of paradise. He sang beneath his breath as he walked to his college by the green lawns that sloped down to the slow, full river. The vineyards and thy orchards are most beautiful and fair, full furnished with trees and fruits most wonderful and rare. Thy gardens and thy gallant walks continually are green. There grows such sweet and pleasant flowers as nowhere else are seen. There's nectar and ambrosia made, there's musk and civet sweet. There many a fair and dainty drug is trodden under feet. There's cinnamon, there sugar grows, there nard and balm abound. What tongue can tell or heart conceive the joys that there are found? Quite through the streets, with silver sound, the flood of life do flow, upon whose banks on every side the wood of life do grow. Oi! A voice interrupted these charming heavenly speculations, and Giles Yard came up from behind, very wet and muddy, and carrying in his arms a draggled spaniel pup. See here, Kit, I have just now saved this pup. It was chucked into the river by some louts, and was a-drowning. 'Tis a good, pretty little pup, or will be when 'tis dried and combed and smugged up. I should like to give it to Jewel. Would she take it, you think? Kit, a clean and dainty youth, looked without much favour on the draggled and muddy little object that smelt of the cam and of all the experiences of its brief pre-cam career. Oh, Jule would take any live thing, but if you should show it him as it is in present, 'twould stand somewhat in the north of my father's favour, I fancy. Well, fool, I shan't. I shall wash it, dry it, comb it, send it, and bedizen it with scarlet ribbons before any coney bear but you sets eyes on't. Meg will help me. Only if Meg sees it, she'll covet it so as I shall have some ado giving it to Jule. Then why not give it to Meg? She'll return to the country before Christmas, and heaven alone knows how long my father and Jule mean to stay away, for my father seems settled at all in Cambridge, and a spaniel pup's apter for the country than for Cambridge lodgings. I grant, but I wish to give the pup to Jule, if she'll have it. Meg has a plenty dogs at home. Well, you'd best approach my father first, before Jule lose her heart to the little beast. Not I. Jule shall lose her heart and persuade the doctor. Don't he so fond on her as to grant her anything in reason? Will they truly wait in Cambridge the whole winter through? Ay, and longer it seems, for my father swears he'll finish here that great learned heretical book he's so busy on, that'll do none of us no good, should it e'er come to be printed. Books do no one no good, Giles gloomily agreed. There's too many of books in Cambridge, and in the world, hell burn 'em. My father's book stands to be burnt not only in hell, but in England, should he print it. And did he live in another country, he'd be thrown on the bonfire with it himself, for so far as I can make out, 'tis an outrageous, presumptuous, heretical, atheistical work, as brings all things in question, and treats all religions as so many human superstitions. We're grown tolerable free in these times, God knows, but not so free as to let that pass. Canterbury would gladly have a man's ears for less. But my father ne'er thinks of consequences. The more perilous is a road, the more hot set he'll be in't. A book like his is not only dangerous and against law, 'tis against all religion and truth beside. Ay, in course 'tis so, Giles agreed, wrapping his shivering pet closer in his gown. And yet, Kit sighed, my father's the best, honest, charitable man as e'er breathed, for all he's thus blinded and in error. I don't know what to make on't, but I wish to God he'd think better of his rashness, and write instead only of medicine and surgery, as won't get him into any trouble. 'Tis hard upon Julie and me, as our father should scandalize religion and act so odd. Fathers do act odd, said Giles, commenting without surprise on a fact of nature. Look, will Jule be at home at 3 tomorrow? I don't know. She may be anywhere. She gads so. And that's another oddity of my father's, to let her and your sister run about the town unaccompanied, taking the risk of being spoke to, or of being suspicioned for queens. It ain't seemly. No, and so I've often telled them. But Cambridge has grown used to 'em by this, and they don't seem to come to harm, though I don't like it. But I but seldom find 'em home when I wait on 'em, and when I do find Jule, she's deep in a pile of books and can't be troubled, for, says she writes her thesis for Mr. Moore, or has to finish some verses she's on, or to get by heart a piece of Greek. She's far closer at her books than you or I. So off I have to go with Meg, leaving her at it, for she'll have none of me. I conceded if she took the pup, as she and I could walk it out in the meadows sometimes. So you might, to be sure. Well, try it with her. Kit spoke without conviction, and knowing his sister's mind in this matter of Giles, how she liked him, was fond of him, but at present somewhat bored by him, her head being in the clouds. Turned a little, so Kit considered, by the notice taken of her by ingenious Cambridge men, somewhat tipsy also with philosophy and the new learning she was so enthusiastically acquiring. Kit did not approve much of this learning, nor of Mr. Moore and the Platonical latitude men. Still, he hoped that these were balanced, and his sister kept rooted in sense and religion by her acquaintance with Mr. Cooley and Mr. Cleveland, both sane men. He had no desire to convert her to his own faith. One in a family, and particularly in the family of Dr. Conybeare, he considered enough for that. Girls had best not share in these adventures, he told himself. Then it was more interesting and grander to be alone in his conversion. Giles had left him, going into Trinity, concealing his rescue under his wet cloak. An honest, good, merry fellow, Though dunsical, Kit thought him, Julian might do worse than marry him, later, if he could persuade his grandfather to allow the unequal match. She would then have a good safe position in the country, whatever might befall. Yes, Julian might do worse. But Kit had of late come to think his sister less level-headed than of old. Had he considered, he might have remembered that no Conybeare had ever been level-headed at all. Chapter 20. The master of Peterhouse returned to Cambridge, released on bail, the while the parliamentary committee appointed to investigate his case prepared its charges against him. "And to all Peter Smart's old Durham charges," he complained in the senior common room, "and to those of making seemly our own chapel, they have now added, if it please you, encouraging in popery our late good friend Mr. Nichols, as I made recant that sermon of his and expelled from the university myself last year. The Reverend Mr. Norton, too, was up before the committee, making fresh trouble concerning that son of his, as we offered a fellowship to, complaining we tried to seduce him to popery. They run anti-popery mad, and bite like mad dogs the very hands of them that have served them. For, though it distastes me to think it, the truth is that they and I have always fought the same enemy, but in different ways. An Arminian's the spawn of a papist, cry they, never marking that Arminians are, if that be so, abominous parricides, and the sworn foes of those that get 'em. This rabble here that cries a pope, after Dr. Beale and myself in the streets, if I scorned not to spend my breath on such inconsiderable insects, I would turn on 'em and expound to 'em punctually what the Pope thinks of me, and I of the Pope and his, a matter on which those Jesuits in St. Edward's Passage could enlighten them somewhat. But they'd not understand. They argue the Pope's men burn incense and candles and set up images and altars. You do the like. Ergo, you are a Pope's man. Aye, I could answer them, and here in Cambridge we read Latin and Greek, logic and metaphysics, and so do they at Oxford, after a manner. But do that make us Oxford men? God forbid it should. But there's no reasoning with the great vulgar, nor yet with those are tipsy with their own opiniostry. Let 'em cry a pope, then, and much good do it them. As you doubtless heard, there's a hot papist hunt afoot, and Windibank's letters of grace to the priests is all revoked. Windibank lies hid, they say. Aye, he's for France, I hear, so quick as he can get a ship. But Rossetti stays. The Queen's had the order from Parliament to dismiss her papist sovereigns, but she's firm against that, and they say she's been praying Barberini and the Pope again for money, to be used for her friends. But she hath gotten none, nor will. There's no doubt the Queen's been little wise. She has truly conceited as she can turn this country papist, and she and her favourites have done the King's fame much harm. He takes a high tone in present, and speaks he'll protect Lord Keeper Finch, but 'tis useless, for Finch hath the whole Parliament against him, even the moderate men and the loyalists. Mr. Hyde and my Lord Falkland are as hot on him in the matter of ship money as is Pym himself. Finch telled me he would ask to be heard in his defence before the Commons, and if it go against him, his Majesty hath a ship ready to take him to the Hague, for he'll not stay to be impeached. But Canterbury won't flee, and my Lord Strafford can't, and will go ill with both, I fear. 'Tis hard, for though both may have overturned some few laws in the interest of king and church, they're guiltless, at least of part or lot in the popish plot. At these words Mr. Crashaw moved his head impatiently. That popish plot! His master regarded him with a little severity. Mr. Crashaw, we may not dismiss it for a moonshine notion. I have heard too much on't of late for that. When a queen parleys with foreign potentates, and with the head of a foreign church, for help against the king's subjects, and when all the laws against the free and open practice of a forbidden religion are put to sleep, and the court is filled with its adherents, and the country swarms with its busy priests, there you have a good suspicion of a plot. But his Grace and my Lord Strafford are staunch Church of England men as e'er breathed, and know naught on't. I truly believe Dr. Laud would die for our church, to defend it alike against papists and presbyters. 'Tis not the papists are our deadliest enemies in present, said Mr. Crashaw. 'Tis not the papists have sent in a petition to abolish episcopacy 15,000 strong. We had best make common cause with the Papists against the Presbyterians and Brownists. Mr. Crashaw, I've heard you speak in that sort a scruple too often, and to be round with you, I've no mind to it. Bethink you, as you are fellow of a Church of England society, in a Church of England university, and take heed to speak according. Here the vice-master changed the subject, aware that the master and Mr. Crashaw were apt to disagree on this matter. You know, sir, that little St. Mary's was mobbed t'other day by a rude rabble during communion service. 'Twas a near thing they did not get to the altar and desecrate the sacrament. The congregation fought 'em out, but the door must in future be locked. Well, God will punish 'em in his own time and way, observed the master, but Mr. Crashaw, who found him optimistic, sighed. Keep your heart up, Mr. Crashaw, Dr. Cousin admonished him. We must not show poor faces to the world. I am a prisoner, and the skies are black enough, but they shall not see me quail. Let Peterhouse be the cheerfullest merry society in Cambridge, and return our enemies jest for jest. He tore across a squib that had been sent in to the college that morning. No sense, no taste, and no wit to't. If we could write a reply no better than that, we should deserve to perish. But no, we'll let such vanities be, bugs of a day that sting and die. And now, Mr. Vice, if you will withdraw with me to my room, we will transact some business together. Chapter 21. Both Mr. Herrick and Meg were rather dejected, for they had been summoned back to Devonshire. Meg had received a letter from her grandmother, and the vicar from her grandfather. Mr. Yard wrote, Dear Sir, questionless you will suddenly be returning to your duties, since Christmas draweth on, and there is none to take the services in church. We shall expect you so soon as you can get here. You should set forth early, as the roads will be dirty for going, and the days short and ill. We admire somewhat, as we have not heard afore this from you, as to your coming, as I writ you some time since on it. We wish our girl Meg to ride with you. Pray mind as she do not venturesome on the road, and do not ride her mare into a sweat. The mare should not do over 40 miles in one day, and that not each day. At Exeter you should lie at the Old Boar, and not at the Lion, as you did going, for Mr. Swire, mine host of the Old Boar, owes me for a briding bull, and hath paid naught. So Meg's chamber and board thar will be to his cost. See she pay naught for it. Your own bill will not be consarned in this, but betwixt yourself and your host. There hath much fell out here since you went, the which I'll tell when as I see you again. In London, too, it seems much hath been a-doing, both good and ill. This Parliament doth tolerable well, but grows something immoderate. 'Tis well they have catched my Lord Strafford by the heels, and I hope they will suddenly bring Maester Laud to book. Your friend Dr. Weeks of Sherwell rid over to wait on you 3 days back, and was vexed not to find you. He admired somewhat you was from the parish thus long, after being from it through the spring. But he hopes to wait on you again about 12th night. He laid with us the night, and we had much talk of affairs. That foolish gent his neighbour, Mr. Francis Rouse of Barnstaple, seems to be uncommon busy in Parliament, and to have been set to look into Dr. Cousins's follies and those of t'other Arminian clergy. A task, we think here, for a wiser noddle than his. There is talk they make him Provost of Eton, an extreme fine office indeed for a gent of his trifling understandings. But it seems as a dunce in Devonshire passes for a wise man in London. Farewell. Commend me to the doctor and his little maid. 'Tis strange they stay on at Cambridge. They'll miss the Christmas and 12th night mummings, and the ball. Your friend to sarve you, George Yard. Mistress Yard had written to her granddaughter, Meg, dear child, 'tis over time thou came home. What, dost think as thou canst gad abroad for months, and no clothes with thee neither? So thou'lt ride home with the parson, who thy grandfather has wrote to come forthwith, for he do neglect the parish shameful. 'Tis pity thy brother cannot come with thee. I hope he do not waste his time a-dancing after you and Julian. We don't desire he fond too greatly on Julian, for she grow too old. They a'n't no more childer, and naught can never come on't. You should give him a hint before you lave, telling him as it ain't right toward the girl herself. Meg, you must ride quiet and seemly, and not to play the hoyden. Your grandfather hopes as you will heed the mare, not to sweat her or to bring her down the leppen gates. Remember, child, what a great girl you are grown, and act accordin'. At Shaftesbury wait on thy aunt Mistress Hester Corbet at the manor, and lie thou that night. Dispatch thy box with the carrier instantly thou receive this, for 'twill be long on the roads in this ill season. Fold thy clothes careful in the box, that they be not too spoiled travelling. Is the doctor and Julian to abide from home all winter? None admires as the doctor be loath to return after the odd singular part he played concerning old Prowse, the which is still much spoke on here. There's none to mind the sick now, only the white witch Durattery, who cures and kills, they say, as many with her simples as Dr. Conybeare with his pills and bloodings. I hope to see thee a week this side Christmas, but thou'lt be too late to stir the puddings or help mix the mince. The ball's 12th night eve. Thou'lt be glad to get home after so long from it. Commend me to Mr. Herrick, but not to the doctor, though thou may give Julian a kind word from me. Assure your brother Giles of our continued affections, and hoping he keeps hard on his books. Your grandmother, Christian Yard. I have the lamentablest, tedious letter from my grandmother, Meg complained. And I from your grandfather, Mr. Herrick gloomily said. It seems we're to get us back to Devonshire forthwith. Well, 'tis duty, and in the last 10 years ne'er do I fly from that tedious, dirty country, but I have to fly back again, like one of Mr. Davenant's Barbary pigeons homing. Well, you chose the church, Dr. Conybeare unkindly reminded him. Ay, and you chose physic. But it seems you can run and leave your patients when you please, and none's the worse for it. Indeed, doubtless the better. Whereas there's none can mind poor Robin's few sheep in the wilderness for him while he's from home. I save souls, while you do but kill bodies. That's the difference twixt you and me. Well, child, we must shortly bid Cambridge good-bye and get us on the roads again, and extreme dirty riding 'twill be. But look ye, I had meant to return by London to see some friends there and feast my eyes once again on its blessed streets. Would that be to your mind, my merry maid? Oh, yes, parson. I've been to London at once, 2 years back come June, when I lodged with my Aunt Greville by St. Paul's. I would enjoy to lie in London again, and see the unicorn's horn in the Tower, and the shows in the streets. Oh, and the plays, real, true plays, Jule, not tedious plays in Latin, acted by stupid lads at Cambridge. Can we stay several days in London, pray, parson? Ay, surely can we. If we're home by Christmas Eve, in time to watch the pie, 'twill be enough. My sister and Prue can twine the font with holly, and set out the little mammets in their stables in the church. Elizabeth writ me, as Peter Scat is already carving a new ox and ass, the old ones being stole last Christmas by those Miggles. Ay, they'll do without the parson till Christmas Eve. And Gran will have to do without me. She'll be angry, but no matter. Will you get the rod? No, I'm grown too big for the rod. No one's whipped me these 2 years back. 'Tis pity, jackanapes, for you want it. Still, you may get bread and water for your Christmas fare. Not I, for I shall lay it all on you, and say I pine to get home quickly, but you must needs tarry in London with your friends. 'Twill be you gets the rod and the bread and water. But if 'twas I should care not, for London's worth it. I only wish as Giles could come with us. But well she knew that Giles would not come with them, for all the plays in London town, all the horns of all the unicorns in the world, so long as Julian stayed in Cambridge. Warn him not to fawn so greatly upon Julian? Where would be the use of that, when he was plunged already fathoms deep in love, and had no eyes nor ears in the beloved's presence for any other? Meg had wept a little over it, from jealousy, love, and loneliness, and from having, for so it seemed, lost her darling playmate brother. But now she was resigned to it, and wished that Julian would make him happier, so that they could all three be happy and merry together as of old. But Julian, always full of books and dreams, of her brother and her fine new friends, had little thought for Giles, though she had been pleased with the spaniel pup he had given her, and which Meg coveted for herself, and would have dearly liked to carry home to Dean Court on her saddle-bow. But life was like that, and the long, exciting journey and London lay ahead, and Dean at Christmas was merry, and Devonshire country better than Cambridge streets, and Meg, never meant for a dweller in academic precincts, rode forth on her chestnut mare along the Trumpington Road in the dark of a still December morning, with the bells ringing for matins behind her, and the wide, pale-brown country stretching ahead to right and to left like a sea, and was so glad to be out on the open road that she stretched her mare at a canter over the chalk hills of the Gog-Magogs, crying, "Tantivy, Tantivy, Tantivy, a-hunting we will go." It was Mr. Herrick who rode more sadly, for he was bound again for dull Devonshire, and his poems were still unprinted in his wallet, and he was not quite sure that they had been a great success in Cambridge, a place where every one was much too full of his own concerns. Still, they would lie in Bishop Stortford that night, and be early next day in London, and beyond that Mr. Herrick would not now look. Chapter 22. Cambridge lay shrouded in winter mists, not the wreathing wind-blown mists of Dartmoor, wherein ghosts and pixies glided, but still white fen and river mists, dank and dense, filling the town with ague and the physicians' purses with fees. In Christmas week it was a silver city, and the trees along Trumpington Road and in the college gardens heavily and slowly dripped. Through the mist fires blazed in the market-place, warming and lighting the stalls where turkeys and geese, boars' heads and quarters of beef, puddings and pies, holly, mistletoe, rosemary, and bay were cried and sold all day. Christmas Day broke through the mists, a clear, white, frosted morning, merry with carols and bells. Kit went to Mass at 6 in the private oratory of the Jesuits, and returning into college met the fellows, tutors, and undergraduates coming out of chapel, in time to join with the stream. But his tutor, having sent for him after breakfast, said, "He was not in chapel, I believe, Mr. Conybeare?" Kit agreed. Mr. Cleveland put out a hand to prevent his saying more. "That will do. Don't tell me why nor where you were. I'll not hear. But I'll say this to you, young man. Should any evidence of disloyalty to the church of the foundation you're on come to the knowledge of the college, you would have to leave it forthwith. At a time like this, Dr. Beale can't afford to wink at popery in the college. He'll have to face his own troubles before this plaguy House of Commons before long, and must have a clean conscience for it. So I can promise you, popish perverts will be treated with the most punctual firmitude and no grace. I warn you, once and for all, if you join that arid church, or if you still think on't, take no notice on't to any. And for the Lord's sake stay not from chapel. Nay, not a word, I'll not hear it. Would you make me guilty of misprision of popery? Resolve me aught, and I'll not lift a finger to save you packing. You young fool! Aye, I'll call you so, even though I know nothing. Do you tell your sister all your business?" "Not all," Kit sulkily said. "Some on." "Aye, and I can conceit what, for I've seen her to look at you most sorrowful and anxious with those violet eyes of hers. Well, I've warned you, my lad, and there's an end on't. Do you spend the day out?" "Yes, sir, with my father and sister." "They come to our mummings this evening, I hope?" "No, they go to Trinity with Giles Yard." "Trinity? Faith, that's a pity. They should come here. Bid 'em here, for our revels will be better than Trinity's. I'll ask 'em, but I think they're all fixed for t'other, and have engaged themselves to Yard and to Mr. Cooley." "Cooley? Pox take Mr. Cooley! Well, if they must go to Trinity, they must. But bid 'em, bid 'em. Give 'em at least the chance of the better college. Tell your father I've a thing or two I could tell him of Christmas mummings in the past, as might edify him, though, faith, they'd not edify madam your sister. I picked my words with her, as I was a cat walking on eggs. Well, begone, and mark what I've telled you." Julian said when Kit gave her the invitation, "I'd liefer come to St. John's with you, but we're pledged to Giles. Will he be vexed?" "In course he'll not," her father said. "He'll come with us to John's. I should like John's better myself, for I would talk with Mr. Cleveland, though mummings is much alike wherever you get 'em. John's be it, then. Do you take Jule to church now, Kit?" "I am to go to church with Giles, father," Julian quickly put in, to save her brother embarrassment or deception. "And after church we shall take the pup to walk on Parker's Piece." So Giles and Julian attended the communion service at Great St. Mary's, and heard a sermon from Dr. Holdsworth, the Vice-Chancellor, and were rewarded with a brawl, for directly the liturgy began, a group of townsmen at the back began to sing the metrical version of the Psalms to drown it, and desisted not until driven out by the beadles. The Vice-Chancellor added them to his sermon, reproving those who spoke spiteful things of our prayer-book and behaved themselves unseemly at God's sacraments. "They must see to it," said he, "that Cambridge did not sink to the level of London, a notoriously ill-behaved city." But after the service, when the Vice-Chancellor and his train had departed, the brawlers returned in force, surged up the church, overpowered the sidesmen, and hacked at the chancel rails with knives and sticks, crying out, "Down with the rails! Table in the middle!" and other vulgar expressions of preference in the matter of church worship. Giles and Julian stayed to watch the performance and the scuffling and fighting that accompanied it before they took the puppy walking on Parker's Piece. "They're grown uncommon impudent and bold," Giles said. "Barbarous, insolent hoydens," said Mr. Cooley, who had also stayed to watch, and was standing with his friend Mr. Harvey and young Mr. Marvell. "Damn me, how I do detest a Puritan! If these had their way, they'd hack to pieces all the chancel rails in Cambridge, and drag about every altar, and would alter destroy every beauty in our churches. They're like so many hogs gotten loose in a vineyard, snorting and breaking. Damn set of drunken brownists, tipsy with religion and ale, straight from the Rose or the Dolphin, where they cheered themselves after their poxy heretical meeting in some cellar in a back street. I'll swear they meet secretly for worship, save the mark, somewhere in the town, and could we but lay hands on 'em at it, and hail 'em before the magistrates, they'd sing out with t'other side of the mouth." "I'll swear the papists here meet for worship too," said Mr. Marvell. "Well, you should know, my bawcock, seeing they took you off with them to London last year." Mr. Marvell blushed. He was now ashamed of that impetuous and brief excursion of his into papistry, and having been rescued from it, had settled at 19 into a firm Protestant Anglicanism, which was to be his for the rest of his life. "I've no love for the papists," continued Mr. Cooley, "but to give 'em their due, at least they don't run ranting and roaring into our churches, breaking 'em up. Look, we should be helping to fight 'em back, not standing idle here, as if they was the Christmas mummers mumming for our mirth." "Then come on," Giles Yard cried. "At 'em, lads! Come, all on you, and we'll show 'em what Trinity can do." He pushed forward, looking to Mr. Cooley, Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Marvell to follow. But only Mr. Marvell, ever pugnacious, did so. The other two gentlemen, more given to controversy of words than of blows, and something mindful of their dignity as bachelors, remained where they were. Mr. Cooley moved nearer to Julian. "If your bold companion's going into the wars, you must let me stop with you, Mistress Julian. 'Tis foolish, for he'll do no good, and only get himself a bloody nose. Besides, 'tis against the rules that we brawl with the town." "But Giles does right," Julian assured him. "It ain't brawling to drive wild animals out of church, and it's the better on Giles's part to do so, for he cares nothing at all for the altar and the rails and the ornaments." Mr. Cooley slightly shrugged his shoulders. "So I should guess. But he enjoys using his fists. He's one of the hoydens, a man born of action, whereas I and Mr. Harvey here are men of repose. There's a great many of hoydens in Trinity presently. They're useful for fighting Johns, though the army we send out to battle for us, while we sit at home at ease. Splendid fellows, but I fear they'll do no good today." The university contingent was indeed being overborne and defeated, for the town mob increased each minute, surging into St. Mary's with shouts of Christmas joy. The emotions and desires of the populace appeared to be mixed, for some cried, "Down with the rails! Table in the middle!" Some, "Give the parish back its church," alluding to the appropriation of St. Mary's to the university and the exclusion of the town from the middle aisle, a deed performed by Dr. Cousin a few years back, while others, of more wide and general interest, shouted, "Down with the bishops!" or "Burn the prayer book," or "Crush the Canterbury wasp," and some, again more laconically, merely observed breathlessly as they struggled and swarmed, "A pope! A pope!" Poor fellows! Their minds are truly extreme confused, Mr. Cooley pityingly remarked. "I hope Giles won't get hurt," Julian said. "Indeed, I hope not. Your brother's not in it, is he?" "No." "Well, here come the constable's men, so there'll soon be an end." The constable's men rode their horses among the crowd, dismounted and charged into the church, beat rioters with the flat of their swords, arrested some, and drove others helter-skelter away. The fight was, in fact, over, and the onlookers departed to seek some fresh entertainment. The proctors were also by this time on the scene, calling to order the competent gownsmen. Giles pushed his way back to Julian, out of breath, with torn gown and no cap, and mopping a cut over his eye. "Quick, Jule, we'll away before I'm catched and fined. A pox of these meddling constables and proctors. We'll haste back to Betty Curie and fetch the pup, and I'll smug myself up a trifle before we walk." "I see you bleed for a good cause," said Mr. Cooley. "It ain't a very good cause," Giles said crossly, "and I don't bleed much. For my part, I think the townsman is in the right on't, and that the table ought to be in the middle, for 'tis easier to reach it so. But I'm hanged if I care. And anyhow, these damned coistrels shan't have the shifting on't, and shan't call St. Mary's their church. Come on, Jule." They walked off together across the crowded market-place. "He didn't seem to have much envy for a fight," Giles spitefully remarked. Julian cast him a thoughtful, sidelong look. "No, he telled me he warn't a man of action, and loved not a fight. No more he'd do, he telled you true." "Are you much hurt, Giles?" "I'm not hurt at all." "You're in a sorrowful pickle, though." "Well, I shall help that suddenly, shan't I? Are you too quaint to walk with me till I'm smugged?" "Don't be stupid, Giles. You used not to be so foolish to say such things to me. You used not to be so finical to make me think 'em. You and your fine Cambridge friends." "Well, no matter. Giles, let us lean quarrelling. We'll not fall out on Christmas Day." "Hell, Julie, I've no envy to fall out with you. But you scarce let me see you now. And you swear to spend the evening with me at Trinity, and then you will go to John's. 'Tis Kit's college, Giles." "Kit would have come to Trinity, and you'll go to John's for the Founder's Day revels 2 nights hence. Beside, well, I care not. Is the doctor home?" "No, he's gone walking with Mr. Lilly, the astrologer. He's got into astrology in his book, now he's done with apparitions." "He don't deny the stars, do he?" Giles was by now prepared to learn that this wrong-headed doctor denied anything. But Julian said that he did not go quite so far as that. He believes on the stars, in course, but he thinks men have laid overmuch on 'em, and it should be more curiously examined. But he don't believe on apparitions, not though they walk all around Dean, and nigh every person we know has seen 'em. Aye, and they walk in Cambridge, too. Mr. Moore says his eyes is holden so he won't see, and his mind so he won't believe. Mr. Moore, you know, conceits spirits to be everywhere, and to walk all about us. When he goes off into an ecstasy, he sees 'em by the shoal, and they talk to him of holy or of evil things according to their nature." Giles thought there might be a happy mean between Mr. Moore's experiences and Dr. Conybeare's. "You don't need to see 'em to believe on 'em," he said. "I've ne'er seen a spirit myself, nor you." "Oh, yes, I have. I see them at home sometimes, walking at cockshut in the mists." "Well, I shall go upstairs and clean myself," said Giles, whom spirits bored. Chapter 23. Christmas passed, and Twelfth Night. That part of the university that had left Cambridge for the vacation reassembled, and term began. Men came back with tales of the army everywhere rioting for want of pay, of officers murdered by their men, of Presbyterians and Separatists meeting unlawfully to worship where they pleased, and coming to no harm for it, even being visited and prayed with by the Lord's Say and Brooke, of riots against the churches everywhere, of the Scots rebel army that lay on the north like a great thundercloud, growing more insistent, more enormous in its demands to a Parliament which would refuse it nothing, of the navy and coast fortifications falling into decay for lack of means, of petitions from the root and branch party in Kent and Essex against the bishops and the prayer book, of a subcommittee of the House sitting to consider religious and civil abuses in the universities, of the king refusing the triennial bill and swearing to uphold the bishops, of Oxford placed before Cambridge in the bill to exempt the universities from the army tax. "At the beginning," said Mr. Cleveland, who was just returned from a week in London and had called to see Dr. Conybeare, "they placed Cambridge first, but the Oxford men cried against it. So they formed a committee to consider the matter of precedence, and Sir Symonds D'Ewes, formerly of our college, makes, they say, a braver fine oration on't than you'd ne'er think to get from such a solemn Puritan pedant as he. Look, 'tis been already printed as a broadsheet by Daniel. I have it here. Cambridge, says he, is a renowned city at least 500 years before there's a house in Oxford standing, and whilst brute beasts feed and corn sown on the place where Oxford now stands. Ay, Cambridge is a nursery of learning before ever Oxford hath a grammar school. And back he goes to the ancient catalogue of British cities, where Caergrant precedes London in the list. He brings up Gildas and Nennius, and proves by 'em as Cambridge was an ancient renowned city in the days of Penda. He talks of those who studied here under King Alfred, and how King Henry I is sent here by his father to learn, and so gets nicknamed Beauclerc. And when he has all thing proved his case, only he makes Pembroke the eldest college, save the mark, 'tis voted down by all the silly cocket burgesses as was reared at Oxford, and Oxford gets placed first on the bill after all. A pox on its damned vainglorious envy. But 'twas a good fight Sir Symonds put up. I only wish there was some in that assembly who would speak as ardently for the Church. But the best they can say for the bishops, even if they don't join the 15,000 and cry down with 'em even to the ground, as do the most part of our stubborn, obstinate burgess squires, the best they can say for 'em is clip their claws and take their swords from 'em, and put 'em firmly under Parliament." "Well, sir, and what more d'ye wish said for the bishops?" "Naught, naught. Peace, doctor, and make not ready to wage a third bishop's war against me, for I'll not defend 'em. All I'll say is that I'd liefer have 'em to govern our church than the presbyters, pox take 'em. They may have been over busy and sheared a few too many ears, as was too long, so why mourn 'em? But others would shear away our prayer book, our altars, our very church itself, and fatigate us with sermons longer than their ears, and prayers wagging straight from their own silly tongues, Lord help us. Give me the bishops any day." "Well, you need give me neither one nor t'other. I'd as lief be ruled on by the astrologers." "Even after talking with Mr. William Lilly? There's a lamentable, silly, ignorant fellow for you. Knave or gull, I know not which. Astrologers are a fine ancient science, and we should do well to take more heed in't, seeing as we're all under the stars for good or ill, except with the moon's men, and our fortunes ebb and flow with the tides. But I take it as Mr. Lilly's a quack-saver, and sells more knowledge than he do possess." "Ay, he's a most pestilential, eloquent quack, but he served my purpose, so let him pass for a man." Julian sat silently by as they talked. Life was more interesting, amusing, and exciting now that Mr. Cleveland was returned to Cambridge. They had not seen him for a fortnight. He had had his hair cut and curled in the newest mode while in London, and looked very elegant and well. There is that about a modish man which appeals even to bookish and philosophizing young gentlewomen, and indeed this might also be put the other way round. "Well," said Mr. Cleveland, rising, "I'll not waste more of your time, doctor. I should be back in college before this, seeing my pupils." "Ay, and I would you'd cause that boy of mine to work harder this term. The idle lad seemed in a dream of late. I know not what's come to him." "He shall work," said his tutor grimly. "I'll see to that." And to himself he added, "Lord, if the doctor did but know what the dreams he walks in is, what a pudder and a dimification would there be." End of chapter 23. End of part 2, Academic. Part 3, chapters 1 through 5, of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Part 3. Anti-Platonic. Love that's in contemplation placed is Venus drawn but to the waist. Unless your flame confess its gender, and your parley cause surrender, your salamanders of a cold desire that live untouched amidst the hottest fire. What though she be a dame of stone, the widow of Pygmalion, as hard as unrelenting she as the new-crusted Niobe? Or what doth more of stature carry, a nun of the Platonic quarry? Love melts the rigour which the rocks have bred, a flint will break upon a feather bed. For shame, you pretty female elves, cease for to candy up yourselves. No more, you sectaries of the game, no more of your calcining flame. Love's votaries enthrall each other's soul, till both of them live but upon parole. Virtue's no more in womankind than a green sickness of the mind. Philosophy, their new delight, a kind of charcoal appetite. There's no sophistry prevails where all convincing love assails. John Cleveland, The Anti-Platonic. Chapter 1. Look, child, is your father home? A wave of pink color flooded the child's white face, as, looking up from her book, she saw her brother's tall tutor stoop his head at the doorway and enter the parlor where she sat. He smiled as he bowed, pleased at the power he had to turn this white lily into a pink rose. No, sir, he's at the Christ's Library this afternoon. All the better, for I wish a word with you alone. It concerns your brother. She had cleared a chair of books that he might be seated. What with the doctor's books and papers, and what with hers, the little room seemed perpetually in a litter. She began to beg Mr. Cleveland's pardon for this. Faith, where else should books be but lying about a room, all yar to a man's hands when he needs 'em? Your father's a greedy scholar, and likes his dishes all around him, not kept in the larder where he can't reach 'em when he has a mind to. Some of 'em are mine, Julian pointed out, but he took no notice of this. What of Kit, sir? She asked then, rather anxious. Why, this. I take it as you and I both know something he keeps secret from his father. Is that not so? Aye, he telled me. And he telled me, too, he conceited as you knew it, although he had not telled it you roundly, for you refused to hear it, and bade him be extreme secret on't, on pain of expulsion from Cambridge. That's the truth he telled you. But, plague take the vain cocket, I doubt he's not near so secret as he should be, but is grown high and flown with pride, and flaunts and vaunts it around. He comes into chapel enough to make up his bare tale of attendances. I supposition his new pastors grant him that much of indulgence for security's sake. But he's ceased to bow reverentially to the altar, as he was ever wont to do, and as the master has most strictly enjoined. He'll give it now the paltriest trifling dop of the head, as if to show the world what small conceit he holds it in, and how for his part he deems it, for all its crucifix, candlesticks, and golden ornaments, the merest plain table, such as the Puritans like to call it, and that it might as well, in his opinion, be fetched down from the chancel and placed where they desire it, in the middle of the church. Aye, he looks on it with as spiteful a proud scorn as any brownest might, and in course approaches not the sacrament, which has not been marked until this morning. But this being Candlemas, the most of the fellows and scholars were curious to observe it, as is the custom, by taking communion. And your brother was of a something religious pious habit. He was but rarely absent from his duties until now, which makes it the more observed. I reprimanded him later, but, says he, 'tis against his conscience. And though he has leave to attend chapel in so far as he must, he has no leave to make a false communion, and 'twould be to tradition his faith so to do. Then he don't go quiet about it, but must needs draw attention on himself by his words and manner, being in his heart puffed up with vanity in his new profession. How a change of church breeds pride! And in brief, he's playing the fool and may suffer for't, which I should mislike to see, for I'm fond of the little jackanapes. He has wits and good haviour, and is a fine pretty spark of a lad, if he had not been thus seduced from his proper tasks. He might do something good here. Did he but keep hard at his books, and 'twould be very lamentable if he were sent away for a papist, as John Austen was. And if the master finds him out, he'll go packing forthwith. Let him make no error as to that. Dr. Beale is himself in peril of accusation and trial before these gulls at Westminster for using the decent, seemly ceremonies of the Church of England, which the gulls term popery, and he can't afford to wink at papists in the college. No, indeed, I see that. Julian sat looking melancholy, her hands clasped on the table before her. I can't do much with Kit now he's gone papist, but I will pray him as earnest as I can to be secret. Sir, is there danger in't, aside from expulsion from the university? Kit says the priests have changed their lodging, for the justices have been bid to be very sharp in future on the recusants, now the graces Mr. Windibank granted 'em is all revoked, and he in discredit, and the Queen no more able to protect 'em. If they should be betrayed and surprised one day at worship, and if Kit should be there, what would they do to him? They wouldn't put him in prison, would they? Why, no, but they might fine him for a recusant and bind him over, and the fine would come on your father, who would not be best pleased, though what would vex him more greatly would be the lad's being sent from Cambridge. 'Twould be a pretty premunire at all, and you and I must try by any means to avert it. Ay, you and I must put our heads together, and save the boy from his follies. What say you? Shall we be fellow conspirators and work hand in hand in this business? But what can we do? Julian anxiously and frowningly wondered. He would go over, and now he's gone, we can't pull him back, nor yet let him from worshipping as he conceits to be right. Oh dear, how I do wish as he'd stayed till he'd left Cambridge, if he must needs turn papist. Ay, I wish it too. But don't take on too heavily, child. We'll wish and hope the best. Sometimes these excursions to Rome are but brief trips. Young Andrew Marvell of Trinity was back from his after a few weeks. We must try and work on Kit's mind with a battery of armaments. You and I together should be able to do something. In the meantime, be secret. But that I know you will. We must meet often to talk on't. We're fellow traitors, you and I, being both guilty of misprision of treason, and we must comfort one another. What? Won't you comfort me, little fellow traitor? Nay, don't shrink back, pretty bud. Give me your hands. There. We're hand in hand at last, as I've oft desired to be. Hast not ever desired it, bud? Never? Come, speak truth. Lord, 'tis like holding a snowflake as may drift away any moment. But snowflakes melt. Don't snowflakes melt, bud? Shall I melt thee, little flake? For by God I believe I can. He had drawn her to him. He held her two hands close against his breast. He looked down on her pale face with a tender smile. I do verily believe I can, said he. Can I not? She shivered, strange tremors running through her, as if strong wine were being poured into her body and soul. So did Semele feel when Zeus came down to her from Olympus, so Psyche when Eros clasped her. Can I not? He repeated, and she gave him a faint, troubled smile. Her heavy lashes dropped over her eyes that could not meet his. My beautiful, he softly murmured, and his lips touched her broad white forehead, where the dark hair strayed over it. My darling, sweet, he whispered, and tilted up her pointed face and pressed his lips on hers. So they stood clasped together, his hands behind her shoulders, pressing her soft slimness against his firm strength, his mouth hard on hers. She had not known that a man's kisses were like that, bruising the lips, stifling the breath. Was this, then, love? On her side, yes, 1,000 times, yes, since she had long worshipped the ground his foot pressed. On his side, what other could it be that held her in this strong and tender embrace, that fondled her with such honeyed words? Yet the great, the brilliant Mr. Cleveland, Kit's magnificent and witty tutor, could he indeed stoop to love such a little nothing as she, without position, rank, money, fashion,
or, to speak of, clothes. Just for her face and her intellects. Though as to the last, he had never seemed to take notice of her parts, only to look with approval, that one could scarcely have missed, at her person. But she did not speculate as to the reason of his love. She did not, in fact, speculate at all. How could she, while she was held thrilling in his arms, and could scarce even breathe? He lifted his lips from hers for long enough to remark, "My honey-pot, my almond-blossom," and fell to it again, having given her just time, as it were, to come to the surface and take breath, before dropping down again into the sea. "Dost like it, pretty blossom?" he inquired during the next interval. "Ay," said Julian, a truthful and literal girl. "I think I do," she added, with a touch of perplexed doubt. She was indeed surprised that she liked it, for she did not really like kissing much, nor being handled, nor stifled, nor cuddled. And she felt faintly that Mr. Cleveland had in some measure fallen from Olympus in thus stooping to handle, stifle, and cuddle her, and with her mind she was not sure that she did like it, except in so far as it seemed to indicate his preference for her. But her body liked it, for it thrilled and quivered like a fiddle string that is played on. So, "I think I do," she said after a pause. He laughed and cupped her face in his long white hands. "You think you do? You're not sure, then? Shall I continue till you're sure, sweet doubter?" "Ay, I'll do so. I'll not lin until you swear you do like it. Thus, and thus, and thus." "Pray, oh, pray, sir, 'tis enough," came her small, panting whisper. "Enough, is it? Enough to make you own you do love it? Ay, and that you do love me, too. Say it, Bud. Say, 'I do love you,' before I kiss you again." "I do love you, Mr. Cleveland." The tiny whisper stroked the air like a falling snowflake. "Mr. Cleveland? You're very cool and finical, sweet Bud. Is that all the name you have for me? Though I'm near twice your years, you must do better than that to show you like me." "You're too high and great," she told him. "You're the rhetoric reader and Kit's tutor, besides a famous poet." "Ay, truly, so I am Kit's tutor, and now thy tutor beside, I think. For I've taught thee something, and will teach thee much more. So call me tutor, if thou wilt, and I'll call thee pupil. How is that, little pupil?" "Very well, tutor." Julian remembered how she had, from the first hour in which she had seen Kit's splendid tutor, wished that he might also be hers, wished that she too might go daily to him, and learn and read and be instructed and corrected. The name came easily to her lips, and with it a hope that, if he really liked her so much, he might indeed teach her much more. "Will you truly teach me? Will you help me with my Greek?" At that he laughed out.
"Ha! Greek, didst say? Lord help us! I knew not thou wert such a little jester. No, little pupil, pretty sweet pupil, 'twon't be Greek as I'll teach thee."
"But never fear, there's a plenty beside, that both Greeks and English and all other men have known, as thou'lt learn from me." "Greek, forsooth! Stint thy prating, my pretty, and throw aside those books of thine, and ape not dull men, when heaven hath made thee a lovely maid. All thou and I have to say one to t'other will go into English, and what won't go into English will go into no words at all, but must be said thus." He was at it again, stinging her lips with his, dropping lighter kisses on her eyes, forehead, cheeks, and chin. "Thou'rt such a curious, lovely, sweet piece. I could all to devour thee, leaving not a scruple on the dish," he observed. "O rare nymph!" His passion surged up like a wave at the sight of the very young face, so beautiful, so flushed with his usage, close to his. He released her. "There, I'll not devour thee yet. Not all at one sitting. We have time. Look, Chuck, we must meet again suddenly. You must ride out with me tomorrow. We'll ride to Madingley, and walk there in the woods, for 'tis mild sunny weather in present, more like spring than winter. Canst come? Tomorrow? No. Tomorrow I go to Mr. Moore's lecture in St. Clement's Church. You go where? What a pox! Will you go to other men's lectures when your tutor demands your company? Plague take Mr. Moore. I'll give you all the lecturing you require.
But we're reading the Enneads, and I've wrote a thesis and must take it him to correct. Indeed, I wouldn't miss a Tuesday afternoon, even for your new tutor? We'll see to that. Did I hear you say you loved me, or was I mistook? Indeed, 'twas so small a voice that I may well have been mistook. And now I see as I was. Go your ways, then. 'Tis Mr. Moore is your tutor, not Mr. Cleveland.
He was laughing at her, gently, yet with eyes that commanded and prayed. She heaved a small sigh and gave in. He was her tutor and her lover, and could command her anything. Very well, tutor, I'll come riding. Sweet chit, in course you'll come riding. He had her in his arms again. And I'll write to Mr. Moore and pray him to let me show him my thesis at another time, she added, wrinkling her forehead a little. Mr. Cleveland smoothed away the pucker with his finger. Plague take your thesis, my sweet. Your new tutor's changed your course of study, and you'll not need to write theses more. But I like to write 'em. Strange that he could not understand that, and he so clever and so erudite. Oh, we'll soon cure that. 'Tis a disease, a green sickness, as my tutoring will mend. Philosophy, is it? Why, a pox, what can maids, or women either, learn of philosophy? Henry Moore's a moon's man. But why shouldn't women learn philosophy? My father says they all ought. Your father's another moon's man, sweet Chuck, a near bedlamite. Yet, Julian drew back from him, indignant. You know as my father's an extreme learned, ingenious man. Ay, to be sure, he's a learned, ingenious man, but a moon's man for all that, for he don't believe on Almighty God, or on the Church and the Bible, and he do believe that women should get more learning than's good for 'em. Whether of the two is the matter, I'll not try and judge, but I'll not let my little pupils be led astray by him, no, nor by Mr. Henry Moore neither.
In future I'm thy only tutor. Wilt mark and mind me?
Ay, if you'll learn me what you learn Kit and the rest. I'll no such thing, and there's an end on't. Give me no more of thy pretty nonsense, elf, for I'll not listen. Here, hand me thy thesis, so called, if that's it lying on the table there. Julian collected her neatly written pages and gave them to him. He would read it then. He did not mean what he said. He had been but jesting. Mr. Cleveland took the sheets, glanced over them with a smile, tore them across, and dropped them into the fire. And so much for philosophy, sweet bud. See how it flies a flame up the chimney, set afire and consumed at all by love. Julian had started forward to save her philosophy, but too late. Nay, child, burn not thy pretty hands. It's all too consumed. Come, kiss thy tutor. Learn thy new lessons, and forget thy old. She was kneeling on the hearth, looking up at him with bewildered, indignant eyes, over which the thin black brows were drawn in a frown that kept back tears. But why? Why? Oh, 'twas my thesis, and it took me hours to write, and 'twas on Pythagoras' theory of souls, and 'twas for Mr. Moore. Oh, a pox on Pythagoras' theory of souls, and on all the Platonists too. I must give thee some verses I writ for thee t'other day. A nun of the Platonic quarry. Is that what you crave to be? Love melts the rigour which the rocks have bred. A flint will break upon... Well, the rest will keep a while, till you're further on in your lessons. You're not crying, little one? Not weeping for your burnt philosophy? No. Julian got up, still frowning tears back from her eyes. She stood, her hands close locked behind her, looking at this strange, laughing, masterful man who had burnt her thesis and bade her forget philosophy. She was sharply, deeply hurt. She felt cold and bewildered with pain. What did he desire of her, then, if he did not desire her mind, her very self, all she cared for? He could not in that case desire her at all, or only for kissing and such, as if, thought she had been a kitten or a babe. Her eager and unfolding mind, expanding so wide of late to new learning, as it had been a flower opening to the sun and air, shrank back on itself as if a sudden frost had shriveled it. Mr. Cleveland did not wish her to learn. It was like a hard pebble flung at her heart. What then of love? The love with which she brimmed so full that she could scarce contain it, that for many weeks past the sound of his voice, his approach in the street, the kind, tender glancing of his eyes on her, had set her heart shaking and leaping as if it were in an ague. What now of love, that had to endure this hurt? And what of his love that could give it, that loved, but cared nothing for the interests and pleasures of what it loved, that was so ungentle, so cruel, and so blind? So she stood, a pale, pondering, resentful elf, her great eyes beneath drawn brows, staring up bewildered at this strange, difficult lover, her hands behind her, clasped together that he might not take them. Her slim, taut body bent a little back from him, as she took stock of him and of her, and of the odd plight in which she found herself. She was like some small, weary, nervous, bewildered animal that has walked unawares into a trap, and now sees the trap-door behind it swinging to, yet still ajar, still open for its flight, could it but take a step backward, push the door and run. Or no, not run, but limp, dragging injured limbs and a fainting, desperate heart. But she could not, would not take that step, since the door would then close behind her, shutting her outside, in a waste country lit only by the frosty stars of liberty and resolution. Her lover had her proud, twisting, crying spirit in his hands. However he might assault it, and however she might struggle and strive, it was his. But, she said, slowly, in a small, remote voice, as of a bewildered child that seeks to understand, but it was my thesis. Why should you wish to burn my thesis? It did not harm you. He laughed, but half impatiently. Let be the thesis, bud. Thesis me no theses. I burnt it because 'tis a foolishness in you to be reading and writing on such dry, hard matters, when there's life to be lived, and gingers hot o' the mouth, and you're my young she-darling, and as lovely as the moon on water. Look in my eyes, there, so, and tell me if you conceit yours to have been made by the Lord to peer into dry tomes, or if this white brow was e'er meant to be wrinkled with hard problems of philosophy or the Greek tongue. Why not? She asked, leaning back from him, her hands against his chest, as he would have enfolded her. If I were a lad, if I were Kit or another, you'd not speak so. No, sweet Protestant, you're very right, I would not. But then you're not Kit, nor another, you're a maid, and formed for sweetness and love, and not for learning. As to that, in my view, no woman's formed for learning, even be she ugly. If she be ugly, let her practice virtue and be good. If she be fair, let her give delight to mankind and walk in beauty, and to be sure practice virtue beside, if she can. But let her by all means refrain from seeking more learning than is apt to her sex, for no man asks that of her. No man asks. This was strange language. But if she loves books for themselves, why should she have ever at mind what men ask of her? Ain't women please themselves, ever, then? If they please men, they'll best please themselves thus, my dear. Come, a truce to argument, for I must away. Here endeth your tutor's first lesson, and now he asks his fee for it. He took his fee many times. There, Art melted again, little snow queen? I swear I have as much trouble thawing thee as if thou wert cased in ice. Dost forgive thy tutor his arson?" She shook her head. "No, for I must rewrite it, and 'twill take much time." "You'll do no such matter, I swear. I need a ferule to teach thee with. But look, I must be gone. One thing more. Best take no notice to your father or brother of what's passed between us. Be very secret on't, and let it be, in present, between us two alone. I have good reasons for this. Have I your word on't?" Julian looked doubtful. "But is it right, as I shouldn't possess my father forthwith of such a matter as this?" "'Tis right in this case, believe me. Indeed, child, you must trust me in this. Come, your word." "I promise, then." "That's my bud. Faith, there's few men's word I'd more readily take, and very surely no woman's at all. Come, let's seal it. There. And now I must truly be away. Say to your father, if you say aught, that I waited on him, but stayed not, finding him abroad." "But that would be a cram," she protested. "Indeed, tutor, I'll say naught. But I pray you won't desire me to speak crams?" "Nay, then, cram not, little saint, if it distaste you. There, I leave all in your hands. Only be prudent and secret, and you love me. Till tomorrow, then."
Chapter 2. He was gone, and it was as if a torch had been extinguished in the small dim room, which now held only the grey February cock-shut light and the red smouldering of the burnt-out logs on the hearth. Julian knelt by the dead fire, huddled over it, as if it could give her heat that could replace the ardent warmth which had lately held and burnt her. Burnt her thesis, burnt her face, body, and heart, and all to consumed her life. She did not conceit that anyone had ever loved other so ardently as she loved Mr. John Cleveland, for no such ardent love could be possible but for him. "He may command me anything," she thought, and sang whisperingly Mr. Herrick's song to Anthea, "Bid me to live, and I will live thy Protestant to be, or bid me love, and I will give a loving heart to thee. Bid that heart stay, and it will stay, to honour thy decree, or bid it languish quite away, and shall do so for thee. Bid me despair, and I'll despair under that cypress tree, or bid me die, and I will dare e'en death to die for thee. Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me, and hast command of every part to live and die for thee." "He loves me," she whispered then. "He kissed my eyes, my cheeks, my chin, my hair, my mouth. He whom I thought a prince, who is a prince, he loves me. But he'll not look at my writings, and he burnt my thesis, and he bids me not read nor learn. Oh, I don't understand. Dear Lord, pray tell him that I must read and learn and write, that if I stint to do that, he'll be fondling an empty shell, not me at all. My verses, I'll show him. If they please him, won't he desire me to continue to write? But perhaps they'll not please him. Perhaps he'll cast them in the fire and laugh. His own verses are so ingenious and conceited and quaint. He might scorn mine for simple and old-fashioned, though, indeed, of late they're less so. Oh, I should die of sadness if he didn't gust 'em. Bid me despair, and I'll despair under that cypress tree." She shivered, crouched over the grey soft-wood ash, wherein fragments of burnt black paper were bedded, like truffles in liver. She would burn down and die, she thought, like the fire, if he should kill her poetry. But what if he killed it and bade her burn and live? Bid me to live, and I will live. Or bid me love, and I will give a loving heart to thee. Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me. A long curling brown hair glinted on the bosom of her blue dress. Dark brown, but not so dark as her own straight smooth locks. She plucked it off and wound it round her fingers. Was it scented? Or was it her dress and person that were impregnated with the wholesome, astringent, masculine scent that he used? And would the doctor observe it? Or would he be too snuff and tobacco-bound to smell anything? What deceits were these that she must now begin to practice? Oh, she could never carry it through. His kisses burned on her face for all to see. She was new and changed and made over, and gladness and love must beam out of her eyes and ring in her voice. She must look down. She must be stooping over the fire to make it up, to conceal her strangeness. She was doing so when Dr. Conybeare came in. Chapter 3.
What? The fire gone out? Well, 'tis so mild a February day, we scarce need it. Don't trouble with it, child.
I'll kindle it again, father, for 'twill grow cold in the evening.
As you will. I'm warm enough, and your face is pink as a daisy. I brought in with me some books will interest you too. Little Seth Ward of Emmanuel lent 'em me. Here's one concerns the magnetizers, and Paracelsus's stone, and cure by transplantation, and Kirchner's magnet-swallowing cure, and touches on Hermes Trismegistus's medicine that Mr. Moore was speaking on to you. Faith, were I to practice some of these recipes at Dean, I should have a rare success. They'd gust the magnet cure and the weapon salve as much as they distaste my physic, more particularly since Parson Foster declared 'em to come from the devil. Aye, Dean would believe on 'em once they heard that. Mr. Moore says, father, as Sir Kenelm Digby believes on the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life too, and endeavours to persuade Monsieur Descartes to take it up. Aye, so he do. Digby's a strange great believer on marvels, for so ingenious a man. He maintains he cured Mr. James Howell's wounded hand by soaking in water and vitriol powder a garter as had his blood on't, without e'er touching or viewing the wound. I've heard him relate that wonderful likely tale to a gathering of physicians, and I'll swear he believes it too, and so do Mr. Howell himself. And they don't call it a miracle, but medicine, save the mark. Yet 'tis as odd miraculous medicine as any cures by relics told in the Acta Sanctorum. I've some very pretty tales of demon lovers here too, as thou'lt enjoy to hear. Mr. Cleveland was to show me a book of demons he has, now I think on't. I must wait on him tomorrow. He came this afternoon, father, while you was from home. Did he so? I'm vexed I missed him. Did he leave me a message? Only that he was sorry. He didn't say when he would come again? No.
I like to talk with Cleveland, for he's a mighty ingenious wit, and full of tales and drolleries.
Dr. Conybeare seated himself by the kindling hearth and lit his pipe. He likes to talk with me too, I take it, for he seeks me out. Aye, I like Cleveland, for all he's a damned subservient loyalist, and would give the king all he asks, and set up the Black Tom again, to tyrant it over us. There's overmuch of such short-sighted, foolish loyalty in this university, and t'other. They ain't looked into politics close enough, nor deep enough, or they'd not clamour for the continuance of methods as would rivet chains on us for good and all, and enable the king and his ministers to turn out our pockets when as they had a mind. They're carried away by a fine rush of loyalty to the head, and by their rage against those they call rebels, and by their love of their church, as they truly cease in peril, and by their distaste for the Puritans as would destroy it. And so, oblivious of all other, they cried, "Down the Parliament! Up the king and the king's ministers!" like any rabble of unthinking, silly vulgars, as ha'n't the power of thought.
But the differ is, Julian argued, as they have the power of thought, and have considered it well and truly, and have chosen to stand for the king and his party because they deem it the true patriot party, and that the extreme men, if not checked and let, will make shipwreck of both state and church.
Oh, I see. They've made you an all-thing loyalist between 'em, miss. So's your brother. Lord knows 'tan't my fault. I've done my best to put sense and justice and independent thinking into you both, but the odds was too great. With Kit sucking in obedience and loyalty at Winchester and Cambridge, and you put to learn with a parson that breaks into obsequious, fulsome odes to this and that princeling, calls that little ape the Prince of Wales the sun and the creator of his verses, and his little brother the nestle-chick of Jove, and feigns to be Venus-struck when he writes of that little silly fool of a queen that is her husband's bane. Aye, you've had the wrong tutor so far as his politics go, though he's well enough for learning. And as to this new tutor of thine, what is it, child? You start. Oh, Mr. Moore. He don't speak to us on politics, only of books and learning and philosophy. Aye, and I take it he don't think greatly on politics, neither. His head's up among the stars and the angels, and he don't take much notice on earthly kings and parliaments, and that's not too good for thee neither, little dreamer. Still, he well advances thee in thy Greek, don't he? Hast finished that thesis of thine? No, father, I must write it anew, for by mischance it was all too burnt in the fire. Why, that was a mischance indeed. I was intending to look through it tonight to see what Mr. Moore is now teaching thee. Write it anew then, bud, and don't stay idling. I can help thee, perhaps. 'Twas on Pythagoras, I think? Yes, his theory of souls. Souls, bless the mark. When you tell me Pythagoras, I had hoped it concerned his theory of numbers, or of squares and triangles, or else of the planets and the universe. Souls, forsooth. Well, you must write it nevertheless. He told us too of the Pythagorean astronomy, but bade us write on this. I like the stars better. But some of the pupils say they'll not write on the heavens, for they're too high for the understandings of ladies. Ladies the devil! If ladies or gentlemen either don't learn of matters above their understandings, the intellects they've got will fust away in 'em for lack of use. Never thou hearken to such foolish talk, child. No, father. But his child looked into the fire and spoke without spirit. For what had she been hearkening to only half an hour since but just such foolish talk? Father, she said, there be some speak as women shouldn't learn aught, nor read nor write. Her voice rose in a question. Fools, her father succinctly replied, relighting his pipe. Fools, she repeated, as if doubting whether this were the apt name for these erred beings. Her father had no doubts. Aye, fools, for if women learn not, they'll know not, but stay as great sillies as God was pleased to make 'em, and he was pleased to make the most part on 'em greater sillies than he made most men, though as to that 'tis a near point. So this being as I say, women have the greater need for learning, that they may become, if possible, rational beings, not as most of 'em will, nor for that do most men. But we should all do our best in't, and not sit down hugging our ignorance. Faith, I lived with a female fool 20 years, and should know what I speak on. But there, don't heed me, for I should not be saying that to thee. Still, I do know. There be some men as don't ask any intellects or any knowledge or wit in women, but only quite other matters. But we need not consider such as they. No, father. Perhaps they learn different in time. Aye, perhaps. By living with a fool, belike. That teaches a man a many thing. Now, child, thou'rt idling. Get thee to thy books and thy thesis, or the man that weds thee will find he's gotten a fool. Be thankful I began on thee young, and set thy feet on the right road near as soon as thou couldst diddle across the room. Well, I mind setting thee to thy horn-book and pointing out great A to thee, and thou with thy great solemn babe's eyes saying it after me. And later, setting thee to thy first Latin book, and thy mother crying out against teaching a little maid what could ne'er be of use to her. It shan't be my fault, said I to that poor soul, if our little Jewel grow up a nitwit. She shall get some learning into her, says I, if I have to whip it all the way with the rod. Better a few tears now than ignorance all her life through. But faith, there was seldom need for the rod with you. 'Twas Kit needed more of that. And as for Marjorie, I soon gave her up, perceiving 'twas of no use, and that she must go her mother's way and her own. And sure she has, and she's grown such a fool I can scarce talk with her when we meet. Hows'e'er, her husband seems content enough, and 'tis he has to hark to her. But a man wed with a fool don't hark to her greatly. If he's wise, he learns to think his own thoughts and turn a deaf ear, and take her chatter as what Solomon said it was, water dropping on a roof, and no more. And now we'll both to work. Chapter 4.
Spring came early this year. February, generally in Cambridge an even sorrier month than elsewhere, was pale with faint sunshine, and on the bare black boughs of the river meadow trees thrushes and robins sweetly fluted. Mr. John Cleveland had had a happy thought. He waited on Dr. Conybeare and requested leave to act tutor to his daughter. For, said he, under Mr. Moore she is like to imbibe some maggoty, fantastical, irregular notions that will do her no good. With your leave, I could advance her learning with more of system than can he. I doubt not, said the parent. Nevertheless, Mr. Moore expounds Descartes to his pupils, and I would fain she got some notion of his system into her head. I've been pleased to mark that she's gotten wonderful interested in Descartes. Mr. Cleveland looked as if he thought this a pity. The Frenchman's somewhat stiff, dry reading for young ladies, he ventured. But he perceived that he had made a mistake, for the doctor looked at him sharply. Young ladies? My daughter's not a young lady, sir. While she's learning, she's a scholar to be taught, the same as any lad, and with a quick, clear head, too. Don't you be young ladying her over her studies, or telling her this and that is not for her, or you'll undo all my pains and affront her into the bargain. But I see no reason why she should not continue to read Descartes with Mr. Moore, and Greek and Latin with you. I'm too much taken up myself with my own book to give an eye to her studies, and indeed, sir, I would thank you, and so would she, if you had indeed time to give her an hour now and then. She can't well go to you in college, since I must mind at times she is indeed a young lady. So you would have to attend her here, which I fear will be troubling you. Not a scruple, sir. I shall be glad to do't. And your fee? Nothing in the world but the reward of adding to the attainments of so gifted a pupil. That's uncommon civil in you, sir. I'm sure you're monstrously civil and obliging to make such a proposition, and Jules will be greatly obliged and pleased. You could take her and her brother together, perhaps, sometimes. But Mr. Cleveland did not think well of that notion. They're at different stages and on different lines of study. Your son's working for his bachelor's degree, and, as you know, reading a mass of stuff that's more necessary for the schools than for general education. Aye, you're right enough there. You can read with Julian Lucretius his De Rerum Natura, that when I was at Cambridge, and now too, is shunned like the devil by the schools, as is most other literature worth the reading, as John Milton so sharply complains. Kit will have to wait for his education, as I did, until he's done with the schools. His sister has better fortune there, for she has all the great books of the past open to her at 15 years of age, when were she a lad, she would be put to dry logic and scholastic commentaries. Perceiving that the doctor was launching himself with vigor on a pet theme, Mr. Cleveland soothingly returned, Aye, we'll see Mistress Julian gets a more liberal humane education, and took his leave, having arranged his business to his satisfaction. And since Tuesday was one of the afternoons when he was pleased to come and instruct his new pupil, she attended no longer the lectures of Mr. Moore at St. Clement's Church. nor wrote any further essays on Pythagoras' theory of souls, nor yet his theory of the heavenly bodies, nor on the philosophy of Plato, Plotinus, Origen, Tully, or Monsieur Descartes. All this her new tutor waved aside, and read with her, when they read at all, English poetry and plays, and a little Latin drama and love poetry, for, thought he, the girl must have something to tell her inquiring parent. Never before had he known so sinisterly, awkwardly truthful a maiden. He was teaching her, among other lessons, discretions and guiles, and she had a store of silence and reserves on which to build. But to make her lie was a hard matter, and when persuaded to deceive, she turned on him her great startled, melancholy eyes, and brooded over it as if she strove to resolve some paradox in her universe, and could not. A strange, lovely, enticing maid she was, but shy and remote, like a visitor from another star, and with her pretty head stuffed with maggots derived from her father about learning and books. Mr. Cleveland kept a firm hand on this nonsense, teasing it out of her with raillery and kisses. He knew, he could not but know, that she adored him, and that she would in the end do what he wished in each matter that arose between them, but she gave him at times some trouble, and even at times almost bored him, when she began about books, about astronomy, even about politics, questioning him, giving her own views, forsooth, or her father's, or some other, trying to induce him to discuss the affairs of the realm with her, as if she had been a man. He would tell her sometimes that she knew nothing of such matters, and should not talk of them. "But," said she, "I do not think I know about him, and that's why I like to talk of him, that I may know more." "Why should you know more? 'Twill never be your concern to order the affairs of state, since women aren't yet made counsellors." "No, but I live in the state, and should know of what passes in't. My father says that if I do not, I should be shamed, and count myself most ignorant, and not fit for a citizen." "Oh, your father! Deuce take him! What's he about to bid you regard yourself as a citizen? See here, my bud. Women may have wit, and for my part, the more on't they have, the better I'm pleased, for I love a shrewd, gay tongue in 'em, and a quick answer. But let 'em leave politics, as is a dull, silly business enough, to men." But that's nonsense. Since he loved a quick answer, she gave him one. "Why shouldn't I desire to know of the Episcopi Abolition Bill, and how it fares in the Commons, and what they all said in the debate, seeing 'tis my church is concerned? And why can't I read Bishop Hall's remonstrance of the liturgy, since 'tis our own prayer book is in danger? Indeed, I think women are as closely concerned in these matters as are men, and should we have a presbyterial church put on us, we shall suffer more, for we are the more ardent and constant churchgoers. And why shouldn't I be curious to mark what the king do, and what the queen and the papists, and what measures Parliament do take again 'em? And what shall be the fate of Dr. Goodman, and if the king can save my Lord Strafford, and how goes the case again 'em? And if the archbishop shall be imprisoned, and what the Scots do, and you talk like a little news sheet, my love. Well, you shall know all that, for I'll tell you on't. I'll even read you the squibs I write on affairs and men. But your tongue was ne'er made to chatter on such business. For look, Chuck, you know too little of affairs to speak on 'em with knowledge, and what can be more tedious than political chatter without knowledge? So mind not what the Scots do. As to that, what do they ever do, save to behave like Scots and demand more money? But tell me instead of what you do, and how you feel, the folk you meet and the things they say. Tickle me with merry tales, and warm and delight me with loving ones. But leave politics, the prayer book, and all other books, save such as contain romances, plays, and pretty verses, to men, and to old women, as can no longer converse. For thy converse, my sweet dear, is in pretty looks, great eyes in which love drowns, a white neck soft as a swan's, a bosom like— Ah, no, shrink not. Mayn't I caress thee, who art my lovely love? Do lovers stand apart like marble statues, conversing but with eyes and tongues? And are thy tutor to teach thee languages? And must I not teach thee the language of caresses? I will teach it thee, little image, little Galatea, that my embracing can warm to living flesh. Dost not know? Has not all that reading of thine telled thee that love makes all things right for lovers, that where love and beauty are, no shame is? If thou'st not learnt that, so much for thy book learning. Kiss me, sweet child. Lord, thou'rt a willow wand to hold, so slim, so supple, and so frail. A willow wand as I could bend and break with my one hand, I do believe. But I'll not. I'll cherish thee like a flower, and thou shalt come to no ill with thy tutor. And this was the manner of their lessons. End of chapter 4. Part 3, chapters 5 through 11 of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 5. Once Julian laid before a tutor a sheaf of manuscript tied up in white covers with silk strings. "What?" he exclaimed. "A thesis? I trust 'tis on all I strove to teach you these past weeks." "No, they are my verses that I've wrote for many years past since I was a child, and some of 'em just now since we was in Cambridge. Will you take 'em back with you and read 'em sometime, and tell me if you think any on 'em is good verses?" Mr. Cleveland regarded the pile with brows lifted in whimsical consternation. "Faith, child, I've little enough time for reading verses." He flicked over the pages with his long, slim fingers. "Shrew me, but you've been a monstrous plentiful poet. More sins lie here to your charge than I've committed in 12 more years of living. You've had a busy 15 years on't, young lady." "Yes," the young lady agreed. "Well, don't stare on me with those solemn, questioning eyes, or I shall weep. I'll take thy verses back with me, and look at 'em when time serves." "But not if it shall trouble you. I would not cause you trouble to read that as shall fatigue you and be tedious." "Leave that to me, child. Be sure I'll not fatigue myself o'ermuch, nor let you fatigue me neither. I'll take the verses, and one day I'll possess thee of how I find 'em. But should I find 'em paltry matter, of small or no moment, why, look, I'll love thee none the less, but rather the more, for an innocent sweet maid as wields a pen sinisterly when as she comes to rhyme. Lord bless thee, do I want a young Abraham Cooley to my sweetheart, as can run out the lines of an ode and rein 'em in like horses exercising, and turn out ingenious witty plays for our pleasure and his own ambition? Or a Dick Crashaw to pen prayers in verse, or a little Andrew Marvell to write impudent partisan squibs on matters of which he'll know more when his beard grows? What does a lovely maid with rhyming, pray?" "It makes no differ being a maid," Julian told him, frowning and near to tears, which he detested, for they marred her eyes. But when he spoke in this manner, her very heart seemed to weep. In one moment he would thus trample and bruise her dreams, striking at that self she had which lived among the stars, beyond the battlings and the ecstasies of sex. In the next, he would, with the honey and wine of his charm and his love, cause her to exile and forget that troubled, star-haunted self, and drug her into the wild heaven of rapture. She knew that in a brief space she would be so drugged, but for a moment she fought and frowned, and stammered out, "It makes no differ. Men or women, if we crave to write verse, we must write it, and write it the best we can." For the first time in their intercourse he turned from her impatiently, and she knew herself a bore in his laughing, quizzical eyes. a prating, self-conceited, solemn maid who must stand up to her lover and argue with him when he supposed that he had concluded the matter by his firm words. Whether he would have spoken further words to cut and hurt her, or turned on her his teasing merry smile, or taken her in his arms and stopped her mouth with kisses, seemed uncertain, and so stayed, for while he was still silent, the door was flung open, and Kit walked in. His face and clothes were wet, for it was a soft and dripping day. He flung his cap on the table, and pushed back his damp hair from his forehead, looking at his sister and his tutor with strange, unseeing eyes. "They have took the fathers," said he. "The justice and his officers catched 'em at mass this morning early. Some one must have traditioned 'em. I was there, and several more. They sent us away, taking our names first, that they might inform our colleges. But they marched the fathers off to be tried before the magistrates next Monday, and they'll most like be given a term in prison, and then sent overseas, and they'll be by all means let from ministering again in Cambridge. The justices were saying they'd had their orders to smoke out that viper's nest, and have a care it returned not. So... He sat heavily down in the rush chair by the hearth, and rested his head on his hands. "You young fool," Mr. Cleveland spoke sharply, "I telled you how it would be, with this new rigour the practising of late to extirpate popery. You must needs choose just this time to turn papist, and now you'll be expelled the college if the justices inform on you to the master. Here's a pretty premunire you've gotten yourself into by your stubborn folly." Kit looked up at him dully. "I think 'tis you they'll write to, sir. They asked me for my tutor's name. I looked for you this morning after breakfast to speak with you on, but you was lecturing." "Oh, so they'll write to me. Well, what of it? I must resolve the master on't, as you know. 'Twill come to the same end." Two pairs of violet eyes were on his face. He met the boy's with unrelenting impatience. "Ay, young man, you'll have to leave your studies and go. I am sorry, but there's no help for it. St. John's can't harbour papists, least of all at this dangerous moment when the master's at bay against these Westminster asses for imputed papistical leanings. There'll be no hiding this business of yours. The justices will put it abroad, with the name of your college and all, and we shall have it bruited in Parliament." "Can't you do something?" Julian asked, and turning from the boy, he met the eyes of the girl, and his heart melted in him. He returned her look, and no longer were his own eyes hard. "What do you think I can do?" he asked her. "Wink at popery? Say naught, and let it be discovered to our busy Parliament by those meddling justices? Would the matter be bettered so? The only differ would be that I should then be charged with condoning it." "I thought," Julian suggested, "that if you should see the justices, and beg 'em to take no notice on't to any one, but to overlook it this time—" "That Dr. Beale need never know, you thought? 'Tis asking me something to shoulder such a matter, and to sue to those poxy justices for secrecy. Still, yes, it might be done. Only," he added more sharply, turning to Kit, "I should have to promise for you that there should be no more on't." Kit looked sullen and proud. "I can't recant, sir." "Recant? Lord, 'tis no such heavy great matter as that. Who cares if you recant or no? But you must attend chapel and church, and renounce these conventicles. Indeed, if I understand you rightly, the conventicles in Cambridge has been ceased by these arrests, so you can't attend them if you would. If I give the justices your word as you'll keep while at Cambridge within the communion of your college and university, I may perhaps persuade him to o'erlook it and let it go no further." "But the others," Kit said. "There were 2 from Peterhouse and another from John's. If they are expelled, I could not stay." "The Peterhouse gentlemen must contrive their own business with their own tutors and master, whom heaven help. As to t'other, I suppose 'tis that little fool Grice, and I'll not lift a finger to save him from expulsion, for he can't construe a line of Latin without a score of errors. Indeed,
He does little good here, and had best go, and be prenticed to his father's linen shop. But you, my young fool, are a different matter. If you'll but keep at your books and work steady, and forswear a whoring after forbidden religions, you could achieve something. Oh, not a vast deal, perhaps, but something. And I should be extreme loath to vex your father so sorely as he would be vexed by your expulsion, and on such a ground as this. Look now, I'll do my best for you in this matter, but only on the stock of your promise to keep clear of open popery while you remain in the college. What do you say?" Kit brooded, frowning over this. "'Twould scarce be honest," he began, but his tutor impatiently silenced him. "Honest, forsooth! What honesty is there in taking education and learning, and holding a scholarship, as you do, from a university, sworn to loyalty to king and church, the while you practice a faith that undermines both? The less you papist undergraduates prate of honesty, the better, for to tell the difference between your kind of honesty and fraud would be to discriminate as nicely as St. Thomas Aquinas himself. There, boy, be not so foolish. Hear reason, pocket your scruples, and wait to serve the Pope, if serve him you must, till you be free of Cambridge. Life's long, or so anyhow we hope, and 'twon't harm you to stay a while from your chosen church, if indeed you do choose it when as you're older and wiser. Your sister is with me in this." "Yes, Kit. Oh, Kit, think of our father, and don't so hurt him. Say you'll attend chapel, and Mr. Cleveland will see all's well. Why, I know not how you can endure to seek out bare conventicles, when you can pray in St. John's chapel, beneath that glorious roof and paintings." "That has naught to do with it. No beauty can make the mass true and real, when it a'n't so. Oh, pox take your theology, you cocket jackanapes. Back with you to college, and read Bishop Hooker, and get some sound church learning into your head, afore you dare to dispute concerning the validity of the sacraments. Look, leave us now, I pray, for your sister and I have a lesson in hand, and would finish it undisturbed. Wait on me in my chamber after supper, and we'll discuss your matter further." Kit went out. The masterly way Mr. Cleveland had with him prevented his thinking it hard that he should be dismissed thus peremptorily from his father's and sister's lodging, while his tutor remained there. It was the way of things. Mr. Cleveland gave orders, others obeyed them. Kit, who had been seized with wild, high thoughts of sailing for France and serving his queen overseas, joining his spiritual pastors in their exile and bearing high the standard of English Catholicism abroad, realized as he walked back through the light, soft rain that it would be far easier to stay at Cambridge and finish reading for his degree, play tennis and bowls, row on the river, sit and talk far into the night with his friends, if this could be done without too downright a jettisoning of his faith. He wished he could see the priests once more, to consult them as to what he should do, whether he should play the stubborn martyr and be flung out into the world with his colleges and his father's curse, to seek new adventures and make his own way, or if he should compromise with truth, bow down in the house of Rimmon, please his family and tutor, and work for his B.A., and perhaps do the more good to the cause later on. His father's pale, fighting, ironical face and fierce blue eyes came before him, and he knew that he could not stand up yet to that alarming and shattering battle. It occurred to him that he would seek the counsel of his former confessor, Dr. Cousin. He had not seen him to speak to since his change of faith. Indeed, he was afraid to, knowing his stern views on that subject. But at least he would have an opinion, and would give it in no uncertain manner. Yes, he would go to Peterhouse and see Dr. Cousin after evensong. Chapter 6. In Trinity Street he met Giles, who stopped and spoke. "Have you been to Pettycury today? Is Julie home? I would see her." "Yes, she's home, but Mr. Cleveland is with her. They're having a lesson. They dismissed me to be undisturbed." "Oh." Giles turned to walk with Kit towards St. John's. He looked gloomy. Kit, seeing him suddenly,
as sometimes he saw his friends at odd, unexpected moments as a stranger, a new person, registered on the sensitive tables of his appreciation the tall, graceful, strong young man, his short russet gown clinging, dark with the rain, to his shoulders, his fair-skinned, freckled, handsome face, much like his sister's, but of late grown harder, clearer, more aquiline, glistening from out the unruly crop of red hair that, ringing strongly at the ends, curled about his neck beneath the round black cap. Giles was grown very comely, thought Kit, half envious of his friend's greater stature and strength, and looked at him through a girl's eyes, then remembered that there were girls, and that some few set store by wits and learning, and of these poor Giles had somewhat short commons. "Mr. Cleveland's forever there now, ain't he?" said Giles, his indifference but a poor feint. "Yes, he's often there. He likes teaching Julie, it seems." "And she likes him very well, don't she?" "Yes, he stands in the sun of her favor. As to that, all his pupils like him well. He has that way with him. He wakes a man's mind. Then he's so full of wit. He makes dry books live. I'd liefer have an hour's reading with Mr. Cleveland than 3 hours with any other." 3 hours? That seemed to Giles a stupid comparison. Then 10 minutes would have made more sense. He's ingenious enough, I don't doubt. They were now at St. John's Gate. "Stay a moment," Giles abruptly bade his companion. "I would know a thing. Does Cleveland begin to love Julie, think you?" Kit looked at him in surprise. "Lord, I don't think it. Why should he do any such thing?" "Why? Because Julie's the most loveliest pretty maid as he or any of us have e'er seen, that's why." Hearing the note of emphasis in his own voice, Giles blushed and turned away. Never had he spoken to Kit like this before. "Well," Kit said kindly, seeing his embarrassment, "that's as may be. She so seems to you, perhaps, but not to most. Yes, I think Julie's pretty enough, to be sure, but there's a great many of pretty maids, and prettier than she. Mr. Cleveland's had a plenty of experience, they say. I conceit he's too much a man of the world to lose his heart to Jule, when men say he's fondled in London by grand ladies, and has been to court and quaints with the high gentry round about Cambridge. And since fellows can't marry, he'd be a fool to lose his head over a maid as he knows would grant him no favours. No, Julie's his pupil, and he likes her, and doubtless finds her pretty and likes her the better for it. But I should much admire if he should go beyond that." "I shouldn't admire at any man loving Jule," Giles impatiently told him, "even though he mightn't think to throw up his fellowship to marry her. It's ne'er been said of Cleveland, nor any other man, as he can't love without thinking of marriage. If he fell into love, and she—" He broke off, half ashamed of that romantic flight of fancy. Kit looked at him with compassion and irritation. "Men don't bring honest, virtuous young gentlewomen to love 'em, having no intention to seek 'em in marriage. Cleveland's a gentleman. He would seek his light pleasures among queens and courtesans, not among sober young gentlewomen of honour and virtue. I admires you conceit such impropriety in him." Giles, who could conceit any impropriety in any one, if it should consist in excessive love for Julian, lacked words in which to convey this, and with a curious, hopeless gesture of the head, turned away, walking back towards Trinity, with the cold, thickening rain blinding his eyes and shrouding the city in a silver mist. What he thought, but had not said to Kit, was that this Cleveland, this brilliant, famous, disarming, witty, handsome tutor, a poet too, might win the heart of any maid, might win and keep Julian's, might win and keep Julian herself. For Giles did not credit that any man looking on his Julian to love her could forget her and pass on. To him the love of these two seemed all but inevitable. Could a man, seeing Julian so often and in such a manner, forbear to love her? Could Julian, her heart being free and disengaged, her mind all for learning, her eyes and senses those of other young females, forbear to love such a tutor, if he should love her?
The only question to Giles was, what could come of it? A lover who was not likely to desire a permanent alliance? A young gentlewoman, high of heart, deep of love, pure in honour? If these should meet, what would occur? Giles did not know. He only knew that anything which should occur would be bad for his own hopes. Chapter 7. Kit slipped into Peterhouse Chapel at the end of festal evensong. It was the feast of St. Matthias, when the fellows, bachelors, and undergraduates were filing out, bowing to the altar as they passed it in the old reverent manner to which he had been used, and which he now, for courtesy's sake, still practised, though bowing to empty altars was, his new spiritual counsellors told him, merely bowing down in the house of Rimmon, and a mistake. Knowing that the master of the college, when he took the service, was used to linger a while in the vestry for any to speak with him that would, Kit repaired thither, and found the master standing cassocked within. Dr. Cousin was thinner and more worn than before the attentions of the House of Commons. On bail now, he was daily expecting impeachment and the loss of his mastership. Already they had taken from him his new deanery of Peterborough, and left him with but his master's stipend of £40 a year. Undaunted by threats, he still filled the chapel with incense, burnt the excessive number of tapers which Prebendary Peter Smart and Mr. Francis Rouse of Barnstaple so greatly deplored, and ducked and bowed and crossed himself as firmly as ever, and in short made not the least concession to his foes. He looked up as Kit entered the vestry, turning on his one-time penitent an eye somewhat cold. He knew what this fickle and self-willed youth had done, while he himself was in London defending his Anglican principles. Few things angered Dr. Cousin more than this all too frequent desertion of his beloved church. "Well, Mr. Conybeare, you desire to speak with me?" "If you will be so obliging, sir." Kit felt and looked nervous. "Not, I take it, in confession?" his former confessor, with a hint of cold irony, inquired. "Sir, no, but in privacy and secrecy, and on a matter in which I sorely need help." Dr. Cousin gave him none yet, but to seat himself in one chair and motion Kit to another. He then waited, in a silence which Kit rightly diagnosed as disapproving. "Sir," Kit stammered, forcing his speech, "perhaps you know—" "Yes, Mr. Conybeare, perhaps I know what matter?" "Well, sir, that I have, now near 3 months back, joined the Catholic Church." "I had always supposed you baptized into it, sir. I have certainly given you the sacraments on that stock. But if you desire to reserve for the particular Roman Church that great name, I would ask you to do it elsewhere, not in this chapel. I have no doubt there are those in Cambridge, not far from here, who would gladly hear you do it. But in my presence it shall not be done, if I can by any means hinder it. Yes, Mr. Conybeare, I had reason to believe that you had joined that erred church. I deplored it deeply. As you will questionless remember, I did my best to let you from it in the days when you was used to consult me on't. I expended on you all the arguments I had. I stinted not to assail both your reason and your loyalty. I urged on you prayer and meditation, and besought you to consider and stay at least for a year afore you should decide. But you thought better on't. I returned from my own business, wherein I had attempted, and do now attempt, and so will until I die, to keep high the banner of our assailed and threatened Ecclesia Anglicana. I returned to find that you, that had been a loved son in Christ to me, had let fall this same banner in the hour of our church's need, and had fled to the ranks of her bitter foes. 'Twas a most lamentable traditioning of honour, my son. Nay, no longer my son. The old use betrayed me. And now, what came you here to say to me?" Having delivered his reprimand, he looked less sternly on the downcast face of the recusant. After all, the lad was young, and might yet be reclaimed, and should not be too sharply dealt with. "Sir," Kit faltered, "I feared that you would so look on't." "Feared? You knew it, for I had often telled you." "Well, yes, sir, I knew it.
But indeed I acted from conscience, and did what I conceded to be right. You acted from impulse, Mr. Conybeare, and did what you conceded to be romantical, modish, and gratifying to your self-esteem. These may seem hard words to you, but believe me, they are the truth. I know much of these conversions. Perhaps 1 in 20 may be from cause of conscience. The other 19 are from less noble cause. God alone can see the heart, and I pray him I do you injustice in so speaking, and that your fault was rather that of strayed and misled intellects than of erred conscience. In either case, you have betrayed your church, but the one is the more readily atoned. And now, what would you?
I would ask your counsel, sir. The priests were took while at mass this morning. I was there. The justice writ down my name in college, with intent to lodge information on me to the college. I telled my tutor on't after.
You telled Mr. Cleveland?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cleveland said he would be the one to receive the information from the justice, and that he would take no notice on't, nor resolve the master on't, if I would renounce the practice of my faith the while I was at Cambridge, and attend chapel and church as a Protestant, and tell none that I am other. Sir, what should I do?
And why do you ask me, Mr. Conybeare? 'Tis the priests of your own persuasion you should inquire of. The young man sat silent, shamefaced, unwilling to say that he knew well what these gentlemen would bid him do.
I have come to you, sir, because you were else wont to instruct me in matters of conscience.
I was so. But to such scant effect, I fear, that you are now fallen in this sad predicament. You know my advice before I give it. Use no practices and deceits and half measures, but renounce the Roman communion flock meal, and return to your mother church, giving me, if you will, your oath not to look back, now nor at any time. That is your one course, and your one atonement for your straying. Believe me, my son, you may live all your days the better Anglican for this brief and foolish lapse of yours, if you now do firmly resolve so to do. Play no more with the church, as is very well for those born to it, and for those not subjects of our king and state, but is a treachery for such as you, born and nurtured in the goodly and lovely heritage of our communion, used to the noble beauty and seemliness of our liturgy and our mass. What would you better than Ecclesia Anglicana can offer, hath ever offered since the days of Augustine, but more plenteously since she purged herself from the errors, accretions, and corruptions that had grown up in the universal church after its primitive purity had decayed? Where was your church before the Reformation? The papists used to think to daunt Dr. Mead of Christ's by inquiring of him. To which Dr. Mead might answer, where was the fine flour before it went to the mill? Shall I speak to you again of the sacramental presence, of the spirituality of the mode of it we confess, of the grosser mode the transubstantionists believe? No. Kit gave a small sigh of relief. For all this I have urged on you before, but with small effect. Your eyes were blinded by your vanity and the credulous superstitions of men that flattered it, and you took your own foolish way. But now I bid you, since you come to me for counsel, retrace your steps. Go now, consider this matter with prayer, and return to me a penitent, to make your peace with your betrayed church. Kit stood up, alarmed but vocal. But, sir, I should thus betray the church I have joined, to desert her when as danger threatens. How could I face the priests after such an action as that? The master of Peterhouse looked coldly on him. Is there need you should face them? I understand they are took from here and will not return. Kit became confused. Aye, sir, aye, they're took. That is, the 2 on 'em is took. There's the 3rd as comes and goes. He is still at liberty. Dr. Cousin raised his hand to stop him. Tell me no secrets, Mr. Conybeare, for I would not know. Remember that it is my duty as a Church of England priest to assist the law to lay hands on these Jesuits. I would not do so, for I believe many of them to be excellent men, and to be going quiet about their business, with no rebellious or seditious intent, though a danger to our own church. But I will not hear of them. My reply to you is this. If you needs must face any Romanist priest, do so boldly and forthwith, and possess him openly of your resolve to leave his erred church and return to your own. There must be no compromise, no attendance at the Anglican communion with reservations of faith and the allegiance of your soul elsewhere, for you would be acting a lie at the most solemnest grave moment, and would scarce find pardon. Abjure popery, all thing, my son. Do whatever penance may be laid on you for your errancy, and live forthwith the pious, zealous Church of England man. That is my counsel to you. And now farewell. I look to see you here suddenly again, penitent and resolved. One last word. You incline to talk overmuch, my son. Keep all this and your present plight to yourself. Much harm may come from spreading these news. I shall say naught to Mr. Cleveland on't, for the more we in authority here are thought by our foes to know of and to countenance such matters, the more fuel they will have to feed the fires of their malice against us. Already, as you know, the feet of some of us are caught and entangled in their snares, and we live under the shadow of their vengeance. Farewell. May God bless you and lead you into the right ways. Chapter 8. Kit went out into the dripping night. He did not know what he would do. Mr. Cleveland bade him compromise and dissemble and finish his Cambridge course, caring nothing for his conscience, or for what road he might take after that course was over. Dr. Cousin bade him abjure his new faith and return to the Anglican fold as a penitent. His Jesuit advisers would bid him, he believed, uphold his faith and face the consequences, face being thrown out of Cambridge into a world for which he was not ready, to sink or swim as he could, face disappointing and angering his father, and having to earn his bread possibly at some tedious drudgery of apprenticeship to a trade he hated. Unless, indeed, he could go up to London under the auspices of a priest, approach the Queen, and join her court as page, sharing later the visit abroad for which she was, it was said, preparing. That would be good. To go abroad in a Queen's train, to see France, to travel, to become a Catholic man of the world, such as Sir Kenelm Digby, perhaps. He could surely live on something, find some paid service, even in France. At least there he would find many fellow Catholics, and priests pursuing their ministry unlet by the pestering English laws, and thus he could keep his self-respect. He would seek out Father Weld, the Jesuit they had not taken, and consult him. He was sorry that he could not oblige Dr. Cousin. The habit of obeying this firm and stern divine, even when he thought him unjust and unreasonable, was so deep-rooted in him that he could not withstand him to his face. He could not return to Peterhouse Chapel. And he was sorry that he could not oblige Mr. Cleveland, whose easy, persuasive charm, even when he was impatient and angry, as he had been today, wrought so strongly on him that he could not withstand him either. He would, when he had found the means and the way, steal secretly away to London, telling no one, not even Julian, for she would entreat him, and he did not care to face that. He would act as other martyrs for the faith had to act, and slip secretly away by himself, without a word to anyone. London, the court, a ship for France. Through the dark dampness of the Cambridge February evening stole the stirring breath of adventure and romance. Chapter 9. Dear Father, I pray you will not be vexed and angry, for that I am leaving Cambridge and riding up to London this day early, to seek my fortunes thar while. I must possess you of the truth, and fear extremely that 'twill much grieve you, which is why you have not had it from me afore this. I have lately joined the Catholics. 'Tis a matter of conscience, and I could nor can no other. So pray, sir, think not too hardly of me for't. Being catched t'other day at mass, and the priests took, the justices did threaten to lodge information on me to the college, which they did, and which Mr. Cleveland saith he will suppress from kindness to me, did I consent to worship Protestant whilst I be here. This I cannot do, it being again my conscience to look back, so I am resolved to leave Cambridge for London. I have the company and aid of a very excellent good priest, who rides with me, and who will acquaint me with certain friends of his in London, that I may not be without friends. Indeed, I believe I shall fare well enough, and may obtain some small post to sustain me till better may be. I shall not wait on my brother, for he would not approve me. I shall write suddenly, and acquaint you with my welfare. Do not seek to find me and drag me back, as, for conscience' sake, I must go, and may not look back. And am ever, sir, your most loving son to serve you, Christopher Conybeare. This letter Dr. Conybeare received late in the evening, it being delivered at his lodging by young Mr. Drake, his son's room-fellow. There was also a little note for Julian. The doctor perused his epistle with bewildered ejaculations. "What the pox? What the devil? Written to London? Matter of conscience? Join the Catholics. Cannot look back. Slife the boys out of his wits. Moonstruck. A bedlam. Seek his fortunes in London, forsooth. Fine fortunes they'll be for a young bawcock as can no trade and has no favour anywhere. And to throw aside Cambridge, his education, his degree, all things to chase up to London after fortunes, as fortunes did lie in the streets for his gathering up. Well, he must be pursued and brought back forthwith. I'll after him myself at dawn tomorrow, and will soon find where this Mr. Priest will have took him. Turned papist, has he? The boy's more of a fool than I conceited. Didst know aught of this, Jule? You stand there mumchance. What saith he to you? Only good-bye and his love, father. Julian's voice was startled and quivering. She had not expected this. For once Kit had not made her his confidant. Well, speak up, child. Didst know aught, suspect aught of this popery of his? At this moment Mr. Cleveland came in, disturbed and annoyed. Your servant, sir. I hope I don't intrude. No, faith, you come in pudding time, for perhaps you can throw some light on this fine escapade of that young ape of mine. You've heard on't? Yes, I received a note from him but now, saying he was off to London, and his room-fellow confirms that he did ride off at dawn this morning. I much regret it. I did my best to settle him, but it seems failed in't. Here's yet another scurvy trick of those cursed papists. Believe me, sir, I would have gotten him out of that snare if I could. Indeed, I had supposed him more amenable and reasonable. But once popery or puritanism seizes on a man, reason goes by the board. And so the young cocket has flown off to London, and what he thinks to do there, his new pastors and masters may know, for I don't. When young Marvell of Trinity performed the same feat, he was found by his father a month after, lurking in a bookshop in Southampton Row. I'll find him, no fear, and he'll be lucky if I don't flog him soundly when I do, the young mitcher. Return to Cambridge he shall, and if they'll not keep him without he acts Protestant, then act Protestant he shall. I'll to London tomorrow to lodge with my son Francis, in the Middle Temple, who's so firm and zealous a Puritan, pox take him, that he'll eagerly aid me in hunting down papists. I'll possess myself before I leave Cambridge, if possible, of the habits and haunts of this precious priest of his, that I may know where to seek. You should have told me of his popery when first you was informed on't, Mr. Cleveland. Since how long time has it been toward? I take it ill in you, as you did not possess me. Indeed, sir, I but hoped to spare you pain. There was, thought I, no case why you should ever know, if he had acted in a tolerable reasonable manner. Did you know on't, child? Yes, father, but I had swore to be secret. Oh, you had. It seems I alone, his father, was to be kept in the dark, and to have this gullery put on me. Well, no matter of that now. Papist, forsooth. I had thought too high of the boy's understanding for that. It seems he had more in his mother in him than I had suspected. Ah, poor thing. She'd turn to anything, hark to anyone, and could swallow more fooleries at a gulp than any creature I e'er met. The lad's his mother's son, it seems, for I'm damned if he's mine, save that I don't doubt I got him. Well,
I got a fool, and there's an end on't. Aye, 3 fools, for the eldest's gone Puritan, the second's a woman without a mind, and the third's turned papist. The fourth's the only one as is my child, it seems. But return and complete his study I shall. They may be to little purpose enough, but shrew me if I shan't continue 'em.
You ride to London tomorrow, father?
Aye, you heard me say so. I must leave you in the care of our good landlady here, for it's of no purpose to take you with me. I hope to be prompt in the business, and should be back in a few days at the most. But I'll send you news. The devil's in it that such a matter should happen now, when as I'm most busiest in my book. But there 'tis, and can't be helped. And I shall take some interest in visiting London just now, though Francis will weary me with his Puritan flim-flam.
I would I could come with you, Mr. Cleveland said, for I believe I could be of some small use in tracking him down, but my time's full here, and I must not leave.
No, no, why should you? It's a father's business, not a tutor's, to find a strayed son. I'll contrive for myself, never fear.
The eyes of his 2 companions met, and both sent the swift involuntary message, we shall be alone together. Chapter 10. Searching for his truant son in London, and staying with his Puritan son in the Middle Temple, Dr. Conybeare found some interest, pleasure, and profit by the way. He looked up some old acquaintances, made new ones, discussed politics with the Templars and in the city, and picked up the latest rumours concerning Lord Strafford's trial, the Root and Branch Bill, the greed of the Scotch army and the menace of the Irish, the negotiations for the Dutch marriage, the Queen's appeals for money, only it seemed that she never got any, to France, to Holland, to the Pope, the city loans for the paying off of the Scots, the King's vacillations, overtures, withdrawals, and deceits, the impeachment of Dr. Laud, and his commitment to the Tower, and the rest of the current excitements. These interfering jackanapes, the Scots, Dr. Conybeare wrote to his daughter, have gotten most insolent and high, and begin to be resented here, even by their servants, the House of Commons, who protest 'tis grown more than they'll endure. But Francis swears they do right well, since they support his side. Their newest impudence is to draw up a declaration that they will see episcopacy abolished in England, as well as in their own savage land, and this declaration, being hawked about for sale, hath much offended many, who, whatever they may wish concerning the bishops, do not desire their affairs resolved for 'em by the beggarly sucking Scots. But you should have seen Canterbury's carriage mobbed by the people in Holborn, as they transported him to the Tower the day I rode into London. But for his guard, he should have been torn in pieces. If they won't have the Scots for their maesters, much less will they have this little man. The order is gone forth from the Lords, as all the communion tables is to be moved back again from the east wall of the churches. So here will be a plenty work for parsons and vergers. I hope Mr. Herrick will see to't. But, Lord, these Scots, the city marchants have a lampoon on 'em, as they're like to new-born babes as cry aloud to be fed each 2 hours, and Parliament, their nurse, has to give 'em suck to quieten their dimification. Never afore have we been so humbled and dictated to by foreigners. No news yet of Kit. Doubtless he lies hid somewhere along with some priests or other. I am inquiring into their haunts, and becoming acquaint with so many of papists, as they must be getting hopes of me for a convert. Never fear, but I'll find thy brother suddenly. I have come on Sir John Suckling, and did sup with him, and played a game of cribbage. He was very instant in inquiring for you, and railed on me that I had not brought you to London along with me. Take heed to thyself, child. I am loath to leave thee thus long time, but I trust thy friends do care for thee well. Greet Mr. Cleveland from me, and tell him I hope he keeps thee close at thy lessons. Ay, then greet him, said Mr. Cleveland, when his pupil had read this epistle aloud to him. Greet thy tutor, sweet Chuck, as thy father bids thee. With great pleasure, sir. My father bids me give you his duty, Mr. Cleveland. So you mock me, demure Mistress Mischief, do you? 3 kisses in pay for that, beside the one that is your father's greeting. I've never marked as my father is used to kiss you, tutor.
Well, pupil, now you learn that he is. That is yet another lesson for you. Do I keep you close at your lessons, as your father hopes? Exceeding close, tutor. So close as I can't scarce draw breath sometimes. Well, Mr. Cleveland presently said, it seems as your father is having a mighty agreeable diverting time seeking your erred brother. And we too are having a mighty agreeable diverting time, aren't we? Aren't we, little Julie? Yes, said the truthful girl, and dropped a light, soft kiss on the white hand that cupped her chin. So we're all happy, he concluded. If only Kit be so, she conditioned. Kit does very well, his tutor lazily assured her. You can be very sure that Kit will come to no harm. Oh, well, she sighed, and fell from demure mirth into a frightened sadness at the thought of Kit lost and alone in London, having given family and friends so great content by his flight thither. My beautiful, my sweet bud, my dearest heart, said Mr. Cleveland, sigh not, or you'll break your tutor's heart. Smile, my lily flower, my white she-darling. At that she smiled at him, in a sweet, adoring derision, and Kit was forgotten by both of them. And so very pleasurably the days, the weeks, slipped by in London and in Cambridge. Chapter 11. Dr. Conybeare said to his son Francis, I would meet Sir Kenelm Digby, Frank. I hear he's now in town, conducting his experiments in his house in Holborn. I would fain look into some of these quack-savaries of his, this sympathetical powder and the rest on, for though of small bearing on medicine, they're of import to my book on credulities. Beside which, I hear he hath many choice and curious recipes in physic and chirurgery. Ay, I would enjoy to talk with the age's Mirandula, the magazine of all arts, the ornament of his nation, and the Pliny of our age, for lying, as his friends is pleased to speak of him. Francis, the austere young lawyer, looked contemptuous. A papist and a mountebank, and some say worse. Ay, some say a traitor to his country. And in truth he is so. He'll not easily put the world out of mind of his appeal to the papists to furnish the king with moneys to war on the Scots 2 years back. That was a scurvy trick, a very exceeding scurvy trick, and the knight is like to pay for it. The Commons is set to make the king remove him from his councils with the other recusants. He'll not long enjoy the favoured place he now do. Well, I care nothing for his treasons, if traitory be. 'Tis his chemistry, physics, and astrology as concern me, and I would meet him. I have heard him speak to an assembly of physicians, but had no speech with him. Canst find me among your friends any that knows him and will acquaint us? I will inquire. But in truth his friends are scarce like to be mine. Mr. Selden doubtless knows him. Indeed, I heard one day Selden call him the greatest magnificent liar and lunatic as ever he knew. But an introduction from that quarter would commend you little to Sir Quacksalver at the present, they being so opposed politically, though Selden's all too kindly disposed towards the papists, being himself something of a Gallio and an indifferent. Now I think on't, Sir John Suckling can acquaint us. I'll wait on him, and desire him to do so. Then, beside telling me of his experiments, Sir Kenelm can perhaps tell me something of his Jesuit friends, and where they'd be like to take and hide our young gentleman. Yes, he'd likely enough know that. He has himself, or had when I was at John's, friends at Cambridge as well as at Oxford, and has acted patron to sundry on 'em, for the fellow has a kind of generosity of temper, it's said. He has been extraordinary good to young Cooley, among others. Cooley hath a play dedicate to him in gratitude. Ay, so hath he, Love's Riddle, or some such. I mind it, for Julie speaks on't, having some regard towards that young man. She even reads a religious epic he is presently engaged in, and hath shown her a piece on. Jule has her fill of poets and philosophers in these times, and enjoys it greatly. Such flighty stuff will turn her head, Julian's elder brother feared. Plays and poems do young maids small good, nor men neither, for that matter. nor will heathen philosophy make her any better a wife when her time for marrying comes. Ah, tush for marrying! Belike the girl will stay unwed and companion her father. And if she do wed, she'll make the better wife and mother for what she gets now into her head. She's a judicious grave wench, and not all the poetry and plays in the world will make her flighty. You say John Cleveland's teaching her? I am sorry for that. He is a very notoriously corrupt Arminian, for all his learning in Latin and rhetoric, and a vain, atheistical rake-hell fellow, that hath done great harm to the godly party by his malignant lampoonings, and will do more. I mind him well at Cambridge, where he was cried up for a wencher, and a most flibberty-dandical spark. I admire, sir, as you let Julian have him to a tutor, and that without vigilance, as now. Pish, boy! John Cleveland's a mighty witty, learned, ingenious fellow, and a very elegant scholar, and highly respected in Cambridge. His private virtues and vices is his own affair, but you may depend he'll not behave himself unseemly to your sister at any time. Had he attempted it, Jule would have been offended at him before this, and have telled me, for she is the shyest, modest little maid, and stands no freedoms. As to vigilance, our good landlord and landlady are in the house, and Cleveland comes but twice in the week. You precisians make yourselves foolish with your suspicions and scandals, seeing evil where none is. Since you're pleased to make a tush of all suspicion, sir, Francis returned, with a shrug, I'll say no more. Only this, that if your she-darling become also John Cleveland's, never say I warned you not. Your conversation don't please me, Frank. I pray you, change it. Very well, sir. Indeed, I will cease it, since I must now read. I read thy law books, and I'll out and purchase the latest speeches and passages of this great and happy Parliament, save the mark. A great Parliament it may be, and so it do appear to conceit itself, but ne'er saw I a Parliament as wore a less happy air, save when 'tis rejoicing in the downfall of my Lord Strafford. On my soul, I don't like the king's ways, and those of his counsellors much less, and his bishops least of all. But I'm damned if this Murneville of sour country gentlemen and lawyers, with its pampered greedy pack of wolves up in the north there, do please me much more. With this, and without giving his son time to retort, the doctor went out. His son Francis annoyed him at times so greatly that he almost, but never quite, turned royalist and Arminian. The sooner I find Kit and hear him speak his nonsense, the better for me, he told himself, for that will side me against the king's party again. And when I get the two lads quarrelling together, I can be properly impartial and angry with both parties at once, as is right and fit in a reasonable man. End of chapter 11.
Part 3, chapters 12 through 15 of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 12. Sir Kenelm Digby was in his laboratory, mixing, for reasons clear to himself only, mercury with vitriol powder, sulphuric acid, spirit of rum, and the blood of a mouse, when his man brought him a message that Sir John Suckling with a friend had called. "Then bring them to me here," the busy knight bade him, and a minute later Sir John and his friend were shown in. "Your servant, gentlemen," the knight, turning from his savoury mixture, bowed. "You're very welcome, Jack, though as ever you find me among my messes, which I trust this gentleman will pardon, for I fear this concoction of mine hath a most vile stink. But make us known, pray." "Surely." Sir John spoke with his silk handkerchief held to his nose. "This is my good friend Dr. Conybeare, a highly learned physician from Devonshire, but now sojourning in Cambridge. Let me present you, Doctor, to Sir Kenelm Digby. Dr. Conybeare Digby is greatly interested in such experiments as yours, for he writes a book on what is called, Doctor, human quackery, is it not, or some such title? And it seems we are come in pudding time, for we catch you red-handed at your business, and making, as you say, a most abominous vile stink. Dr. Conybeare, did I hear right? You're welcome, sir. Sir Kenelm, not heeding his volatile friend, bowed courteously to the little doctor from his great and handsome height after a moment's pause of scrutiny. "You're curious in potions, sir? Perhaps you, too, are a chemist?" "Of small skill enough, sir. My patients are easily content with such brews as I mix 'em. Indeed, I am less concerned with potions than with the belief on 'em. The human mind and its beliefs, that's the theme of the book I write, and I find it most devilish engrossing." "Ay, truly 'tis so. The human mind hath ne'er learned to believe enough. 'Tis that hath held it back. Did men but have the imagination and faith to experiment more boldly and more widely, did ingenious minds, such as that of Monsieur Descartes, for example, devote themselves to following new roads, what might not be achieved? The elixir of life itself might be discovered, as I was urging on 'em but t'other day. Are you curious after the elixir, sir?" "No, sir," Dr. Conybeare with decision replied. "Not? Strange. To me the finding on't is the very goal of man's ambition." "If 'tis that as you're mixing there," Sir John put in, "I will die after my 60 years, for I'll on no account drink the stuff." "Nay, my poor Jack, this is but a cure for wounds inflicted with arrows. You take the arrow that has caused the wound, and soak it in this concoction 3 days. As it soaks, the inflammation leaves the wound, and by the end of the time 'tis sweet and saned, and the poison all drawn from it." "Indeed, sir." Really, Dr. Conybeare thought he might as well be in Dean Combe, hearing one of his old wives talk. Learned virtuoso and simple rustic, in superstitions they all met. "And what's this nasty-looking mess here, my poor chemist?" Suckling inquired, sniffing about the pots and pans with interested disgust. "That? 'Tis a salve to anoint swords, to heal the wounds they have given. For metal weapons need a different treatment from others. You're quent, Dr. Conybeare, I don't doubt, with Paracelsus's cure for sword wounds?" "I have read it. 'Tis something odious, if I mind it rightly." "Is that you have there?" "So near as I could get. Some ingredients had to be omitted, but it serves, for I have tried it. As you doubtless know, the sword is dipped in blood from the wound, and then smeared with the salve, and put in a cool place, and very presently the wound cools and heals." "Extraordinary knowledgeable and ingenious of it," said Sir John. "But you forgot to add," said the doctor, "that 'twas part of the old chemist's treatment to wash the wound each day with a fair linen rag and water. Paracelsus neglected not, howe'er busy he might be with his magnet." "But I fear, doctor," Sir Kenelm said, "that you're something of a sceptic in these matters, like Sir John here, who makes a tosh of all healing. If so, you're come to the wrong man, for 'tis one of my great passions." "Healing, sir, is one of mine. But I can't pretend to much concern with magnetic and sympathetical cures." "In that, doctor, you're devilish unreasonable," Suckling told him, "for there's good cures as your own any day in the 7. Or as bad, should I say. Lord help me, here I am, shut in this evil-smelling chemist's shop between an alchemist and a medico, and the devil knows if I shall come out on't alive. Well, no matter. Such curiosities serve to distract our minds from politics. Hey, Digby?" "I have no envy to think on those now, Jack, so don't speak on 'em. We must each sarve our king, queen, country, and church as best we may. But I, at least, am happier when as I am shut among my books or my potions. Alas, that can't endure, for this barbarous, insolent House of Commons will see to't I have no peace, and if they should have their way, no liberty. But I go shortly to Paris for a spell, if I can get a ship." "Ay, we're both full of affairs," Sir John rather moodily said, then glanced at the doctor and checked himself. It was at this moment that there was a knock on the door, and Kit Conybeare came in. "Sir," he began, then stopped short as if he had been struck, and gaped at his parent, the blood surging in his startled face. "The devil!" was all Dr. Conybeare found to say, staring back at his offspring. Sir John Suckling let out a whistle of surprise, and Sir Kenelm turned with courtesy to the doctor. "Your son lodges with me presently, sir.
I should have, perhaps, have mentioned it to you in the beginning, but I conceived it to be your son's secret. Howbeit he has now discovered himself, as you perceive. Ay, he hath, the doctor grimly said, though all unwitting, I take it. What dost thou here, boy, if your father may ask? Why, sir, Kit faltered, Sir Kenelm has given me leave to lodge with him a while, and to wait on him, and help him with his potions. His admiring glance up at his tall master showed him in the early stages of hero worship. Sir Kenelm has been wonderful good to me, father, he added, and he says he will take me to France with him when he go. I should greatly like that. Doubtless, son. But what is written in the stars for you is that I shall take you to Cambridge with me when I go, and perhaps you will like that less. Like it or not, it's your fate. You'll resume your studies forthwith, and crave pardon humbly of your college, should it be so good to let you stay after your impudent escapade. If they flog you for it, 'twill be no more than you've earned. Go to France, forsooth. Sir, I take it very ill in you to steal and hide a lad 'scaped from his college thus. I make allowance, doctor, for your anger. 'Tis natural enough. Give me leave to explain to you how it chanced. Your son came from Cambridge with a Jesuit priest, who would have spirited him off to a seminary in Antwerp, only that he waited on me, seeking my advice, and bore a letter from my gifted young friend Mr. Cooley, and so I offered him a place, for the nonce, in my household. In part, I own it, I did it to vex my friends the Jesuits, who lose no occasion to speak spitefully of me. Nor you, to do the like of them, Suckling put in. You give as good as you get, Digby, in that quarrel as in others. I trust so. I do my poor best. But that was not, in course, my chiefest reason for taking charge of your son, Dr. Conybeare. I took a great liking to the lad, and conceded he would learn with me much that might benefit him. Further, he is a young and new convert to the church, and I should be loath to see them turn him into a bigot after the hard and narrow pattern of the seminarists. A Catholic gentleman can and should, to my thinking, keep his mind a wide, open, and polished mirror to all new learning and discovery, and 'tis there the Catholics too often fail. Whenas I see a young convert has parts and aptitude, I like well to set his feet on the right road. I like to give protection and opportunity to a homeless young wanderer who has joined our great church in ardour and hope. Church be damned! I don't give a China orange for any of your churches, a plague on all of them. The boy has to complete his education. I grant, sir, I grant. But what we have to consider is, how will he best do it? At Cambridge, studying logic, metaphysics, and the Latin textbooks, and practising declamations in the schools against other schoolboys? Or seeing something of the world, with a man who, whatever his faults, and God forgive me, they are many, doth know a little of his world, and a few of its tongues, and more than a few of its books, and can show him courts, kings, counsellors, life, and letters. And 100 serviceable potions to boot, Suckling put in, glancing round the shelves. If I may make so free as to offer my opinion, doctor, I say let the boy go with Sir Kenelm, and give thanks for the chance. What would I have given for the like chance when I was a little ape? For in truth these universities cram learning into our heads, but teach us little enough of life. So I am to let my son go with you and learn to mix these salves and potions of yours, the doctor said, and to mix with courts, and travel fro and to across the seas to France, to smug up his intellects. And how, if I may ask, is all this to set him in the way of earning his livelihood? I will look to that, Sir Kenelm replied. If the boy is of the metal I conceit him to be, I shall have no difficulty to set him in the way of an occupation later. I have many friends in high places, though as to that they may all soon find themselves in a sad pickle if matters proceed as presently they do. But never fear, sir, I will look well to your son, if you'll entrust him to me. And if I won't, sir? Sir Kenelm made a courteous gesture. Then I should, I fear, accept the charge of him all the same, had he a mind to stay with me. He is turned 18, a man, not a child in leading strings, to be ordered by his father. I have seen o'er much of that in my time, and all too many young lives spoilt. In the name of liberty I would reason with you and plead, and did that fail, should not feel myself bound to obey your wishes. Forgive me, sir, but I take it you would have the truth from me. Ay, the truth. The doctor stood in silence, looking darkly from his son's protector to his son. In the name of liberty. These words had stung him like a sword prick in his vitals. By them he was discovered fighting on the wrong side, fighting for tyranny and tradition against liberty, his goddess. After all, had he the right? You desire to leave Cambridge forever, abandon your education, and to go with this gentleman? Yes, sir, I do greatly desire it. You have no envy to read for the law or for medicine? No, sir, I would fain travel first and see the world before I choose what I would do. And you're set on staying papist? You're quite resolved in't, so that you'd not delay it until you're done with Cambridge? I am resolved in't, sir. I shall never look back. Then I take it you would openly profess your creed to your college, and not deign to attend its services. Is't so? Yes, father, Kit nervously assented, and prepared for an explosion of wrath. But the doctor took it quietly. He knew when he was beaten. You have gotten the better of me betwixt you. Cambridge won't receive you back as a papist, as well as you know. Then go your ways, and find your own troubles. At least 'tis better thus, than if they took and made a seminarist of you. If you must be a papist, endeavour to be a papist of parts and sense, and acquire such knowledge and science as you can. I ask you, sir, to look to that while my son is with you. I'll say no more. Liberty shall have her head, though 'tis rhubarb unto me to give it her. But the lad will get no money from me until he require it to establish himself in some sound calling. I'll not give him money to traipse about Europe with. None is needed, sir. I will supply his needs while he stays with me. He will act as my secretary and scribe. And set your mind, so far as you may, at rest concerning the matter of religion. I'll see he don't turn fanatic, and will preserve him from the Jesuits. You'll mind that 'twas in Cambridge that those gentlemen made their assault on him. Those gentlemen, sir, are now clapped in jail, but I don't doubt he'll meet a plenty on 'em while roving about with you. And if he should take up with 'em, why, I shall be very sorry, but he'll be in not much worse case than his brother of the Temple, who's ta'en up with the Puritans and cants the Bible at me. I seem fated to see my children the gulls of this, that, or t'other folly, so since I can't defeat fate, I must e'en accept it, and swallow my rhubarb down. Kit, thou'rt a young jackass and weathercock, and want beating and sending back to thy books. But there, go thy ways. I'll not let thee. Thou and Jule have ever been my prize chicks, and now there's but Jule left, and Lord knows what she'll fly off to next. Have you children, sir? Yes, sir, some young boys, in wedlock and else. How many I do forget. They're away at school. No doubt but later they'll turn Protestant on you, or grow to be stupid oafs, or play you some trick else. Ne'er hope not from your children. Well, I'll be gone. Kit stepped forward. Pray, father, let me come out with you, that we may talk. Indeed, sir, I love you, and owe such duty to you that I hate to vex you. I would see you so much as may be while we're both in London, for 'twon't be for long, and I would I could see Julie to tell her good-bye. You'll not do that, for she's in Cambridge. You should have thought to tell her good-bye afore you rode away. Then I'll not see her till later, on our return from France. I would send her a letter by you, father. May I come with you now? I come then. But I surmise you've no gust to wait on your brother Frank? No, I thought as much, and 'tis for the best. There'd be such a brangling and roiling if you two got together I'd leave for attend a dog fight. You'd best come to a tavern with me, and we'll dine there if you crave my paternal viaticum and benediction before you take your wilful way, and don't shun to be seat about with a leech in an old coat, for I perceive you're risen in the world. Good day to you, Sir Kenelm Digby. I'll not bless you, but I'll not curse you neither, for you intend, I believe, kindness to this young princock of mine. Only for the Lord's sake teach him not your magical salves, for he is all too fantastically inclined and harebrained already. As to that, Dr. Conybeare, I believe with the Danish prince that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, or mine. Doubtless you're right, sir, though the Danish prince never said so. 'Twas of his own and his friend Horatio's philosophy he spake, not of yours nor mine. Well, good day to ye. Come, boy. Chapter 13. Giles Yard and Julian went riding together over the Gog-Magog hills on a March day of wind and sun. Their horses scampered over short chalky turf and bore them up the smooth slopes by beech coppice and dell, where catkins danced on the wind and velvety palm buds shimmered silver in the soft brown shadows of bare woods, and pools of pale gold and deep blue were splashed delicately in the brown heart of the coppices. "At home there'll be a primrosing," Julian said, seeing in her mind swelling banks of birch coppice and pale blossoms, and girls with wicker baskets plucking, and Mr. Herrick looking on with a smile, and making verses on how violets came blue, and why primroses weep. "There's no such flowers here," she said, and had a pang of homesickness for wood, meadow, lane, and moor, for the Dean country in the exquisite spring. "Do you wish you was home, Julie?" Giles asked her, as they reined in their horses on the smooth curve of the hilltop, and stood to look across the wide windy sea of pale chalk country, green pasture and brown plough, to the far huddle of spires and towers to the north that was Cambridge. "Sometimes," she answered him, absently and gently, as if she spoke from far away. It was thus that he knew her in these days, as a girl moving in a dream, scarce seeing nor hearing what passed without her, but with mind turned inward on its dreams. "Oh, yes, sometimes," she said again, and sighed, a tiny whispering breath that he barely caught. "When do you go back?" he asked her moodily. "Go back?" She looked round at him as if his question perplexed her. "I don't know. Perhaps never at all." She added that after a moment, and the low words dropped whispering down the wind. He looked at her, searching with his very blue eyes her dreaming, lifted face, that gazed so distantly over the March landscape to Cambridge towers. "What do you mean, Jule? Never at all? Is the doctor minded to stay in Cambridge for ever, then? Has he all too renounced Dean?" She shook her head, as if she did not know how the doctor was minded, or how she herself. "I don't know, Giles." So they sat together, saddle by saddle, while their horses cropped at the short turf, and the sunshine and cloud shadows raced across the downs, and the girl stared still at Cambridge, and the boy at her. "If you should stay here till August, Julie," he said then, "we could ride down to Devonshire together, for I go then. You'll be home by August at furthest, won't you?" "I don't know," she said again, and as if she scarce heard him. "But, Julie, you will. You must be home when I am. If you don't go, I shan't go neither, but shall spend all the vacation in Trinity." "That would be great pity," she murmured. "'Twould be greater pity to be home, and you not there. More particularly if you was here in Cambridge. At the least, if I was to stay, I should see you sometimes." She looked round at him then, and it was as if she dragged her gaze from far Cambridge and focused it with difficulty on his face. Blue eyes met violet grey, and searched their deeps for what they would never find there. What they did find was the troubled shadow of a dream, like the purple cloud shadow that, moving across the sky, now held them in its cool shade. "No," she said, "you mustn't stay here for me, Giles. Indeed, you must not." "But look, Julie, I must, for you know I love you, and naught without you is worth a fig to me. What would I be doing in Dean without you? Julie, sweetheart, doesn't thou wish to climb again up the wood and the burn with me, and come out on Lamb's Down, and ride over the moors along the Abbot's Way, and catch the moor ponies, as you and I and Meg did use to do last summer?" "I would like to, Giles." Suddenly it seemed to him that her voice was full of tears. "You know as I would like to, for I love the woods and the moors and the ponies and Meg and you, and do dearly like to play and walk and ride with you. But I must stay in Cambridge now. Indeed, I must. My father desires to stay to finish his book. Then they mistrust him in Dean since the witch hunt. Dean has grown dreadful, Giles, since then. Cambridge is better." Of a sudden his anger and his pain broke loose. "Cambridge is better. Ay, Cambridge is greatly more to thy mind. For why? Dost think I don't know? Cambridge pleases thee by reason John Cleveland is in't. Ay, he's thy tutor, and thy darling gallant for all the world to know." She stared at him with wide blank eyes. "Ay," she whispered, "ay," and no more. He felt ashamed before that wide dreaming gaze that assented to part of his statement, but ignored and heeded not his last words. "He is, then?" The pang of certainty that stabbed him was like a sword in his breast. She did love John Cleveland, then, and loved him blindly, wholly, as one tranced, that saw nothing else in all the world. "Ay, he is," he answered himself. "I knew it. You love him, and he you. Jule, does your father know it?" "No, Giles, and you must keep it secret from him. We would not have him nor other know." Giles looked darkly down at his horse's ears. "Julie, doth he say he would wed you?" "Ay." In the word there was an undercry of protest and of doubt that would not let itself be doubt. "And he a fellow?" he flung at her, cruel in his own bitterness. "You know they can't wed." "He'll not be a fellow always," she quickly returned. "One day he'll renounce Cambridge and go to London and live as a poet." "One day," he repeated. "Which day will that be, I wonder? And in the meantime, why goes he not to your father, momently he return from London, and ask to be affianced to you? That is what gentlemen do. They don't pay court to young maids under the rose, and bid 'em be secret to their fathers." "They?" She looked at the word from a distance, as if it had no relevance. This was John Cleveland, not any general gentlemanly herd of they, but the particular and most gallant gentleman, John Cleveland, who knew the way of the world far better than did she or Giles. "Mr. Cleveland knows what 'tis right to do," she said. "Ay, I'll wager he knows, but 'tis a matter quite else if he do't. Look, Jule, Mr. Cleveland's very well. He's witty and ingenious and handsome, and a gentleman, and a man of the world, and a famous Latinist and rhetoric reader, and much looked to, and men like him, set aside his toes. But he's a known rake, and has had a dozen of women. Ay, he's had many misses, and cast 'em, and took others, for he sips where he like. 'Tis known." She looked at him still remotely, in distaste at the coarse, crude words, and at his malice in saying them to her. "Ay, call me telltale if you will. I am so, and will be. I mean Cleveland no harm. He's a good enough man, and he but comports himself as many do. But he'll not hold to you only, even should he e'er wed you. And, Julie, that would vex and hurt you, though there's a many women don't heed. So, sweetheart, pray be said by me, and tell the doctor on't, and let him speak with Mr. Cleveland, and inquire what he intends towards you. Pray be wise while there's yet time, Julie, and give him not all thy heart to play ball with? I have given him all my heart, she said levelly. Nothing can take it back, for I love him. So no more, Giles, I pray. If he play ball with my heart, he must do so. I think that lovers must each play ball with the heart of other. We love each other so much that I can't tell it you in words. 'Twould fill a many books. Let us not speak more on't, please, Giles. The little quiver in her voice filled his eyes with tears. Oh God, Julie, but I love you so much. Am I to stand back and watch another man sad you? Yes, please, Giles. She gave him a smile and winked back the tears that beaded her lashes. And if it sad me sometimes to love, it glads me far more, she added. Love is like that, an't it? Sad and glad. Between two that love, Giles returned, fiercely confident, it should be all glad. If you was to love me, Julie, as I love you, there'd be no sadness. Ay, but there would, she told him, for there is sadness in love, always, always. For no two that love can feel alike in all things, and that hurts 'em. They'll desire different things and think different thoughts, and love makes 'em give way, though 'tis again their reason and their wishes, for they desire love more than all else. They must renounce being themselves, and lay by their wills, and deny their whole lives, just for love. 'Tis what Dr. Donne and Mr. Herbert and St. Thomas a Kempis and all great Christians else have said of religion, that we must deny all for it, and lay down our very lives, and so 'tis with love. Do you talk thus to Cleveland? Giles somberly asked, for he was wondering what, if she did so, would be Mr. Cleveland's reply. But she looked away from him and said nothing, and he guessed that she did not talk like that to Mr. Cleveland, for that Mr. Cleveland would not listen if she did. Quite rightly, thought Giles, for it was sad, tedious talk, not such as he would care to encourage himself. Come, we'll ride on, he said, and gathered up his reins, for I must be in college by 4. They put the horses at a canter and lilted in silence through the pale green country towards Cambridge. Giles had an answer to his questioning, and the bitterness of it was as rhubarb in his soul. Julian rode as in a dream, and he knew her heart had flown more swiftly than their horses took them to the city of towers in the level plains below. Why did not Dr. Conybeare return now that he had found Kit? Fiercely wondered Giles. Was there another father in England who would thus leave his young daughter unprotected and alone in a lodging in Cambridge or any other town? The doctor was mad, a very moon's man, as had no business with the daughter. Chapter 14. Dr. Conybeare wrote his daughter letters, full of news of London doings, and always said he was to return in a few days, when he had seen this or that person, spoken with this or that printer about his book, read this or that in some one's library, and heard further news of the army plot which George Goring had just revealed, and concerning which he and Sir John Suckling and others had been so occupied of late. I conceited Sir John had something toward, he wrote, for he was so busy and so secret and so puffed up with important designs when I saw him. This same plot hath, all say, sealed the fate of my Lord Strafford, on whom Mr. Pym now presseth more hard than ever. His trial goes apace. And indeed the doctor became so much interested in the trial, and found it so exciting to be on the spot and hear its latest news, hot from Westminster, and to discuss it among the Templars and in the city, that he did not leave London until the trial was adjourned for 3 days on the 10th of April. Then he bethought himself of Cambridge, and of his lonely, but he was sure studious, cheerful, and well-conducted little daughter there, packed up his books and clothes to go by the carrier, bade his son Francis farewell, and rode down to Cambridge on the 11th day of April. He had sent warning of his coming the day before, and Julian was awaiting him when he walked into their lodging at 8 o'clock in the evening. Having embraced her, he held her at arm's length and looked at her. Why, Chuck, thou'rt grown very handsome. Ay, more prettier than ever, this month I've been from thee. Thou'rt blossomed up like a flower. I swear I've seen none so pretty in London. I should have took thee with me to ravish the Templars. Even solemn Francis would smile kindly on so fair a little sister. But there, 'tis all done in thy father to flatter thee. Hast been lonely, child? Has good Mr. Speedy companioned thee well? Well, father, Mr. Speedy was called to Norfolk to a sick sister, and has spent the most of this month there. What? Called away? Dost mean, child, as thou'st been all alone here without our good hostess? I have had my friends, father. They have been extreme kind. Mr. and Mistress Allen invited me to lodge at their house, but I like better to stay here. Indeed, I have never been lonely. Thou shouldst have wrote to me of Mr. Speedy. The doctor tardily and partially woke to the proprieties. 'Twas not seemly thou shouldst lodge alone in Cambridge without a hostess. I warrant Cambridge talked, for 'tis an infernal tittling, tattling town. Did it not talk, and tell thee thou shouldst not be alone, and that thou hadst the unseemliest, heedless father as ever maid had? Very like, Julian admitted. I didn't pay heed, and don't know what any said. Well, well, that's well spoken. Ay, that spoke as my daughter. Ne'er heed whistering and pistering, and ne'er change thy ways to suit fools. Look, if thou hasn't been lonely, no harm's done. I have not been lonely, indeed. But Kit, father, tell me more of Kit. I had a letter from him from Paris only yesterday. He and Sir Kenelm lodge near the court, and he sees the king and courtiers often, and grows quick, he says, at French. Then you've heard later news than I. He writes to me with difficulty, embarrassed with his knowledge of my opinion of his doings. I know not how long Sir Knight will stay in France. He is the flightiest errant gadabout. The boy has chose an uncertain, restless life of pleasure, and turned his back on the good solid years of learning that should have fitted him for the world. It shows a weakness in him that I lament. I suppose they'll turn him out a courtier and a do-nothing. But leave him be. He must make his own life, like the rest of us. We all disappoint our fathers. I vexed mine by cutting loose from the church. Mine vexed his by starting his own school instead of living and dying an usher at Eton. And so wags the world. And here's Francis gone Puritan on me, and Kit Papist, and Doll born and bred a fool, and you grown such a pretty chick that I suppose all the lads will give you no peace till you're off with one of 'em. Nay, there's no satisfaction for a father in this world, that's clear. Still, he can always eat and drink, and that looks a good pasty enough on the table. While we eat, you can tell me of Cambridge and of your doings and studies. Have you been to Mr. Moore's classes? No, I had not the time. What? Does Mr. Cleveland keep you so close at your work for him? I am sorry for that, for he won't teach you Descartes, and I desire you should go forward in that philosophy. You must resume again with Mr. Moore. There's time for both, and the one tutor's a good balance to t'other. What have you studied with Mr. Cleveland? Many things, father. Her face from across the table looked palely at him. It wore a kind of baffled, bewildered look, and her voice seemed oddly to entreat him. He looked sharply at her. Too many, belike. Thou'rt fatigued, child. I must speak with Cleveland and bid him go easy. We'll not talk of work tonight. Thou shalt tell me on tomorrow. Does he come tomorrow? Yes. 2 afternoons in the week, is it not? More, when he has time. Well, I suppose all the old women in Cambridge, and men too, have been saying 'tis most bold and unseemly you should receive a handsome tutor alone in your lodging without a duenna. I can hear in my mind what your mother would have said, and I thank God she's gone to a place from which no voices descend to earth. I hope, child, they make not havoc of thy name in Cambridge for it. Cleveland should have seen to it a duenna attended his classes. Ay, I blame him, for he should certainly have seen to that. I thought, father, as we weren't never to heed tattlers and their tattle. No more we are, bud. But their folly and their spites and their jests can't make a young maid's life devilish discomfortable. Oh, they can bestring me all they will, but I'll have no word said of you. Well, sir, I don't see as you can let 'em speaking of me when they meet together, if they've a mind to.
But why should they trouble to? I am of no consequence, and 'tis most like they don't even know as I've been alone here, or that Mr. Cleveland has waited on me in your absence. In Cambridge they've better things to think on than that, and presently they talk of naught but political and church matters, and my Lord Strafford's trial. Anyhow, we need take no notice on 'em, for what we don't hear don't hurt. Tell me, pray, father, of my Lord Strafford, and how it fares with him. Well, the Lords and Commons came to blows, and they broke up the trial yesterday sine die, but no doubt they'll be at it again very suddenly. His case worsens. One thing after another comes out again him, and the inflexible party in the Commons grows more fierce. German and Suckling and the army officers have done him ill service with this plot of theirs. His foes were hammering again on the tack of his violence to the city, monopolies, and the forcing of ship money. But 'tis the matter of bringing over the Irish army will drive the nails of his coffin home. And there they are sure they have him trapped, for they have a copy of notes took by Vane reporting his words on't. He swears he meant nothing of the sort, but quite other, but none believe him. Indeed, he is a most eloquent, persuasive pleader of his cause, but they all fear and hate him so, it doth him little good. They swear if they can't find him traitor, they'll make him so, as in the civil interest he must die, and Pym hath his teeth in him like a hound on a bayed stag. They say they mean to bring in a bill of attainder forthwith, and get him so. For my part, I hold no brief for the Earl, who is a most plaguy, mischievous fellow, and has nigh ruined the king with his counsels, but I wish they may send him to exile and not take his life. As to treason, what of their own, keeping the Scots army at their back to coerce the king? Damn me, I talk like a man of the other party. But this brave, arrogant Earl at bay, with the Commons seeking his life, and the mob yammering for his blood, as if they'd tear him in pieces without trial, moves me extraordinary much. Then Francis, his bitter narrow talk, ever drives me to see right in what he bestrings. Mr. Cleveland thinks the king may yet save him, and will scarce let him be executed at the last. The doctor shrugged. Mr. Cleveland thinks better of his majesty than I, as we already know. The king's so arrant shifty a coward as was his father, and will save no man at a risk to his own security. I don't blame him for not being of valiant mettle, and he's further unnerved by that plaguy silly fool of a queen of his. My Lord Strafford's a better servant and a nobler man than either on 'em deserve. He stands for monarchy, he's lived for it, and will most like die for it. He deserved a monarch of steel, and has had one of straw. If he die, he'll die a great man in a bad cause, as others have before him. But to set the forces of the law and constitution on him like a pack of dogs, and then, if they can't by any means get him, call him off and try another pack, swearing all the while that if the matter can't be lawfully contrived, it shall be so unlawfully, such cruel, malignant hypocrisy makes me sick. I'm glad, father, as you return from London a Straffordian, for so you and I shall better agree. But if you speak like that of the king to Mr. Cleveland, there'll be a sad dimification, for you know he's all loyalty. Faith, yes, I know't. I'm used to these ode-writing poets that say their prayers to King Charles as he was Jove, hymn the Queen as she was Venus or the Virgin Mary, and dub the young princes rising sons and chicks of Jove. 'Tis the road to advancement in the literary firmament, and few on 'em leave it untrod. Very surely Parson Herrick do not. There's times, Bud, when I decide as there's more of the serpent's wisdom in the world of literature than in any other. Aye, serpent is good, for I think the men of letters have, beside, more of the serpent's gall than have others, even the politicians. Aye, even maybe than the theologians. Spite, envy, backbiting, using the pen for a lance to pick with, and ever an eye to the main chance. There are your poets and writers, Bud, that you're so in love with, and would fain take a place among. I would not, father. I envy no more to write books. You don't? And why not? That's all ended. Now I'm grown, I have no wish to write. Grown, forsooth? Who telled thee thou wert grown? I hope thou'lt grow a scruple more, my dandiprat, before thou stint.
And as to writing, if thou'st no envy to't to-day, 'twill return to-morrow. Belike 'tis the spring weather, and thou want'st a pill." He was looking at her anxiously. "In course, sir, if you do desire me to join the band of malicious, venomous, time-serving serpents, I must study to oblige you," she said. "Ay, that do I, little snake, for I believe 'tis your fate, and that you'd only miss it by denying your own nature. And that I should lament to see you do, for 'tis blasphemy. If there be a God, he made us to tread one road, and if we turn our back on't and take another, we'll rue it, and it can't come to good." Julian smiled at him and his inconsistent journey into theology. Sitting with him like this, talking freely and at random, she felt herself again. She could say what she liked, whatever came into her head, and he would take it up, reply, argue, discuss, treat her as a companion. Uninformed and dull as she was, he would talk to her, tell her of politics and life, spread his opinions before her, seek hers, bid her tread the road she was made for. Had he been like that, she speculated, in an access of grateful affection, as a lover? Had he spoken so to her mother? And if so, how had her mother responded? Within her own memory, he had not spoken so to her mother, but been cynical and sarcastic and aloof. He had perhaps learned early that it was useless to talk of politics or life to her mother, who would have replied doubtless on some other topic. As her love went out towards him, sitting there in his riding suit, lighting his great pipe and speaking to her of blasphemy, she felt free and disentangled, clear and light and of undivided purpose, as she had felt as a child. The next moment her other love, her dark, difficult, rapturous, tangled love, surged in between them and caught at her heart, and she thought, "Now my father's back, I shall not see him so easily alone." And her father became, from a companion and a release, an obstruction to let and hinder love. Her smile died on her lips, and she gazed at him widely and darkly, like an animal caught in a trap. Chapter 15. John Cleveland received next morning a call from Dr. Conybeare, and the official intimation of the withdrawal of his son from the college. "'Tis great pity," the tutor said, "for he was a lad of promise, and might have done well. But as he's catched popery, he's best away. Sir Kenelm Digby is a fine noble gentleman, though Macaulay is the man in the moon. Your son will be apt with him to be whirled from one city of Europe to another, till his head's more turned than already 'tis. But at the least he's no religious fanatic, and will keep the lad from the hands of the seminarists. Well, I liked the boy, and am sorry we've lost him. You would desire his books to be sent to your lodging, no doubt, and such clothes as he took not with him." The doctor, feeling as if Kit had deceased, agreed that he would desire this. They spoke of the news from London. Mr. Cleveland said, "We shall not long be secure here from these meddlesome, coxcomical jacks in office, who would change the very order in our college chapels, and displace our heads. I see it all coming, rolling on towards us like a flood, this tide of disorder and perversity, as threats to drown the country. If they kill Strafford, 'twill hearten them so as they'll be perked up to do worse. Damn them all to hell, say I, and let 'em lie and rot there for the foggy, mean, insolent traitors they be, bloat with their own coistral arrogance." "You swear uncommon devilish well," said the doctor, admiringly. "Yes," Mr. Cleveland complacently agreed, "I believe I do." "But to step to another theme," said the doctor, "I've been something put about, Mr. Cleveland, to find as Mistress Speedy, my landlady, has been from home these past weeks, and that you have waited on Julie many times all alone in the lodging, set aside mine host and the chambermaid. That's a thing makes talk in a place, if it get to be known, and I fear the girl's name may have been uncivilly handled for it." "By no means," Mr. Cleveland said. "I am sure not. I have possessed no one of my visits, and no more has she. I assure you, sir, I bore the matter well in mind. But faith, she's such a discreet, good maid, and I known as a tutor and not as a gallant, that I decided 'twas no harm to continue our classes. I believed, sir, that you would be with me in this." Well, I don't know. I wouldn't have had you lead the classes, but you might perhaps have done well to secure a duenna to sit with you while they proceeded, that idle tongues might be bridled. Still, since you say it hadn't gotten abroad, there's no harm. I hope your pupil does well. What have you read with her of late? Very well indeed. We've been reading Shakespeare, Johnson, and Beaumont, and some of today's English and French comedies. English and French? I had thought 'twould be Greek. No, Doctor. To my mind, she has already all of Greek that a young gentlewoman needs to possess. But her French I found very trifling and poor, and that is a tongue gentlewomen should know well, since we now have much traffic with Paris. So I took leave to instruct her in't. I speak it tolerable well, I believe. Look, Greek and Latin do small good to women, and your daughter should, in my view, proceed no further with them. Sir, give me leave to tell you, you speak nonsense. The girl's but 15, and her Latin's most imperfect yet, and her Greek backward, for Mr. Herrick, that tutored her, don't know it so well himself. She's a long way to go before she's a good scholar, though she's very well for her years. Mr. Cleveland knew it was of no use, of course, to argue with the doctor concerning what young gentlewomen should know. So he only said, "Give me leave, doctor, to carry on in present the instruction I am now giving her, in which she makes good progress, and finds, I think, entertainment. Later she can betake herself to the dead tongues once more." "Well, have it your way," the doctor grudgingly consented. "But at least, if you read French with her, you might let it be Descartes, not comedies." "God forbid it! Your daughter don't want to converse in France, nor with the monsieurs over here concerning the extension of matter, nor to open an elegant conversation with je pense, donc je suis. All I'll read with her of Monsieur Descartes is his railing on those that study the dead tongues. You talk uncommon strange for the eminent, elegant Latinist you are, Mr. Cleveland." "Perhaps." The rhetoric reader shrugged his shoulders. "Say, if you please, that familiarity breeds contempt, or that I drub Latin into too many stupid boys to desire to teach it to a lovely maid. Indeed, you must give me my way in this, doctor." "Since you make a present of your lessons, I see that I must. And indeed I am glad the girl should better her French. 'Tis a trouble to me, I know not more on't myself. And now, what with Jule learning to gabble it, and her brother, who'll come back from Paris, I suppose, high and flown with his own fluency, I shall cut a sorry figure. D'ye find the girl's back to learn?" "Very apt indeed. She's a pupil after my heart." The doctor took his leave, and walked on to Emmanuel to see Dr. Whichcote. He liked John Cleveland, but he was a devilish decided, obstinate fellow. However, let Jule improve her French. The trouble was, life was so infernally short, and there was not near enough time for everything. He himself felt only at the beginning, standing on the lowest rungs of the ladder and looking up. Here he was at 50, and might be took any minute, and flung into a grave where no new knowledge was, and lie there mouldered and unknowing through the ages, saying to himself, non cogito, ergo non sum, and so an end to all learning and all knowledge, and see what little way he had yet gotten. "For a dandiprat, I'll believe religion again, and hope for immortality," he muttered, turning his back with a little shudder on his blind and ultimate bed. "I must take a lesson from Parson Herrick, who believes that the good and he makes that modest and delicate discrimination, if I remember rightly, will dwell in heaven eternally. That's a better credo to give an aging leech heart." He quickened his steps, eager to talk again with his learned friend, Dr. Whichcote of Emmanuel. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 through chapter 20 of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 16. Though Dr. Conybeare had left him 5 minutes since,
Mr. Cleveland still sat unwontedly idle in his chamber, his head resting on one fine hand, the other hanging loosely at his side. He brooded wearily on love and the snares with which it entangles a man's feet, on honor and the discomfiting shame of its betrayal, on passion and desire, their ardor, enjoyment, satiety, and ultimate ineluctable end, on this eager little doctor who trusted and liked him and whom he liked, and on his only she-pupil, whose lovely face floated in mists of longing before his mind's eyes. She was so irresistibly, inevitably, hazardously desirable in her young, white, starry beauty. She was like a nymph, fragile and remote, unearthly like the moon, elusive in his arms as a wraith. Yet her love for him gave him the power to charm her into what he would, as if he held Comus's wand. But if I wave this wand, your nerves are all chained up in alabaster, and you a statue, or as Daphne was, root-bound that fled Apollo. What had that very chaste and somewhat budge lady answered? Fool, do not boast. Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind with all thy charms. Ah, she might have said that, his little sweet, with that dear little eager mind of hers, that she and her father so cockered and cried up, and that, to tell the truth, fatigued him somewhat when she would show it to him. But he had almost taught her not to do so. No longer did she try to hold bookish or political conversations with him, or show him verses she had written. He still had those verses of hers, but had not had time to look at them. Doubtless they were like the verses of other maids and boys. It was a disease that passed, if not encouraged. Yes, he had touched the freedom of her mind, and taught her not to tire him and make him impatient with her intellects, but to be to him what he desired of her, his lovely and yielding nymph. Blinded and transported by passion, he had not looked ahead nor counted the cost to both of them. When he began to desire the lovely child, he had not meant that love should so trap and hold them. The lovely child had revealed herself as one of the few, the rare, the embarrassing, who might live and die for love. Her very youth entangled and ensnared her, for she had known no other man's love, and had enshrined him as her god. As surely as the song of Bacchus and Circe had done to Milton's lady, he had emanacled her corporal rind while heaven saw good, or even longer. What now to do? For all wisdom and discretion dictated what love so clamorously denied, that the thing now must end. Here was her father back again, and to go on with their lovering would be to court discovery. How could they sit together making a pretense of lessons, with that inquiring parent of hers looking in on them, perhaps sitting with them, making close inquest into what they read and how they fared? A pest on all fathers, they ever obstructed love. Yet take her from her father he would not, since he could not wed her, and would not abduct her to make havoc of her name before the world. The thing must end. Familiarity had blunted passion's edge enough to enable him to reach this resolution, to be wise for himself and her. After all, she was but 15. She would forget, and he. Time would cure their fever, and their love would be as if it had not been, or at most a lovely memory. It must be so, he told himself. Love burgeoned, bloomed, went over, fell like a dead flower, or else was cut in its bloom before it fell. Like to the grass that's newly sprung, or like a tale that's new begun, or like the bird that's here today, or like the pearled dew of May, or like an hour, or like a span, or like the singing of the swan. The grass withers, the tale is ended, the bird is flown, the dew's ascended, the hour is short, the span not long, the swan's near death. Even such was love, more brief than brief life itself, indeed far more brief as he had ever found. He would set this child free. He would tell her father that he had no more time to teach her, and would bid her farewell. Such pain as they both would have was the payment one made for love's pleasure. It would pass. Had he wondered, done an unpardonable thing by her? He had his own code of honor, gallantries, and sins. His loves had been frequent, but light. He had never before encountered so serious and intent a grave maid, whose love was all as hungry as the sea, and could digest as much. His own, he knew, might be called appetite, that suffered surfeit, cloyment, and revolt. He desired and enjoyed. With a like-minded partner in pleasure, there was an end of it, and no harm done. But love seemed to strike a deep anchor in the soul of this pale nymph, and were it to sail away, might tear up the soul itself in doing so. But no, it should not so be. He would speak to her with reason and sense, explaining why it was best for both to part. He would end it gently, and both their hearts would heal, and later she would love and wed some youth, perhaps that red-head young yard from her own county, who was so lost in love for her, and who scowled so darkly at himself. For his own part, he would lose his nymph and his pleasure, when pleasure was still keen, and had only begun ever so slightly to tire, though he foresaw in the future of their love, had it been permitted a future, a time when strain might assert itself, when his grave, immanacled lady, the freedom of her mind growing proud and restive again under her father's unwise stimulus, might turn difficult, and tire him with her questionings, imaginings, and thoughts, when all he desired was to hold her in his arms, and all the words he wanted of her were love's tender or merry retorts. Of merriment, thought he, his nymph had something too little, though he could stir it in her by his jests. By nature she seemed a trifle solemn, somewhat sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. It was his pastime and his humour to make her laugh, but there were times when he felt it her turn to make him laugh, and at this she was not apt. Mr. Cleveland was partial to a merry rogue, a she-wag. At times he had ruefully told himself that Henry More, the angel of Christ's, would have found her a more apt pupil at the game of love than he. Then she had overmuch of conscience, scrupulosities, fine niceties of honour. To lie hurt her. She was, in truth, he said it with a rueful smile, a most rare nymph, this lady he had enspelled with his love, and must now set free. That other nymph, Sabrina fair, should be summoned in this hour to their aid, to unlock the clasping charm and thaw the numbing spell that bound them both. For her beauty had such power over his senses that he could scarce find strength to look into her eyes and kiss and part, shake hands for ever, cancel all his vows, say, "I have done, you get no more of me." "Love's the very devil," said Mr. Cleveland, and rose to his feet to receive a pupil that knocked on his door. How simple, thought he, would the world have been had all pupils been of the male gender. Chapter 17. For half an hour Mr. Cleveland and Julian read L'amour tyrannique, while the doctor bustled in and out, read his newsletter, sorted the disorderly sheaf of papers he had brought back with him from London, and from time to time paused to give an ear to the rubbishy French play which his daughter and her tutor read in duologue, he correcting her accent. "Why not practice some conversation more like to be of service?" the doctor inquired. "Lord grant you mayn't e'er desire to say such things as those to any Mounseer. Look, you should learn instead to ask your way civilly about Paris, or to inquire when sails a packet for England, or to wish any French gentleman you may encounter over here a prosperous voyage back again, or ask him what is his opinion of Monsieur Descartes' philosophy, or of Queen Henrietta Maria's good sense. Something to the point, such as that. I think not of these phrases of Monsieur de Scudéry's. You'll never require any such matter in this life, or so I trust." "Well, sir," said Mr. Cleveland, wishing that the doctor would go out, "neither man nor woman knows what the chances of life may require him to say in the course on't. However, we shall now practice letter-writing in this same elegant language."
Do so, and I'll out. I shall be back within a half-hour, Jule, and we'll go walking." Left alone, Mr. Cleveland pushed his chair back from the table and drew his pupil to him. "Faith, sweetheart, these be lessons under difficulties. If your father had not then gone, I should have been obliged to write my message to you in the garb of a French epistle. For in truth I have particulars to speak on with you, little one. First, kiss me. There. Now rest close in my arms, ay, against my heart, the while I say what 'tis very gall and bitterness to me to speak. Look, Bud, we can't continue on this manner. It's too difficult and parlous. Your father will mark something. Indeed, 'tis not acting just nor right by you. Sweetheart, I blame myself for thus entangling you, only that I can't find it in my heart to blame myself for what's been so sweet. But look now, I must set you free. I must not ask more of you, or I shall imperil your fair name. Would to God I could take you clear away and hold you in all men's sight. But that can't be, for I am bound to my college and can't wed, perhaps not for many years. And bating that, I won't do you hurt before the malicious world. So our lessons must end, little pupil, for I'll not come here and sit and read French or Latin with you like a solemn budge schoolmaster. Perhaps sometimes you'll come out with me, and we'll snatch an hour alone together in the meadows, but I daren't do that over often in this devilish public gossiping university city. Come, look at me, my sweet, and tell me I am right." The face he tilted up with his hand was pale as his cambric bands, so that he feared she was about to faint. "Oh, my sweet," he cried, shocked, "what is't, my little love? Look not so, dear heart, for I'm not worth it. See, 'tis harder for me to leave you, having once enjoyed you, than for you to leave so poor a thing as your tutor. But believe me, child, 'tis best, and we must face it. Look then, dove, 'tis but our lessons must cease. We'll still meet and love." This he said hastily and earnestly, looking down into her face to see if its faint natural color would return at his words, for this waxen hue affrighted him. He had been too abrupt, he saw. A conclusion long by him foreseen had broken on her like a sudden great wave, smothering her heart's pulse. He had known many loves and many ends, she but this. "You said you must set me free," she whispered, like a drowner whose feet, fumbling and unsure, again find earth. "Ay, and you are free. I do set you free, my dove. But we can meet and love. I did not mean never to meet more. Look, we'll steal out and go a-pegling in the water meadows, and I'll wreathe the pegels in your hair, and you shall be my lovely Chloe, and I your Daphnis. Is it well so? Wilt smile at me now?" But his nymph's smile was faint and uncertain, her voice troubled. "But can we not have our lessons? If we do but sit good and discreet at our books and read French or Latin, I'm content with that. Indeed, 'twould be very cordial to me, for I like to learn from you. And as to courting, 'tis not necessary, since we know we love, so that it would not really matter if my father were present in the room or no." "Nay, nay, my flower, I can't sit cold as a judge and teach you languages, when the only language I desire to teach you is that of love. You know I have no envy you should learn aught. I'd as lief have you a sweet ignoramus, and you'll get no tongues from me. Let it be, child. I'll tell your father I've no more time for pupils outside my college, and you and I will meet elsewhere. And look, go not about with that white and starkled look, or the doctor will think he must physic thee. Thou'lt still be secret, sweetheart?" "Ay, I know thou wilt. Now I should go, for your father will be suddenly back. Kiss me this once, and then God we, my sweetest dear. There, show me thy dimple. That's my sweet Chuck." He was gone, and she stood alone, looking after him, her hands clasped before her. She was dazed and confused.
She felt as if someone had pushed her suddenly into deep water to drown her, and then had quickly pulled her out again. What had he said to her? What had he meant? More than that the lessons must end, but not their love, which was what he had ended by saying. He must set her free. He blamed himself for entangling her. He would not imperil her name. Oh, God, what echoes were these that drifted back to her? He had meant, then... What had he meant? That they must part? Part and cease to love? But how could she cease to love, having given her heart, her soul, her body into his keeping? She was not a light lover to give and to take back. Was love then like that to men? A fleeting pleasure to be enjoyed for a while and left? Remembering her lover's passionate embraces, his sweet words and ardent murmured vows, she cried in her soul, "Oh, no, no, it cannot be. He loves me still. It is but the lessons he would end, not love." And the blood began to flow freely again through her body, and she thought, "We shall often meet. We shall go and gather cowslips in the meadows, as he says. He is not casting me off at all." The doctor returned and said, "The lesson's ended. Then come, Chuck, and we'll go walking." And they went off to stroll by the river. Chapter 18. In truth, Mr. Cleveland had more important matters than love to engage his thoughts in these troubled days. He was busy assembling a society called the Cambridge Stratfordians. The members were many of them of St. John's College, and Mr. Cleveland, their president, composed a petition to be signed and sent to Westminster on behalf of the great imperiled Johnian, so unconstitutionally, so illegally being hunted to his death. In tone it was hot and direct, and not at all calculated to placate those to whom it was addressed. "You have searched out and invented laws to suit the aim of your convenience," it uncivilly said, and besought them not to stoop to the conciliation of the base rabbling mob by the murder of this great person. It entreated them to clear their eyes of blind passion and their hearts of malice, and to endeavor to act like just men and in the ancient English tradition of constitutional right and law, and not like knaves bloat with malignancy, hate, and fear. Mr. Cleveland was a little dubious about these last words, having read enough English history, as well as that of other countries, to be aware that to act like knaves bloat with malignancy, hate, and fear could not be accurately called altogether out of keeping with ancient English or any other national tradition. Still, he sacrificed accuracy to a noble sentiment, and sent the petition, signed by 100 notable names, to Westminster, about the time that 20,000 Londoners were signing and sending a request that Lord Strafford's issue out of his afflictions might be quite other, and the Earl of Essex was coldly remarking that stone dead had no fellow. All was in fact most unpropitious, and the Cambridge Stratfordians soon perceived that they had but wasted paper and drawn upon their already suspect university the unfavourable attentions of Parliament. "The one hopes now with the Lords," Mr. Cleveland gloomily said, "and 'tis devilish thin. If they yield to the clamour and pass this bill, then good luck to that scoundrelly George Goring and his army plot, and may they seize the Tower and set the Earl free, and may the King dissolve this flea-bitten mongrel assembly and kick 'em back to their kennels, and reign again." They were at supper in hall, and the high table all drank to this petition. But the master drank sadly and without hope, looking bitterly into the future, as if he saw the black clouds of doom inexorably approaching. His own quarrel with the flea-bitten mongrels, interrupted by the dissolution last May, was now, he had been informed, to be resumed, and the articles against him were a-preparing. For he, said they, had been the encourager of Dr. Cousins in his vice-chancellorship to tyrannize in that Jesuitical, Popish, and Canterburyan religion, and his day of reckoning drew near. But that was a small matter in the general disintegration and darkness that he foresaw for Cambridge. "Gentlemen," he said, and rose sadly to his feet, "I give you the King, and down with all his foes. They rose and drank it as if in prayer, and stood in silence for a moment after. And may he deliver Black Tom from their hands, Mr. Cleveland added then, and, setting his empty glass on the table, turned it down to indicate that after this prayer he would drink no more. "'Twill be but a sad Port Latin day this year," someone observed. "Do you preach the Clarum, master?" "Aye, I shall preach it. I shall have much to say," Dr. Beale gloomily replied, "though for that they post spies on my sermons now and carry lying reports back to my judges. News have gotten abroad of this college of late, which will do us no good, what with Mr. Austen's matter. And now young Conybeare flitting secretly off with the Jesuits and away to France with Sir Kenelm Digby. That should have been prevented, gentlemen. 'Twas an ill business." He did not look towards Mr. Conybeare's tutor, but down at the table, and drummed his fingers on it in melancholy disapprobation. Mr. Cleveland flung beneath his breath an impatient curse on the Conybeare family, who had, he was now persuaded, brought him nothing but trouble. In sad, exasperated mood, he repaired after Hall to his chamber, and sat down to the pile of theses he had to correct. Weary work, he found it, instructing lads in the Latin tongue, when the fate of England seemed to hang in the scales, and he should be busy with it. He had in his head a satiric poem making game of the monster Smectymnuus, which he wanted time to write, and could get none, with all the interruptions of his tutorial day. As he sat there with his window open to the soft May evening, hurrying through the pile of papers, there was a soft rap on his door. "Oh, come in," he impatiently said, and in came a slim youth in cap and gown, dark and pale-faced and beautiful. In surprise, Mr. Cleveland sprang up, and his papers fluttered to the floor. "Kit Conybeare, by all that's strange! What do you here, sir?" The youth stood still and looked at him, and took off the concealing cap. "It's not Kit. It's I." He stared at the boyish figure in angry amaze. "You, child! You masquerade in your brother's clothes and come here to me? Don't you know it's madness and would smirch your good name forever were it discovered?" The little gesture of her hand seemed to put away such good name as she might have as of small account. "I came as a man because I could not come as a woman. Those meeting me in the college took no note of me. I came because I must see you. This once. You stayed away. You never came, as you said you would. So I had to come to you." "You had to? An odd compulsion." Then, as she winced back, his anger was flooded with remorse, and he took her in his arms. "Forgive me, child. You know I adore you. But your madness angered me. You should not have come. 'Twould be ill for both of us were we discovered thus." He went to the door and locked it, came back and stood facing her. She made a lovely and gallant boy, he thought. She was more beautiful than her brother. Desire again stirred in him for her. "You're come to tempt me, little elf, to my stroy and your own. Alack, how easily could I yield! But look, I must not. You must steal soft away, and pray you've not been sighted. Believe me, pretty jackanapes, I know best in this. What put it in your head to come?" She was regarding him steadily, as if she would read his heart. "I had to see you once more." Her low voice was thin and remote, as it had been indeed some strange, unearthly, sexless elf's. "You did not come. I had to know if you meant never to come more. I think now you do so mean. I shan't trouble you more, or risk destroy your name." "Sweetheart," he protested, and placed his hands on her shoulders, looking down on the small white face. "'Tis your name, not mine, I care for. We have to think, too, of your father. What would he say if he knew?" "It would all to break his heart," she listlessly replied. "He shall never know, for me." Her eyes fell on a pile of manuscript lying on a table in a corner. "I'll take my verses with me," she said. "Ah, yes, your pretty verses. Aye, best take 'em." She did not ask if he had read them. Perhaps she knew he had not. "Now, best be gone with all haste," he said. "I have a pupil waiting on me in a few minutes. Goodbye, sweet child. and be not thus rash again for its tempting providence. One kiss before you go. I mayn't see you for some time, for it may be I must go up to London on a mission from the college concerning my Lord Strafford. Things look blackly for him, alas." "Aye," she slowly agreed, and gathered up her packet of manuscript. "Good-bye, sir. I ask your pardon for troubling you thus." "'Tis the last time." "Nay, child, nay, we must wait on happier times. It can lead to nothing presently, but you're always my dear." "I am your cast miss." She startled him by replying in the same small, calm voice, and slipped from his embrace like a shy child, making for the door. "My sweet, use not those words," he murmured as he turned the key, and opening the door looked down the stairs to see if any were without. "'Tis clear. Go soft and discreetly. If any should meet you, they'll swear you're your brother's ghost that haunts this college, and will read some presage into it." Indeed, he thought she might well be a ghost, so white was she, and so light of foot did she go. He turned to his seat by the window, and wiped his brow with his handkerchief. A crazy act! Will she do it again? I think not, for the elf bears herself proudly, and is now half angered at me. My cast miss, forsooth! Sweet bud, grave child, I would not have you use such words to both our hurts. For rat me if I don't love you still, and was physicking myself with aloe in severing us. When young Mr. Drake, his pupil, entered, he found Mr. Cleveland somewhat impatient, absent, and distrait. Chapter 19. As Dr. Conybeare and his daughter sat at supper on the evening of the 9th of May, Francis walked in on them, dusty and hot from a day's riding. They greeted him with surprise. "What make you here, child?" his father asked. "I had thought you in the middle of the anti-Straffordian agitations, shouting outside Whitehall." "There's enough to do that, set aside myself," Francis grimly said. "Such a roistering and a dimification as went on all last night, and all today, too, I take it, outside Whitehall and St. James's, for they cry there against the Queen Mother and her popish intrigues, would strike fear in you to hear. They say the Queen's in hysterics, and her mother too. You can imagine that between these two screaming Frenchwomen, his Majesty's nerves are not in the best case, and 'tis tolerable certain he'll give way and assent to the execution in the course of today. In fact, he has likely done so by now. He sent for the bishops and judges yesterday to advise him, and they were to wait on him today also. But whatever advice he may seek, he'll yield, for he daren't other. The fury of the mob frights him. All the night they raged, and, Lord, they say the Queen's courtiers were properly startled, confessed their sins, packed up their jewels, and made 'em all yar for flight. The discovery of these last plots of the Queen's has exceedingly angered the people." "Lord, there's a vain, silly fool of a woman for you," the doctor commented. "But sit you down, Frank, and sup while you talk. If you rode from London merely to give us the latest news, I take it very kindly in you, for it comes through but slowly to us here. They say Jermyn and Sucklin's fled oversea after the discovery of this newest army plot of theirs. There's another silly, flighty creature, that one time gallant of Julie's here, as must stick his fingers into all pies. Hows'ever, he was extreme civil and obliging to me in London t'other day when I sought Kit, so I'll not call him names." "It's of Kit, sir, I'm come to speak," his son said. "He's back from France, and now's the time we could perhaps get hold on him. That flapdragon Digby, it seems, fought a duel in Paris and killed his man, fled the country, and is now in London, Kit with him. They arrived in pudding time in the midst of the anti-papist rioting, in time to see a pile of popish books burned in the streets, and the mob shouting vengeance on Sir Kenelm's friend and patroness, the Queen. Within a few days, as I've heard, there will be a committee of members wait on the fellow to make him swallow the oath of allegiance and supremacy. And then they won't wait long afore they summon him before the committee for recusance, and he might like enough get clapped in prison. And here's Kit in his household, acting scribe and personal attendant on him, and might land himself in a pretty praemunire too, the young fool. So I thought, after taking counsel with you, to try and pluck him out of this pickle." Indeed, 'twould be well done, but the boy's stubborn as a mule, and worships his master, and I doubt we can induce him to leave him. You have not seen him?" "Not I. He'd not let me if I tried. As you know, sir, he and I fadge like dog and cat, and these last doings of his han bettered matters between us. If I attempt to make him go one road, he'll huff me to my face, and the more certainly run headlong along t'other." "You're right there. You're certainly very right in that. Look, Frank, I'll go up to London myself and see him, and talk over his future with Sir Kenelm, and find out if he's any more mind than he had to renounce his folly and return to his studies here. They'd take him back if he forswore popery and craved pardon of the college. I fear 'tis near hopeless, but 'tis a chance, and in any case I must know what's like to befall him. I'll get up to London to-morrow. But look, Frank, are you pressed in your business? Can you take my place here for 4 days till I return? For I don't wish to leave Julie alone. The girl's none too well in present, and mopes. Ay, Chuck, you do mope, and I'll not have you alone, to no other company than good Mr. and Mistress Speedy." "But I don't mind it, father. I like to be alone." "And I like it not for thee, bud, so that's the end. What of it, Frank? Canst bide?" "Ay, I can, if you'll carry word back to my chambers. But make such speed as you can in your business, for I can't be from London long. I had meant to ride back to-morrow. And indeed 'tis something inconvenient to stay away presently. Still, I will do so if 'twill enable you to go with an easy mind." Francis was a good young man, and when he believed a course to be his duty, he followed it. It bored him to remain from London just now, away from the stirring events that occurred there and were likely to occur. But he was fond enough of his young sister, and supposed that his father did not decide without reason that she must not be alone. Indeed, she looked sad and white enough, he thought. And there were friends he could visit in Cambridge. So at dawn next day, the doctor rode off through the green May country to London to rescue his son, and also, thought he, to see and hear the news at first hand. Chapter 20. It has often been observed with what far greater receptivity and facility the young imbibe gossip and on-dit than do the elderly. A noteworthy illustration of this is the fact that whereas Dr. Conybeare had been for several weeks going about Cambridge since his return from London in April, and had heard no word of all the words that were doubtless said concerning his daughter and Mr. John Cleveland, his son Francis, on the second day of his visit to this university, being invited to supper in hall at his old College of Christ's, heard enough to send him back to his lodging in a white heat of anger and disgust. Next morning, it was May the 12th, and the morning of Lord Strafford's execution, Francis spoke to his young sister, and his manner was that which he employed in the courts for the interrogation of prisoners. "Julian, I have to say to you what is bitter to me to speak, and to you to hear. Do you know that men speak scandal of your name in Cambridge, coupling it with a libertines?" Julian, who sat by the window idly, did not look up, but gazed still out of the window. In reply to him, she moved her head slightly, but whether in protest, in denial of the knowledge he inquired after, or to signify carelessness of what scandal might be made of her name, or whose it might be coupled with, he did not know. "Well," he shortly told her, "'tis so, and the man's John Cleveland." Such bitterness he put into it that she looked up in surprise. What, then, had John Cleveland done to him that he should hate him? Francis could have told her, but did not. He and John Cleveland had been undergraduates of the same year at Christ's, both good scholars, the one plodding, the other brilliant, the one solemn and little loved, the other popular, handsome, sociable, witty, able to make any one look a fool with his quick satiric tongue and pen. Cleveland had been of the gay, rollicking set which that grave young man, Sir Symonds D'Ewes, had condemned as atheistical and licentious. Francis Conybeare was in a graver Puritan group, which studied more continuously and disapproved of swearing, gambling, dissipation, and even of Sunday games. John Cleveland and he had seemed cast for rivals from the first. They had been salted together at their freshmen's orations. Francis remembered that it had cost him 3 and 4pence, and that he had drunk too much beer afterwards. He remembered, too, that his own discourse had been voted tolerable, and that he had been assigned both the reward of merit and the penalty of failure, a drink of caudle and another of salted beer. But Cleveland, who had preceded him, had tickled his audience with quips and jests, and had been given the sweet drink only. Yes, from the very first, John Cleveland had done better, or was reputed to have done better, what he had himself done well enough. Later, they had disputed together several times in acts in the schools, and each time Cleveland had won applause from the academic audience for unhorsing his adversary by his greater verbal ingenuity, though Francis had thought there had been more stuff in his own dialectics. Then there had been the year that Cleveland had been chosen prevaricator at the bachelor's commencement, and had caused shouts of mirth by his flow of wit at the expense of the Puritans in the college. At his comments on their habits and their personal appearances, including his own, Francis, after all these years, got hot and angry. Then, in their 3rd year, a good Latin scholar had to be selected to compose and deliver a welcome to the Chancellor and the French ambassador, who were visiting the college. Francis had hoped for this honor, since his scholarship and his academic prowess were adequate. But it fell to Cleveland. It had been the first official oration to distinguished visitors that the future rhetoric reader had delivered, and everyone had been delighted with it. A little later, Cleveland had been chosen father of the Christmas revels, and had composed a burlesque on college life, to be acted by his sons. Again, an opportunity not missed for mordant caricature. And so, all through those 7 years together, the one always a little ahead academically, a great deal ahead in athletics and in sports, out of sight in popular esteem. And since those days, John Cleveland had employed his pen in bitter mockery of the party with which Francis had thrown in his lot, and they had loathed one another like the devil. And now here was the damned fellow's name coupled in common-room gossip with his sister's, and John Cleveland had made a fool of him once more. None of this he said to Julian, but only, in answer to her wondering gaze, "I, John Cleveland, your precious tutor, forsooth. Now tell me true, Julian, he's your lover?" Again that denying motion of the head. In truth, he was no more her lover now. "Not? Don't lie to me, pray, for I'll have the truth from him, if not from you. They say he was wont while my father was up in London to take you down the river of an evening, and they hinted that he took you to an inn at house for supper. That's true, ain't it?" Dumbly she looked on the floor, saying neither yes nor no. "Aye, 'tis true, and you know it," he savagely went on. "He is your lover, and you can't deny it. God, that my sister should have come to this! Do you conceit as he wants to wed you, little ninny, and renounce his fellowship? John Cleveland, the rake? Did he ever tell you such a thing?" "No." "Oh, so you ha'n't even that much of excuse. You were happy to be his miss, I suppose, and a nay-word to all Cambridge." "I am not." "You are not, say you? What are you not, pray? Not happy? Not his miss? Not a nay-word? I'll say you're all three, and that you do but waste your breath in lying to me. What will our father say when he knows this? His daughter, the queen of a college tutor that can't wed her. The truth is that he has ever cockered you and pampered you and set you up, and then was mad enough to go off and leave you to your own devices, trusting to your virtue and your honor, conceiting you so quaint you'd scarce look at a man, and not knowing he was just a frail little piece that any man could play with at his pleasure. And now you've dragged our good name in the dirt. Do you think 'twill advantage me to have this get about? Already I have a father tushes at all religion, and a brother, a papist, fled from Cambridge, and now I've a sister, a whore. God help me." "I am not," she said again, without conviction, like a child repeating a lesson. He looked at her coldly. It was odd how little impression his cutting words seemed to make on her, as she sat there still and pale, her hands lying idle on her knees. She seemed remote and removed, as if she had reached some world of, was it of anguish or of joy, that he could not touch? As if his speaking clattered over her head like a brawling brook, or like angry waves of the sea, the while she sat at the bottom of deep water in some strange drowned world. She angered him by this numb calm. "As for your fine lover," he flung at her, "I shall wait on him this morning and see what he's to say for himself. There shall be a reckoning at last between John Cleveland and me." She was stabbed awake at last, and stared up at him with desperate eyes. "No," she cried, "no, you must not go to him. Say what you will to me, but leave him be. Brother, I entreat you, he has not wronged me. For a brief while we thought we loved, then we ceased to love and went our ways. He has not betrayed me, indeed he has not." "If he has not, then he can tell me so to my face. So I am to let him go his way, am I? Take his pleasure of my sister, and walk off without paying his scot? Nay, but he shall pay it, and pay it now. Would you liefer perhaps that I wait on Dr. Beale, and relate him the doings of the most noted fellow of his college, the most orient, witty courtier and churchman, the prop of royalty, prelacy, and the Protestant Church of England, the mocker on Puritans and parliaments, the zealous Straffordian and Laudian, the celebrated rhetoric reader and wencher, Mr. John Cleveland? Which shall I wait on first, Dr. Beale or Mr. Cleveland?" "You need be at no pains to wait on me, Mr. Conybeare," a pleasant voice behind him said, "for here I am. I hope I see you well. I think we are not met in some years. Do you stay in Cambridge? I knew not you was here, but came to wait on Dr. Conybeare." "He's from home, sir, belike you knew it, though I can well believe you look not to find me in his stead." Mr. Cleveland's brows went up. "A strange greeting, Mr. Conybeare, but I seem to remember as you never had much gust for my company. Though as to that, I think I heard you say you was so good to intend waiting on me shortly." "Yes, Mr. Cleveland, you like enough heard that. Were you come a minute earlier, you'd have heard, beside, the reason why." "Well, since I was not come a minute earlier, possess me, if you please, sir. I trust that my presence here may have saved you putting yourself at the trouble of a visit." "You skulking, wenching dandiprat," Francis uncivilly and bitterly remarked. "You'll answer to me here and now for my sister's honour." "Answer to you, sir? Why so? 'Tis to your sister I should answer for that. Has she complained of me, pray?" "No, she lies, as you doubtless will. I take no notice of either of you, for I know the truth. I have evidence, and you'll meet me, sir. You shall give me satisfaction." "Soft and fair, Mr. Conybeare, I shan't fight you. As you very well know, duelling's not permit in the university. Nor do I intend to scandalize your sister's name by such a brawl. Nor to kill you, nor to permit you to kill me. What? Would you have us meet on the Gogmagogs at Cartlight to exchange rapier thrusts or pistol shots like a couple of roaring boys who fell out in a tavern? For shame, sir, I had thought better of your lawyerly and puritanical precision than that. And I of your spirit, sir. You may soft and fair me as you will, but I say there lacks room in the world for you and me both, and one of us must go down. 'Tis lying, vain, coxcombical braggart such as you, with your high, proud, easy airs and licentious manners and taunting tongues, as is this country's bane. But reckoning times come between you and me, now you've turned your fine attentions on my sister to scandalize and tradition her. And if you'll not meet me like a gentleman, I'll thrash you like a dog. Take that for an earnest on't." Behind the blow was the driving weight of 12 years of hate. It caught John Cleveland on the jaw, and he reeled. Before he could recover his poise or hit back, the Templar, an agile, muscular, and tennis-playing young man, had struck again, was battering him with blows. "Stop! Stop! Oh, stop!" Julian was between them, clutching at her brother's raised arm. Violently he flung her off, flung her back. She fell to the floor, struck her head on the projecting trestle of the oak table, and lay unconscious. "Hold, man, hold!" Mr. Cleveland exclaimed. "She's hurt. Good God, she's unconscious." He was bending over her, lifting her in his arms. Francis stood by, breathing hard, the mists of passion clearing slowly from his brain. "A leech! Quick! Send the people of the house for a leech. Ho! Help! Here!" The serving-maid, already as near to the door as serving-maids usually are when there is quarrelling within, did not delay to enter. "Quick, girl, fetch a leech. She has fallen and hurt herself. Make all haste. Tell him it's a blow on the head and she lies stunned." The girl scurried off. Mr. Cleveland lifted the small, still form, bore it into the next room, and laid it on the bed there. It was her own bed. He sat on it beside her and examined the red mark on the temple, which was becoming a livid bruise. "Go and fetch brandy," he said to Francis, who stood helpless and startled in the doorway. Francis went. Mr. Cleveland laid a hand lightly on the childish breast, feeling for the heart, as so often before he had felt it beating beneath his hand. But he felt no movement now. "God," he whispered, "the heart has stinted. 'Tis still. Have we killed her between us? Julie, Jule, little bud, sweet blossom, speak to me. Speak to your lover, little heart. Open those eyes of yours." Francis came with the brandy. They trickled a drop between her closed lips. "No use," said Cleveland quietly, looking up into the brother's haggard face. "I think her heart's stopped." "Impossible!" Francis cried. "She's but stunned. The leech will revive her." Cleveland pointed to the mark on the temple. "A bad place for a blow." Francis looked. He too felt for the still heart. Then he dropped on his knees by the bed and buried his face in his arms. Cleveland sat still, his hand holding the slight form in a gentle clasp. It was a child's form, undeveloped and straight. It was like her love, the thought came to him, running like a current in the tide of his grief, her childish, unvoluptuous love that had had a kind of difficult, brittle virginity, as if mind were ever at war with body. A monstrous perversion, he had once told her, in a woman, meant by Providence to be a man's solace in his hours of ease. Perhaps this sorry jest of death from so slight a cause, that seemed borrowed from one of gloomy John Ford's tragedies, was deeper than the cheap trick of a dramatist, wishful to rid himself of an inconvenient character. Not Seneca himself would have ventured on it as fit work for the god in the machine. The Greeks had more the truth of it, and likely it was destiny took vengeance on her for her presumption in not fitting in with any rational scheme of things. She might, if the damned Calvinists could have been right in anything, have been predestinated to this end. For one moment Mr. Cleveland felt a small surge of relief at the timeliness of so sharp and final a conclusion to his embarrassed love affair. Then he reacted in disgust from this ignoble intruder into the room of death. He had loved her. Aye, he did love her. "Little one," he cried in his soul to the child in his arms, "we have slain you in our quarrel, and I left you lone, and you'll speak to me no more. Lovely blossom, forgive me and come back to me. Did I e'er think thee quiet and dull? Did I blame thee for that thy little sweet mind was on books and dreams, and wish thee a common merry wench to divert me? And now thou'lt be quiet for ever." The memory of the passion and joy of his first desire of her swept over him. He bent his head, and hot tears welled from his eyes and dropped on to the still white face that rested on his arm. The leech came, and said the young lady had been killed outright by the blow on the temple. "She fell, I hear," he said, looking suspiciously from one to the other. The gentleman agreed that she had fallen. "The wench telled me she heard sounds of quarrelling and blows within, and the young lady crying, 'Stop!'" "Yes, she tried to stop us," Francis said. "I had best tell all. We had fallen out and were fighting. She came between us. Not knowing what I did, I pushed her from me, and she fell and catched her head on the table trestle." "A very serious matter, gentlemen. A matter for the constable. I shall be obliged to inform on't. A serious matter. Mr. Cleveland looked at him and bitterly laughed. You find death so, doctor? And I had thought it a jest. A serious matter, then. We grant it you. Yes. The leech decided him so strange in his manner that he was probably beside himself. He turned to the young lady's brother. I must ask you, sir, to accompany me to the constable and give you a report of your sister's death, for the crowner. As you will, Francis apathetically agreed. Her father is from home, I understand. A message should go to him by post straightway. I will see to it. Francis, in his astonished misery, was still the businesslike lawyer. I will write a letter now and dispatch a post with it. At the thought of his father's receiving that letter, his set face worked. Once more the doctor had left his darling nestle-chick behind him, and this time would be the last. Suddenly Francis's stunned composure broke, and he fell to weeping, his face in his hands, while the leech watched him uneasily, not knowing what he might next do. Mr. Cleveland turned on him, out of eyes swollen and blackened by blows, one sad and bitter glance. Ay, you may weep. Weeping won't bring her back. We've slain her between us, and though we weep our eyes out, she'll not come to life on this earth more. End of chapter 20. Part 3, chapters 21 through postscript of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 21. Mr. Cleveland sat alone by the bed, clasping a cold hand in his, as if the warmth of his own life could wake that dead pulse once more, start the blood once more coursing through the deserted frame that mocked and eluded him in its marble loveliness, lying now indeed like the lady enchanted, but enchanted by a stronger spell than any he had ever weaved. If I but wave this wand, your nerves are all chained up in alabaster, and you a statue, or as Daphne was, root-bound, that fled Apollo. Fool, do not boast. Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind with all thy charms, although the corporal rind thou hast emanacled, while heaven sees good. Ay, no more could he touch the freedom of her mind, that eager, grave, inquiring mind of hers, that ever sought to rove along paths down which he would not companion her nor any woman, from which he had plucked her back with mockery and with kisses, at times with impatience, until at last she had renounced them, and followed him along the roads he chose for her. He had emanacled her corporal rind, and possessed her lovely body, but had he touched the freedom of her mind? If he had, she had regained it now, wherever her delicate virgin spirit might be straying, gravely dreaming along the gallant walks of paradise, untroubled by such as he, the eternal poet, virginal, sexless, free and young. He could not have made her happy for long, nor she him. He knew that still, as he had known it before, and as she, too, must have known it in her soul, blind and emanacled with love as she had been, and he. Poor child, dear child, that lay now like a white blossom broken off by storms, the storm of his unbridled passion and her brother's unbridled rage. Between them they had beaten the frail blossom to the earth, and trampled it with their feet in the dewy morning of his life. Ay, we only let you have the morning, sweet bud. We slew you before noon. Lines she had loved ran in his head. They were her apt epitaph. Or like the dainty flower of May, or like the morning to the day, or like the sun, or like the shade, or like the gourd which Jonas had, even such is man, whose thread is spun, drawn out, and cut, and so is done. The rose withers, the blossom blasteth, the flower fades, the morning hasteth, the sun sets, the shadow flies, the gourd consumes, and man he dies. Like to the grass that's newly sprung, or like a tale that's new begun, or like the bird that's here today, or like the pearled dew of May, or like an hour, or like a span, or like the singing of a swan, even such as man who lives by breath, is here, now there, so life and death. The grass withers, the tale is ended, the bird is flown, the dew's ascended, the hour is short, the span not long, the swan's near death, man's life is done. Like to the bubble in the brook, or in a glass much like a look, or like a shuttle in weaver's hand, or like a writing on the sand, or like a thought, or like a dream, or like the gliding of the stream, even such as man who lives by breath, is here, now there, so life and death. The bubbles cut, the looks forgot, the shuttles flung, the writings blot. The thought is past, the dream is gone, the water glides, man's life is done. 'Twas I slew thee as well as he, my sweet, Mr. Cleveland murmured, I that thought to take my pleasure of thee and go, like thou'dst been a light maid as others are. 'Tis I should go before the constable and the crowner, and take blame on me for thy death. Not, he added wryly, as Francis Conybeare will wish to spare me blame, but he'll be more minded to save his sister's name than to scandalize mine. I care not, and will leave him to tell his tale as he will. Thou'lt not heed from wherever 'tis thou'rt fled to? Ay, thou'rt gotten free of all of us, thou and thy quaint proud virtue that knew failure here. Or if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. Heaven has stooped and lifted thee from our mortal dust and turmoil. Belike thou hast been spared much that the rest of us must suffer in this troubled, distracted land. On his ears fell the solemn tolling of a bell. Did they mourn her passing then? But no, he remembered. It was the hour of Lord Strafford's execution. Many thousands would be gathered on Tower Hill to stare on that great person going grandly to his death. Would their hate and execration be still, or would they howl on him to the last? However that had been, he was at rest now, the great stormy Johnian, hated of his countrymen and abandoned of his king. Nothing remained but to toll for him the passing bell, and say a prayer for his proud, turbulent soul that was travelling even now to its freedom. Strange, sad thought, the great murdered earl and the young murdered maiden, seeking paradise together, defeated of men. In that melancholy bell seemed to sound all the defeat of the sad and struggling world. Defeat, 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 it seemed to say, as if all fine things must struggle against odds too mighty, and so perish. England itself was so struggling, was rent by faction and hate. Ay, this very city of Cambridge was so rent, for suddenly, drowning the tolling bell in clamour, other bells rang out, in a clashing carillon of triumph. The townsmen had gained access to some belfry, and were pealing their triumph over Black Tom's death. In that clash of bells, John Cleveland heard the exultation of a disloyal rebel England that would slay not only those who sought to rule it, but all fine seemly things in church and state. Yes, the ordered beauty of Cambridge itself. Those who pealed the bells pealed them for liberty's sake. They rejoiced to be rid of a tyrant, not recking that his slayers might prove as great tyrants in their turn, nor that whoever wins, liberty and the common undenarious people will always know defeat. Looking up, Mr. Cleveland's glance fell on a sheet of paper that lay on the table by the bedside. It was written over in the clear, childish hand he knew so well, and seemed to be verse. He took it in his hand. It was headed, "An epitaph on the Earl of Strafford." She must then have written it that morning, or perhaps the day before. He was glad that she had written verses again, that he had not quite choked the stream of poetry in her, that it had welled up again at the last in the stress of her own griefs and of the Earl's tragedy. "I would not read your verses, little flower," Mr. Cleveland murmured in remorse. "I hurt and denied you. But look, my sweet, I'll read this." He did so. Blotted and erased and ill-written as it was, he made it out. An epitaph on the Earl of Strafford. Here lies wise and valiant dust, huddled up twixt good and just. Strafford, who was hurried hence twixt treason and convenience. He spent his time here in a mist, a papist, yet a Calvinist. His prince's nearest joy and grief. He had, yet wanted all relief. The prop and ruin of the state. The people's violent love and hate. One in extremes loved and abhorred. Riddles lie here, and in a word here lies blood, and let it lie speechless still, and never cry. "But, child, it's good!" Mr. Cleveland in surprise exclaimed. "Aye, 'tis beautiful!" Though what that proud Protestant would say to being miscalled a papist and a Calvinist, I know not. "Were thy verses then like this, little one?" He looked round the room and saw, piled in the empty hearth, a mass of burnt papers. She had then burnt those prized verses of hers, at which he had not been willing to look. "Lord, forgive me. I slew thy poetry too, little friend. But not all thing, for thou wrotest this one piece more at the last." And he had an odd, troubling thought that what had evoked this poem from her was the death of hope. She, like Lord Strafford, was the victim of ineluctable fate. Had she seen herself, he shrank from the thought, as hurried hence twixt treason and convenience, before ever Francis struck her down? As slain by him, John Cleveland? For a moment he saw himself in a strange, unwonted light. The words dropped whisperingly into his soul. "Riddles lie here, and in a word here lies blood, and let it lie speechless still, and never cry." Riddles indeed. And the puzzled child, unable like himself and all humankind to solve them, had willed to let them lie. She would never have appealed or cried to him again. Had this been her message to him of reassurance and renouncement? And was it now her message of forgiveness? "And now I think thou dost give it me from where thou art. 'Tis thy last gift, and I'll take it in token thou'st forgiven me my cruelty. Yes, I'll take it, and I'll print it, and men shall know thee for the poet thou wouldst fain have been." The landlord, the landlady, and the chambermaid ever and anon stole to the door and stared with round, shocked eyes at the poor, sweet young lady on the bed, and at Mr. Cleveland, who had then new been the poor young lady's lover, and the most free, generous, open-handed, fine gentleman in the world, and who had been assaulted so violently by Mr. Francis Conybeare, who had not, so far as they had experienced him, been generous or open-handed at all, but a prim, sour kind of a gentleman. And always Mr. Cleveland sat by the bed, his handsome head bowed, the young lady's cold hand in his. A pretty thing to happen in honest people's lodging-rooms, and a dreadful thing for the poor doctor to find when he should get back from London, and a pitiful, sad thing that so sweet a young lady should be killed in a gentleman's brawl, and a sad, grievous thing that Mr. Cleveland, who had been so attentive and so doting once, even if for some weeks past he seemed to have stinted to dote, should have lost his sweetheart. But at least, said mine host to his females, as they hearkened to the tolling of the clashing bells, at the least Black Tom was gone to his own place, and would rob and threaten honest Englishmen no more. "Oh, my little love," Mr. Cleveland muttered, as he folded the blotted paper and placed it in his breast pocket, "my little, beauteous, ingenious, murdered love, 'twas not thy fault thou didst fatigue me so." and because she could fatigue him never again, he wept. Postscript. A merry mind looks forward, scorns what's left behind. Let's live, my wicks, then, while we may, and here enjoy our holiday. We've seen the past best times, and these will ne'er return. We see the seas and moons to wane, but they fill up their ebbs again. But vanished man, like to a lily lost, ne'er can repullulate, or bring his days to see a second spring. But on we must, and thither tend where Ancus and rich Tullus blend their sacred seed. Thus has infernal Jove decreed. We must be made ere long a song, ere long a shade. Why then, since life to us is short, let's make it full up by our sport. Well then, on what seas we are tossed, our comfort is, we can't be lost. Robert Herrick, to his peculiar friend Mr. John Wicks, under the name of Posthumus. Mr. Herrick, on Midsummer's Day, 1647, seditiously, defiantly, and for the last time, for by Sunday he would be an outed minister, read the evening service from the Book of Common Prayer, including the collect for the feast of St. John the Baptist. He was supported in this parting act of rebellion by a congregation of 3. One was his maid, Prudence Baldwin, whom he had desired regularly to attend church with him on weekday feasts, that there might be 2, even if seldom 3, gathered together, to form the quorum suggested by St. Chrysostom as a desirable condition for divine benevolence. Prudence sat and knelt upright, making the responses in a defiant, not-to-be-browbeaten voice. She was leaving the vicarage when her master did. She was not going to stay on to serve Mr. John Sims, the weaver to Buckfastleigh, in his usurpation of the vicar's office, even though she would have, she supposed, to sit under him and hear him preach and pray in his wild directory way. John Sims, indeed, as if he would have anything to say that would do a body any good. The other members of the congregation were Mr. George Yard and his wife, who had come to attend their ejected vicar's last service in the parish church. The establishment of the presbytery and the commissions, the proscription of the prayer book, and the substitution for it of the directory, and the ejection of so many of the church's lawful incumbents to make way for these low-born, ill-educated interlopers. By comparison, the squire and his wife now thought the Church of England clergymen, of whose birth and antecedents they had before thought somewhat meanly, almost gentry. All these proceedings of the Westminster Assembly had done for the squire and for many of his brethren up and down England what the Elizabethan settlement and the Jacobean and Caroline clericalism had signally failed to do. It had made them ardent supporters, perhaps for the first time in English history, of their parish priests. For the fallen bishops, the squire had no regrets. He had always considered them a pity, regarding them as mostly Arminian, always overpowerful and meddlesome, and too often defeci populi as regards extraction. Let them by all means go. But to suppress the prayer book and the decent, seemly ceremonies of the Church of England, and to substitute the long extempore prayings and preachings from these vulgar ignoramuses, who were everywhere being pushed into the incumbencies in place of the lawful occupants, this was an outrage. And now Mr. Herrick, his good friend and companion, though often enough they had fallen out about the limits of the authority of each, and other parochial matters, was at last to be outed as a superstitious, scandalous, malignant, and delinquent minister, who refused the covenant, and a Buckfastleigh weaver would pray and preach in Dean Prior Church. It was a scandal, the squire and his wife agreed. The vicar himself had no great objection. Dean Prior in these bad times was a sad, dull place. He was in a way relieved that his turn had come. He had begun to feel that he had been lost and forgotten, and might read the prayer book service forever unmolested amid the clash of arms and controversy that stormed over England in these bad times. Bad times indeed, now that the West was quite lost to the king. Goring's troopers had passed long since on their way, burning, plundering, raping, and now lived only in Devonshire memories as an evil nightmare. The tide had been turned. The The 4 wheels of Charles's wain, Grenville, Trevanion, Godolphin, Slanning, slain. Then Hopton's army all defeated and dissolved, the last fort surrendered, Fairfax and his new model troops everywhere victorious and in command. Devonshire men, pressed into the king's service by their landlords, had gladly drifted into this conquering army, or laid down their arms and returned to their homes. The Dean men had mostly been back for over a year, sullen and rebellious against those who had dragged them into this foolish fighting. They cared little for king or for parliament, church or presbytery. All they wanted was to be left unmolested on their farms and fields, and allowed to carry on their lives, delivered from the burdens of garrisons, quartering, and plundering. I had 6 oxen t'other day, and them the Roundheads stole away, a mischief be their speed. I had 6 horses left me, whole, and them the Cavaliers have stole. God's sores, they are both agreed. There goes my corn, my beans, and peas, I do not dare them to displease, they do so swear and vapour. Then to the governor I come, and pray him to discharge the sum, but not can get but paper. God's bones, dost think a paper will keep warm my back and belly fill? No, no, go burn the note. If that another year my field no better profit do me yield, I may go cut my throat. And as this were not grief enow, they have a thing called quarter too. Oh, that's a vengeance waster. A pox upon, they call it vree. Jam sure that made us slaves to be, and every rogue our master. Such was the West Country farmer's view of the war. They had hated the Cavaliers worse than Fairfax's men, because of Goring and Grenville's wild, roistering troopers. The whole affair had been deplorable. Fortunately, it was over, and life had settled down again, though in a somewhat tedious, melancholy manner, for no longer were there Christmas marryings, Twelfth Night mummings, Maypoles, hawk feasts, wassailings, or midsummer fires, and parson seemed always in an ill humour. But now he had gotten his quittance, and John Sims to Buckfastleigh was to come and be parson, which seemed queer, but haply he'd do well enough. As the vicar and the squire and his lady came out of the church together on this fine midsummer evening, the sweet smell of hay filled the air. They were carting the hay from the fields above the church, and now once again they were carting it across the churchyard, since the metropolitan visitors would trouble them no more. "That will be for Mr. Sims to deal with," the vicar said, to which Mistress Yard returned, "Marry, come up. If John Sims thinks to meddle in village matters, he'll find he hath to reckon with the squire." John Sims, forsooth! 'Twill be a sorry business enough to have him whining and prating his prayers and preachments in church, and let him not lift his voice without it. "My dear," said the squire gravely, "since this weaver has been put upon us, we should endeavour to sustain him with patience, and not hinder his ministry in the parish more than need be. 'Tis a sorry business, but we must make the best on't, as of all else in these bad times." "O times most bad, without the scope of hope of better to be had," Mr. Herrick declaimed. "Where shall I go, or whither run, to shun this public overthrow? My answer is, I go first to my dear John Weeks at Cherwell, who still remains unmolested in his parish, leading his good, hard, diligent life, though the devil alone knows why he's not dispossessed long since. But I shan't burden him long, for London calls me. I shall live in poverty there, since not even the outed parson's fifth will come my way, poor bachelor as I am. But I have friends, and at least I shall live free, and far from these rude, barbarous churls that think on naught but filling their own bellies, and care not for king, country, or church." "You must not blame the people overmuch," the squire said. "They have not the means to look at the larger issues of policy in church and state, nor beyond their own fields. They have suffered much in these troubles, and still do so, and they blame you and me, and Sir Ralph Firs, and our like, for leading them into the business. Though, did they but know it, we have lost more heavily than they, and shall do so in the future." He sighed. He, who had put himself with a sad heart and a divided conscience at the head of his tenant bands, and led them to fight for a king whom he distrusted but would not serve against, lived now in the fear of the sequestration of his estate. His grandson Giles had fallen at Exeter, and, more unexpected tragedy, his granddaughter Meg had donned her brother's clothes and arms and ridden out secretly to join the troops that fought Fairfax round Ashburton, and had been killed in the first skirmish. Both those merry children slain, in a cause that seemed itself slain too. The country ravished and torn, soaked in the blood of peasant and yeoman, squire and townsman, loyalist and rebel. Only the midsummer countryside smiled on and smelt sweetly of new-cut hay. The vicar walked with his friends up the lane. At the turning to Dean Court they met Mistress Lettice Northley, grown thin and peevish, 2 children dragging at her hands. Her husband lay sick at home, shattered in health by his campaigns, and she was grown weary of this sad Devonshire world where one saw no life, and would perhaps never see London again. "We shall see you to supper this evening, then, parson," Mr. Yard said as they parted. "Aye, for the last time," Mr. Herrick returned. "After this you'll be entertaining Mr. Sims." Mistress Lettice gave a little scream of disgust. "Don't mention that dirty fellow's name, parson. I swear I shall never speak to him once while he's here." "Peace, child," her grandfather reproved her. "We shall look for you then, Mr. Herrick, in a short while." "Thank you, squire. I have some business to do in the village, and will be with you suddenly." They parted. The vicar called on his churchwarden, and then strolled along the road to the bridge. There he stopped, and stood leaning against the old rough stone wall, looking at the brawling burn below. How it tore and dashed at its rocky bed in its restless running! Not a peaceful, civil kind of a stream, and nor in these days was Dean a peaceful, civil kind of a place. The men, half of whom had ended their fighting in Fairfax's army, angered him by their stubborn wrong opinions. Ashburton and all the neighbouring towns were still garrisoned by Roundhead troops. Over the country brooded the harsh alien bitterness of strife hardly ceased, a strife which had left the vicar, a non-combatant, more bitter than the fighters. He was glad to be going from Dean Prior, grown so empty and so sad. His kind, good sister-in-law had died last year, and left him lonely in the parsonage but for faithful Prue. Tracy, too, was dead, and his dear little pupil Julian, dead 6 years back, killed in a brawl, and her father gone near distracted, and only returned once to Dean for a few weeks, to dismantle the little house at Deancombe and depart for ever, to write his bitter, wicked, wild, heretic books in London. And then, when none would print them there, and England went mad over this war, he had fled to the Hague, and lived there among foreign doctors of learning, writing seditious, atheistical pamphlets and melancholy letters to his friend the parson at Dean Prior, saying that he had no hopes now for liberty of conscience or of thought in this world, and had given it up as a bad business. As to his son Kit, he was living somewhere in Paris, hanging on to the beggared English court. London was the place for a tired, dejected parson to end his days. Even though it was a new, grim London in the hands of the presbytery and the parliament men, and the best men, including that patron of poets, Mr. Endymion Porter, either ruined or fled overseas, or both. But at least he would there be able at last to print his poems, his Hesperides, as he had called the collection, dedicating these children of the West Country to Prince Charles. And those less earthly and profane poems, too, his noble numbers, which were more apt from a clergyman's pen. Would they be well received, he wondered? 6 years back, at Cambridge, he had felt disappointed and discouraged. The young poets there had made him feel outmoded, unimportant, out of date. He had written, on his return from Cambridge, some cautious lines to his muse. "Whither, mad maiden, wilt thou roam? Far safer 'twere to stay at home." There, perhaps, such lines as these may take the simple villages. But for the court, the country wit is despicable unto it. Stay there at home, and do not go or fly abroad to seek for woe. Contempts in courts and cities dwell. No critic haunts the poor man's cell. That man's unwise will search for ill, and may prevent it sitting still. But he had recovered a little from that discouragement, and felt that his asperities would give him at last the fame, the promise of immortality that was his due. Other men were publishing their poetry. He had sent the other day for the book just out containing John Cleveland's verses, a collection ingenious and witty enough, and the satires on the rebels good spiteful stinging stuff, but most of the other verses too elaborate, quaint, and Clevelandized to please his own more musical, terse, and direct taste. He did not really regard John Cleveland, the most popular poet of the day, and the busiest in the king's cause, as a poet at all. The best thing in this volume was an epitaph on Strafford that seemed to Mr. Herrick to have a sad, brief poignancy and beauty that the others lacked. He might, thought he, almost have written it himself. Where was he now, that lover and betrayer of little Julian? He had left Cambridge for Oxford when Cambridge was garrisoned and fortified, battered, plundered, and desecrated by Cromwell's soldiers and Colonel Dowsing's wild hacking iconoclasts. In the more fortunate, though inferior, university, he had lived as satirist-in-chief to the King's party, then had helped to govern and hold Newark till it surrendered to the Scots, threw him, a ruined but still vocal man, into a world grown hard for destitute cavaliers. For my part, he had written to the army that summoned him to surrender Newark, and let the bold words count to his credit, thought Mr. Herrick, I would rather embrace a wreck floating upon a single plank than embark in your action with the fullest sails to dance upon the wings of fortune. And now he was presumably embracing that wreck, floating upon that plank, drifting about London, hoping that better might come, visiting sometimes his beloved Cambridge, to be further embittered and enraged by the sight of those ravished and plundered colleges, smashed and desecrated chapels and churches, broken bridges and cut groves, usurped offices and emptied lecture halls, to which the Kipperdolings of the age had reduced a glorious and renowned university, and did more in less than 3 years than the apostate Julian could effect in all his reign, viz., broke the heartstrings of learnings and learned men. Thus John Barbrick of St. John's complained in his Querula Cantabrigiensis, lately printed at Oxford, and went on to picture that consoling being, posterity, inquiring, who thrust out one of the eyes of this kingdom? Who made eloquence dumb, philosophy sottish, widowed the arts, and drove the muses from their ancient habitation? Who plucked the reverend and orthodox professors out of their chairs and silenced them in prison or their graves? Who turned religion into rebellion, and changed the apostolical chair into a desk for blasphemy, and tore the garland from off the head of learning, to place it on the dull brows of disloyal ignorance? If they shall ask, who made those ancient and beautiful chapels, the sweet remembrancers and monuments of our forefathers' charity, and kind fomenters of their children's devotion, to become ruinous heaps of dust and stones, or who unhived those numerous swarms of laboring bees which used to drop honeydews over all this kingdom, to place in their rooms swarms of senseless drones, 'tis quickly answered. But not so quickly after all, for it had taken Mr. Barwick several hundred words of descriptive invective, which Mr. Herrick endorsed with full agreement, as he thought bitterly of his mutilated alma mater in the hands of vandals, her learned, loyal sons exiled and deprived, their places taken by unscholarly usurpers. For so Mr. Herrick, and so the authors of the Querula, saw it without discrimination, forgetting those calm if melancholy dons who remained, so occupied in scholarship that they could swallow the government down without noticeable indigestion, forgetting how Dr. Whichcote still gave his afternoon lectures in Trinity Church, and Henry Moore still paced the Fellows' Gardens at Christ's, and disputed with Ralph Cudworth concerning the plastic medium and the intellectual system of the universe, and Dr. Duport, the little Greek professor, lectured, oblivious of turmoil and chaos, on Theophrastus and Demosthenes, to whomsoever in these days would attend. Mr. Herrick saw Cambridge as gone utterly into chaos, darkness, and ignominy, like the church, like the country, like the times. Yet he would still be a poet, still wear, whether mortals conceded it him or not, his little parsley crown. Still the pastoral country smiled, and flowers blew. Still, though maypoles were down and midsummer bonfires extinguished, the May flowered white on the bush, and girls and boys would go a-maying, and the June country smell of hay, and the elves dance beneath the moon. Ah, pox on all politics, and a pox on all those new modish versifiers, John Cleveland and the rest. By God, observed Mr. Herrick, and struck the bridge wall with his open hand, I'll write 'em all down yet. And once more yet, ere I am laid out dead, knock at a star with my exalted head. A little cool wind stirred the scented warmth of the evening. He shivered and pulled his coat more closely across his broad chest. A breath, it seemed, of doubt, of question, hinting at the mortality that waits on all desire. But Mr. Herrick remembered that he was after all a clergyman, though now an outed one, and it was rather of immortality he should be thinking than of pleasure, fame, and parsley crowns on earth. Slowly he walked from Dean Bridge across the meadows to the court, and he seemed to have already put on immortality, for he might have been some sturdy sylvan god in that serene pastoral landscape, passing on his way to eat and drink with his friends. End of postscript. End of The Shadow Flies by Rose Macaulay.